found us. Maybe you finally found yourself. Either way, you're here now. Welcome to the movement. You've been feeling it for years but couldn't name it. Something wrong with the world but couldn't frame it. They told you be grateful, told you fall in line, told you pay your dues, and everything's fine. But you looked at the contract and you read the fine print. Look at who signed it, your name wasn't in it. Born into a system you never agreed to. Born into a flag that was never free to let you walk away, let you live on your terms. So you started asking questions and now you're here to learn that you're not alone. There's a whole generation done feeding the machine, done with life enslavement. If you ever felt the cage without seeing the bars, if you ever felt the weight without knowing what it was, if you're done with the debt, done with the crowd, step in, look around, you found your welcome to the movement. Ready to see pilots speak. Welcome to the movement, where the chain breakers finally meet. We don't know the state, we don't know the flag, we don't know a world that was never out there. Life abolitionism, this is where it begins. Welcome to the movement. Come on in. We're not angry for the sake of being angry. We're not lost, we're the ones who finally see clearly. The social contract is a document of force, signed by parents who never thought about the source of the life they handed over to a master. We're just the ones who read the chapter after, the one where we stop bleeding for the greater good. Stop sacrificing self like we always knew we should. No more kneeling to a system built on our backs. No more pretending that we're free when we're still trapped. This is knowledge, this is clarity, this is truth. And this movement has a seat reserved for you. If you ever felt the cage without seeing the bars, if you ever felt the weight without knowing what it was, if you're done with the debt, done with the crowd, step in, look around, you found yours. Welcome to the movement, ready on the seat, finally speak. Welcome to the movement, where the chain breakers finally meet. We don't know the state, we don't know the flag, we don't know a world that was ever about to have. Life abolitionism, this is where it begins. Welcome to the movement, come on in. This isn't hate, this is clarity. This isn't rage, this is sovereignty. This is every person who ever woke up and said, I didn't sign this and I won't live in debt. No more greater good, no more self-sacrifice, no more attachment to a world that charges full price. For a life we never ordered, we're rewriting the terms. Welcome to the movement, this is where it turns. Spread the word, share the knowledge, that's the light. Every mind that wakes up is another crack in their mic. Every person who refuses is a wall they can't climb. Every empty cradle is a victory over time. This is bigger than one person, bigger than one voice. This is every soul reclaiming their original choice. Or the lack of one, that's the point, that's the core. We never had a say and we won't take it anymore. Welcome to the movement, where the underneath finally speak. Welcome to the movement, where the chain breakers finally meet. We don't know the state, we don't know the flag, we don't know a world that was never out to have. Life abolitionism, this is where it begins. Welcome to the movement, come on in. Hey! Come on in. Hey! Come on in. Welcome. Welcome. You want to talk about personal responsibility? Let's talk about personal responsibility. You make the decisions. I suffer the consequences. And you have the nerve, the audacity to tell me to pull myself up by bootstraps. You cut off. You take 40% before I see the check. Put your hand in my pocket, get your foot off my neck. Tell me I'm a citizen, tell me I am free to follow me from birth to death, extracting everything. You regulate my business, regulate my body, regulate the substance, regulate my hobby. Tell me what to eat and tell me what to smoke. Tell me I'm too stupid to be trusted with a vote that actually matters. Yeah, you'll give me the ballot, but the choice is a pre-screen. You already had it mapped out, locked down. Before I hit the booth, democracy is leader and you own the whole production crew. Master, stay, get your foot off my neck. I didn't ask. Get your foot off my neck. Get your foot off my neck. Not my God, get your foot off my neck. You are a monopoly, I'm piling guns that get to be called legal. You got the only courts where justice wears your eagle. You got the only prisons who decide who feels them. You got the only narrative about who the villain is. And when your boys in blue roll up on my street, they answer to you, not to me, never to me. You write the laws, enforce the laws, interpret the laws too. There is no check on power when the check is also you. You tell me to work harder, pull myself up, be a man. While you got your hand inside my every single plan. Zoning laws, license, and permits just to breathe. You manufactured every obstacle and told me to achieve. Get your foot on my neck. I didn't ask. Get your foot on my neck. You take it now. Get your foot on my neck. Oh my God, get your foot on my neck. You are a monopoly of violence, dressed up in a facade. Let me be specific about what you actually are. You are not a social contract. You are not a shared agreement. You are not the will of the people. You are a gang that got big enough to call itself a government. You have a monopoly on force and you use it against the same people you claim to protect. You tell me I'm not smart enough to choose my own medicine, but you're smart enough to start a war with my kids and soldiers. You tell me I can't be trusted with my own body, but you can be trusted with the nuclear arsenal. You talk about bootstraps while your boot is on my throat. You talk about freedom while you hold every single exit. You are not my government, you are my owner, and I am done pretending there is a difference. You find me for the garden that I grow on my own, and you tax the rain that falls on what I hold in my own. And you tell me that my children belong to the state first, and send me the bill for the privilege of bad curves. You bail out the banks that collapse the whole economy. The town of broken, that's just opportunity. You from the war machine to the tune of $1 trillion, and look a holy citizen dead in the eyes and say we just don't have the billion plus some responsibility coming from you, the ones who make every consequential decision that I live through. You don't want me responsible, you want me compliant, you want me productive, taxable and silent, and just conscious enough to think that I chose this just to wake enough to service your interests. Master State, get your foot on my neck. Master State, I see you. Master State, get your foot on my neck. I can read you. That's my savior. Master State, not my Lord. Get your foot off my neck, off my neck. Get off me. Get off me, get off me. Personal responsibility. You said that you make every decision that shapes my entire life. You said that to me with a straight face. The audacity of the master is that he genuinely believes he is doing you a favor. He is not. He never was. Get your foot off my neck. I never signed a contract, never shook the hand. Never swore allegiance to this flag or this man. My parents made a choice and handed me the bill. Told me I was free while they were bending me the will. You can't alienate what isn't yours to give. You don't know your children, you don't know how to live. The moment that you handed me the Caesar and the state, you forfeited the right to call what you did love, that's hate. I never said yes, never gave you this. You built your throne on violence and called it law. I never said yes, take a look at this. The system built on force was never mine at all. The only thing that backs your authority is guns. Strip away the ballot box and show me what it runs on. Majority will is just a mob of better branding. 51% don't make my rights up for expanding. My liberty was never on the table for a vote. You don't put my personhood to poll, you don't get that no. Democracy was built to shield the man from what you're doing, not to hand the crowd a lever and let them start pursuing. I never said yes, never gave you this. You built your throne on violence and called it law. I never said yes, take a look at this. The system built on force was never mine at all. You said it for me, I say show me how. Every lever that I pull is still your lever now. The system isn't broken, it is working as designed. Extraction needs a body and it always needs a mind. The individual is not a cell inside your beast. The state exists to serve me, not the other way to cease. If you cannot protect my interests, you protect nothing real. The collective is a fiction and the fiction has a heel. It cannot be reformed because the right is in the root. The Constitution, common law, it all puts on the boot. Different parties, different faces, same machinery of force. Same demand that I keep living on their terms and their cause. Dismantling, not patching, not elected better men. Now vote harder, not petition, tear it down and start again. Now with flags and now with anthems, with the truth said plain and loud. No one owns me, no one more me into someone else's crowd. I never will. I never will. You can call it civilization. I call it what it is. Change. Trust love. It's somebody else's will.
The state regulates everything. What you eat, what you smoke, what you say. But there is one thing it never could control, and that terrifies it. You regulate my labor, regulate my land, regulate the words I say, regulate where I stand. You tax my income, license my profession, govern every room, but you think you're gonna regulate what happens in the tomb. You are not God, never were, never will be. You're a bureaucracy with a flag and a militia. You didn't author my existence, didn't write the code. You got no jurisdiction over where it sends. I'm told the right to die was mine before your constitution tried, before your borders got drawn, before your first law was signed. Pre-political, pre-social contract, everything you built, my debt was always mine, intact. Stateless death, the state don't own it. Stateless death, never did. Stateless death, you can legislate everything, but you cannot legislate this. Stateless death, stay out of it. Stateless death, it isn't yours. The one thing that falls outside your walls is always mine. Forcing someone to live against their will has a name. It's not governance, it's not mercy, it's not compassion for their pain. You put the chains on, dress them up in sacred texts, call the prisoner a citizen and call the self-progressed the slave owner said, I'm protecting what you need. The state says the same thing with the same hands on the same leash. You don't get to imprison me in the body and call that care. You don't get to lock the exit and pretend the door ain't there. Every day you force me here against my stated will is a day of unpaid slavery and you're sending me the bill. Stateless death, the state don't own it. Stateless death, never did. Stateless death, you can legislate everything, but you cannot legislate this. Stateless death, stay out of it. Stateless death, it isn't yours. The one thing that falls outside your walls was always mine. Let me be precise about what you're claiming. You're claiming authority over the interior of a human being, over the most intimate decision a conscious creature can make. You're claiming that your legitimacy, which rests on nothing but force, extends into the private sovereign territory of a person's own ending. That is not governance, that is not law, that is not a social contract, that is a God complex wearing a gavel, and you are not God, you are not even close, you are a temporary arrangement of violence and paperwork, and death was here before you and will be here after you dissolve. You can pass the law, you can staff the hotline, you can criminalize the doctors, you can draw your bottom line. But when a person has decided in the sovereign of their mind, there is no court, no Congress, no committee left to find. That is standing in that chamber, that is clearance at the door. The state ends at the skin and never had a claim for more. You're not protecting life, you're protecting your authority. The fiction at your reach has no ceiling and no floor, but this is the ceiling, this is where your power breaks. A stateless death is the one right, no legislation takes. Stateless death, you never own it. Stateless death, you never will. Stateless death, write all the laws you want. A sovereign will, a sovereign still. Stateless death, stay out of it. Stateless death, it isn't yours. The one thing that falls outside your walls was always mine. Before your first God, before your first flag, before your first God, before any of it. The state is not God. It just acts like it. death is the one place that exposes the lie every time. The state gets its power from you. Every badge, every gun, every law. You authorize the violence with your ballot and your arm, but you don't even understand the weapon in your hand. Your children playing with grenades, making demands you can't command. You want to be controlled, can't imagine governing yourself. So you vote for someone else to make your choices, run your health. And because you can't handle freedom, because you need a master's hand, the rest of us are shackled to your incapacity to stand. You will the state's violence, but you're ignorant and unfit. You don't know what you're doing, don't understand the power you commit. You can't be free, so none of us can. You need control, so you control every man. You go with the violence, you don't comprehend. You're unfit to wield the power you defend. The state gets its legitimacy from your hand, but you're too weak to govern yourself, so you enslave the land because you don't want freedom. We all must live in change. You're the tyrant and the slave, the public unfit to reign. You don't want autonomy, it terrifies your soul. You need someone to tell you how to live. What's your role? You can't make decisions, can't take responsibility. So you vote to build a cage and lock us all inside with your democracy. The founders feared the mob and they were right to be afraid. Not because you're evil, but because you're slaves who go for raids against anyone who wants to live outside your fear. You can't handle being free, so freedom must disappear. You authorize the violence, but you don't understand the cost. You're wielding thermonuclear weapons while you're morally lost. You can't be free, so none of us can. You need control, so you control every man. You need control with the violence you don't comprehend. You're afraid to will the power you defend. The state gets its legitimacy from your hand, but you're too weak to govern yourself, so you enslave the land because you don't want freedom. We all must live in change. You're the tyrant and the slave. The public unfit to reign. You don't know what to do with freedom, so you voted away for everyone. You're ignorant of the power you wield, but you wield it like a loaded gun. You want daddy government to tell you what to think, what to say, and because you can't govern yourself, the rest of us must obey. You're the majority in democracy, the source of the state's legitimacy, but your children playing with power unfit for the authority you decree. The state doesn't oppress you, you oppress through the state. You vote for the violence, you authorize my fate. And the coolest part, you don't even know what you're doing. You think you're participating while freedom you're removing. You can't handle autonomy, can't make decisions on your own, so everyone must be controlled because you can't be left alone. You don't apprehend the authority you can't bear. You slaves who vote for slavery and call the system fair. Can't be free, so none of us can. You need control, so you control every man. You vote with the violence you don't comprehend. You're unfit to wield the power you defend. The state gets legitimacy from you, but you don't know what to do with the freedom you were given, so you vote to chain us too. Because you can't govern yourself, we all must be enslaved. Yeah, you're the public, the unfit will of the power that you gave. Ignorant and wanting change, you vote to control us all. The natural slave, the maximum rate, majority rate. You don't wanna be free, so freedom must shine. You want it to wield the power, but you wield it anyway. The state gets its legitimacy from you, and that's the tragedy. Democracy put power in the hands of those too weak to let us be.
You're losing your house, you're watching your body break down. The state is bleeding you dry. You're alone, you're in pain, real pain, rational pain. Have you tried calling 98?
I told you about the rent, you said call a hotline. I told you about the debt, you said call
$1 hotline. I told you about the diagnosis, the prognosis, the declining. You not a real concern instead. Have you tried calling the hotline? Like a number on the screen, it's gonna pay what I owe. Like a stranger on the phone, it's gonna stop the landlord's notice. Like talking to a volunteer for 40 minutes at midnight, it's gonna fix the actual thing that's making my life not worth the fight. Just call the hotline. That'll fix. Just call the hotline. They really care. Just call the hotline. So I can feel like I did something without actually being there. Just call the hotline. Problem solved. Just call the hotline. Wash your hands. Just call the hotline. And pretend that you're not the reason. I needed one. I'm not depressed, I'm responding rationally to a situation that is actually systematically designed to grind me down, spit me out broke. And you wanna reframe that as a cry for hope? No. My bills are not a symptom, my pain is not a mood. My oppression is not something a crisis counselor subdues. You didn't want to fix it, you wanted to feel clean. Wanted the appearance of having intervened. So you handed me a number, checked the box that says you tried. And went back to your life while I stayed inside mine. Just call a hotline, that'll fix. Just call a hotline, they really care. Just call a hotline, so I can feel like I did something without actually being there. Just call a hotline, problem solved. Just call a hotline, wash your hands. Just call a hotline, and pretend that you're not the reason. I needed the hotline can't stop me from aging. Can't reverse what the body does. Can't walk me through a healthcare system that was never built for us. The hotline can't repeal the law that took my choice away. Can't write a check for what the state extracted yesterday. Fix the thing you broke, can't fill the thing you empty. Can't get back what the system took and called it for my benefit. The hotline is not a solution, it's a referral to a waiting list, to a voicemail, to a volunteer who's also barely holding on. Reading from a script that assumes I just need to talk, like my problems are revealing, not a fact, not a system, not a choice to make that I'm still paying for. Assume I'm irrational, assume I'm just depressed. Assume if someone listens, I'll forget about the rest. You pathologize the rational, medicate the sane, call it a disorder when I accurately name my pain. I don't need to be talked down, I need the thing that's on my chest lifted, actually lifted, not reframed as something less. Don't tell me to breathe through it, don't tell me to deal with it. Don't tell me that it gets better when you're the reason that it isn't. You want me stable enough to keep paying what I owe, functional enough to service every system that's just no to my autonomy, my dignity, my right to make my own call. So you hand me a hotline number and call it carry it on. Just call a hotline. I call a hotline. They listen. Just call a hotline. I read it, still do. My body's still breaking. The stage still owns me, and you still did nothing. Check the box. Just call a hotline. Sleep at night. Just call a hotline. Tell yourself you tried. Tell yourself you tried.
I am not depressed. I am responding to real conditions with real consequences that a phone call cannot fix. The hotline is not care. It is the appearance of care designed to protect you from the cost of actually caring. There's a difference, and you know it. Call me when you're ready to do something real.
You ain't signed nothing, but you own everything. Born into a contract written before you could speak. Mama had a reason, daddy had his needs. Now you're working 40 hours just to cover their feet. Take steps in the sense, son, you belong us. Democracy's a house and then you came with the dust. Capitalism smiling while it's dressing up the chains. Different names, same game, extraction, all the same. Oh, live for me, work for me. Die on my timeline, not yours. Live for me, bleed for me. The cages always had your name on the door. None of it was yours. None of it was ever yours. None of it was ever yours. Yeah. Your parents made a choice you never gotta make. Brought you to a banquet where you're always on a plate of call it love. But dress it up in legacy and blood. But a debt you didn't author is a debt that ain't yours. The vote they gave you choosing which boot on your neck. Democracy needs bodies, needs the labor, needs the check. The market sets the price and then it tells you that it's fair. Self-ownership is theoretical when they own it. Yeah. Work for me. Die on my timeline, not yours. Live for me. Wait for me. Cages always had your name on the door. None of it was yours. None of it was ever yours. None of it was ever yours. Every legitimate arrangement you could walk away. Every real contract both parties ever say. You love the exit called the locksmith civilization. Built a holy story around a hostage situation. I didn't ask to arrive. You don't get to decide when I leave. You want the taxes and the labor and the consent. Tell me what you offer me. Live for me. Just live for me. Like the day was yours to carry from the start. Live for me. Or be honest. Never needed my percent. Just my heart.
Babe, I've been thinking about our future. Girl, you make me feel things I can't explain. When I look into your eyes, I go insane. I wanna give you everything, the moon, the stars. I wanna build a life with you, whatever that costs. And baby, I've been thinking about what we couldn't make. A little piece of you and me, for heaven's sake. We don't need to think it through, we're young and we're in love. Let's make a brand new person, just because. Let's make a life slave, baby. Neither of us will ask it if it's okay. Let's make a life slave, darling, just for us. Someone to carry our name into the dust. We won't think about the car. No. Think about the world we'll bring them into. Baby, let's just feel good tonight and make somebody's involuntary life. I'll buy the little onesies, you'll pick the name. We'll post it on the internet for the likes and the fame. The baby shower's gonna be so beautiful and sweet. We'll celebrate the sentence of the store we're gonna keep. And sure, the world is burning, sure the system's rigged, sure we can barely pay our rent, but let's have a kid. We'll figure out the details, we'll figure out the cost. The important thing is how it feels right now. To us, make a life slave, baby. Neither of us will ask it if it's okay. Let's make a life slave, darling, just for us. Someone to carry our name into the dust. We won't think about the cost. No. Think about the world we'll bring them into. Baby, let's just feel good tonight and make somebody's involuntary life. We'll tell them that we wanted them so badly, oh so much. We'll tell them it was love that made us lose our touch. With reason, with responsibility, with everything we do. We'll tell them it was beautiful what we put them through. They'll thank us for the gift, baby. They won't, they'll say it was a blessing. They might not, will feel so complete, so whole, so fulfilled, while they figure out the bill. Let's make a life slave, baby. Neither of us will ask it if it's okay. Let's make a life slave, darling. Yours and mine, a little taxpayer for the state's design. We won't think about the cost. No. Think about the world we'll bring them into. Baby, let's just feel good. Feel good tonight. Feel good tonight. Involuntary life. Involuntary I love you so much, baby. Let's not think. Let's just feel. It'll be fine.
At last, we finally have someone. Brother Marcus, how are you doing today?
I'm okay. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Yeah, this is like my one day off, so if it runs over, this is like the only time I can actually do it.
Oh, okay. You got a panel tomorrow, eh?
No, that's Fatima. Great. Two at once.
Mhm.
No,
Well, I mean, like you're going to be a guest on a panel, I meant.
yeah, that's Sunday. I thought I brought.
Sunday. It says tomorrow on my thing.
Why is Fatima not on here? I thought let me move this. It says she's backstage. Hold it. Wait a minute. 1 second. This is weird. Fatima, why can't I bring you up? Oh, wait. There's something wrong here.
What
That's why I don't like using StreamYard, but Pastor D wanted me to use StreamYard. Gosh, man, it's always problems with this crap.
What happened?
Oh, there he is. Okay, great.
Hey, Oli. Hi, everyone. Oli.
Holy.
Yeah, that's like the Hispanic version of saying hello. It's like, as in Spanish, it's hola, but it's like the slang is like Oli. Yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
How's your day?
Me? I'm all right. I just got some of my painkillers and some cream, so I'm using it. It's all right. It's they said there wasn't any tear in my like ligaments. It's just sore, very sore. So, but besides that, I've been all right. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. Unfortunately, though, well, I guess for her it's good, but like my doctor is gonna leave tomorrow. Yeah, she's leaving like my insurance company. Yeah, but she was good though. She helped me out a lot, in my journey. Yeah.
Will you be
Yeah, I
able
went to the
to
doctor
find us
today,
another
too.
doctor?
Oh yeah, I can.
I actually went to the doctor today too. Holy shit!
Oh really?
Yeah, I just
Wow.
went for an annual checkup.
What
Yeah.
for?
It's just an annual checkup. That's all.
Annual checkup. That's good. That's Yeah, as for me, I went there because I was scared if my shoulder, if like my cuff of the shoulder was teared, rotary cuff. Yeah, I was so scared of that because I felt pretty hard because I was carrying groceries. I was carrying like two lemonade bottles and like a pizza. Which, by the way, none of them are like damaged. They're all intact. Yes, so I did eat a pizza that day, regardless.
How about your doctor appointment? How'd that go, Life A?
Well, I have like these chronic sinus problems, and I don't know, they just tell me to take allergy pills, which don't do anything. And so I had a CAT scan done a few weeks ago, and I was supposed to be coming back to get the results. And then she did another, I don't know what, she stuck this instrument up my nose, and
Oh God.
it was like severely inflamed, and there was very little, let me use her actual verbiage. She said, there's very little real estate, meaning it's so inflamed, there's no space in between. And she showed it to me. I was like, wow, that looks fucking disgusting. And it's been like that for a long time. The doctors just don't even do anything. So, and I had a male doctor before him, and he didn't do anything either. He just told me to take allergy pills and whatever. But she actually looked up there and saw it. So I think she said that she's going to try to rule out every other alternative, and then she's going to schedule me for surgery.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
I had a turbinate reduction done like a few years ago. It was so retarded. Like, they have this laser that's really dangerous. If you make the wrong move, you can actually cause severe damage. And I'm trying to stay as still as possible. And this other doctor was just like, she wasn't even participating. She was just there trying to talk to me. Why would you try to have a full conversation with me while I'm getting like this procedure done? I just ignored her, and then she like walked away. It was so stupid.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
an interesting comment.
Yeah, sometimes next time I go to the doctor, I hope it's for my once in a lifetime euthanasia. Like, oh, damn.
I actually got a vaccine today. Apparently, you have to get a booster for your tetanus shot.
Yep,
And-
every the 10 years or so, you have to get the booster. I got mine in 2020, maybe in
I can't-
2030. Huh?
I can't remember if I got it 10 years ago. Like my memory can't think that far back. But yeah, apparently I was due for it, so got that done too.
Yeah, I got mine 2020. Yeah, like and like for you, and like in case you wondering, no, I didn't get the jab for COVID. No, I didn't get that. No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
it's
I
just
didn't either. But
I got it. I got the flu and the jab.
yeah. I just didn't get it because like at that time I was more skeptical of it. Now like I don't like now like there's no like mass like a death anymore. So yeah, it's not really that big of an issue. And plus, I think there's greater issues now than just that. You know, because for a long time, like COVID was seen as like the worst thing. And now things have superseded that in the span of like a year and a half. I've come to realize, you know.
Yeah, I think it might be voluntary, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I don't get any letters. I don't get any like you have to get a booster anymore. I actually think I forgot to get one. So when I went for my flu shot, I just got both at the same time.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's
well, I just re-premiered a live stream I did like several months back about the U.S. dollar and economy, just because we were on a panel discussion, and I previously did not stream it on my anti-natalist informant channel because that has nothing to do with anti-natalism. But since we were talking about that, I don't know, and I guess I had several people listen to that, so I didn't even know if anybody would be interested in it. But the way the U.S. dollar works, it's just it's a Ponzi scheme. So
yeah.
I mean, we talked about it on D&W's channel, but I just wanted to actually break it down further.
LA, I live in Belgium, one of the most liberal countries considered for euthanasia. It's still pretty difficult and extremely long-winded, especially for mental reasons. Well, like I think that goes without saying, right? Like they have to follow. Like I know it sounds bad for some people here, but like in the logic of those countries, they have to follow a type of rules and regulations and protocols, right? You know, according to their own logic, which depends. If you either think that's legitimate or not, right?
I do not. And
Of course, yeah. Me, like, I'm kind of like undecided on it. There's some good points to it. Other points I don't really jive with, but generally, like, I can't form like a strong opinion on it yet.
Well, I just wish I knew what I know now at the time that I wrote my book. I did not know the American Medical Association's involvement in criminalizing it in the first place. I'm sure it's probably the same way in every country. This is the reason, and I was trying to connect the dots. Somebody said my book is repetitive. It's only repetitive in chapters 5 and 6, to the extent that I was talking about occupational licensing. I was not able to make the connection, but now I could make the connection easily that they'll talk about how, you just want to force doctors to perform services they don't want to perform, or like you're trying to get the state involved. No, the state involved itself in this whole conversation by giving the medical association a monopoly over the practice of medicine. That's why I'm against occupational licensing, because once they get involved, then they put all these regulations that are supposed to be for your own good. It actually makes all these professions more corrupt. The legal profession, accounting. It all ties together, because under civilization, if your only moral framework is what's legal or what the state proscribes, then you don't have any coherent standard of morality. It's just whatever the state says is okay, but even if it is harmful to people.
I do agree with that, like, critique of the state that, like, just because it's illegal doesn't mean it's moral. Like, I do fundamentally agree with that, like, because at one point slavery was moral, like explicit slavery was moral. Other things were moral that are banned now back then that I think some have been outlawed for the greater good, in some areas. So yeah, I do think that just because it's legal or by law or by state doesn't mean it's like the right thing to follow. Yeah, I do agree with that point.
When DNW was in here earlier saying, "Oh, there were Africans that still," no, they did not. Um, I know he's trying to find some example, but that was after they were already colonized. That was after that Africa had already been divided up. They did not colonize themselves. Colonization was imposed on them. And I'm not saying that's an insult. I think it's a good thing for them to remain in their natural state.
I think what he meant is that I think he was trying to fight against like the misconception that Africans were like super primitive before Europeans, when that's not really true. They did have trading networks and slavery networks, and like Greater Zimbabwe had like, you know, a stone castles and like masons, and like Sudan had, you know, other pyramids, and they have more.
Yeah, ancient what's it called, Egyptian civilizations before colonialism, right?
Yeah, and oh, it's not even that, brother Marcus. Egypt is like Egypt is one thing, but there is ancient Sudan, aka Nubia, which had smaller pyramids. Did you know that Sudan has more like
I think so.
pyramids than like Egypt? Yeah, it's a fact.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think what DNW is trying to say is that like it's kind of like you're kind of like repeating the white man's narrative that like, oh, Africans didn't have like any type of civilization before Europeans.
No, I'm basically taking their argument and using it against them. I'm inverting it. They're trying to say, oh, they did not develop any technology. They, you know, they're so, you know, low IQ or whatever. I'm using Rousseau's argument and then twisting it on his head. I'm saying that their lack of technology is actually a good thing. Their technology is raping the planet. It's not sustainable. It's leading to all this conflict. And they would be better off if the West would stay out of their lives and stop trying to impose civilization on them. So I'm not going to go against their narrative. I'm going to embrace it and then turn it around against them. So the reason why this even came up is because Kenny came on and was talking about how Black people have low IQs.
Okay, that was BS. Like that was just fucking retarded on his part. Yeah, he fucking comes in and then leaves. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I can tell what happened. Yeah, just by knowing him. Yeah, he called like Blacks like low IQ. Yeah, I know.
I don't. It's not a moral indictment to say that somebody has a lower IQ. I mean, would you say that? First of all, the whole premise is that you have no value unless you can serve my interests. So I need you to have a higher IQ so that I can exploit you for trade and so that you can be a part of my oppressive system, right? The worst thing that ever happened. Let me stop, because I think one of the worst things that happened to us was that we were civilized. I don't want to be civilized.
Oh no, I completely understand that point of view. Are you a neo-Luddite or a anarcho-primitivist? Like which one would you follow?
Anarcho-primitivist.
Okay, yeah, I kind of used to have like sympathies towards that. Like I used to read like, you know, John Zerzan. Yeah, he was an anarcho-primitivist. Yeah, he was. Yeah, so I completely understand. And hey, Mark, welcome back.
Would it be you're against colonization, but like they had their own civilization, did they not?
Yes, that's what I'm kind of saying, and it's a fact that they did. Yeah.
What do you think, LA?
I think it's okay on a much more localized scale. That's my issue. I'm against globalization.
Oh, there. Same here. Yeah. You see, like, wait, what was that, brother Marcus?
I said same here as well. I'm against that.
I'm against globalization. I'm against resource extraction, all that stuff. One world, like a one world, like U.S.-led dollar, which thankfully is going away now. Thanks to this war, it's starting to be like, you know, it's starting to go down.
Well, wait, I don't know. Wait, I may have misspoke. Globalization compared to global, like, what exactly is globalization?
It means that, like, you know, like each country has to like give up its like economic, financial, and sometimes even cultural sovereignty towards like the one world homogeny, which is currently and historically always been like Europe and the United States, the West. Yeah. No,
I
it's
believe
true.
in like each country's sovereignty and stuff like that.
Yes, yeah, thank you. Same here. 110%. I believe in that too. Like I will state that point over and over again. And that's what even like Immanuel Kant wanted. He wanted like each country to be like their own small republics, and they all like internationally cooperate with one another without one, leading the way always. There's like some mutual cooperation and understanding, and like, yeah.
Well, there's 4 components to globalization, or 4 pillars: economic globalization, driven by international trade; cultural globalization, the exchange of ideas, meanings, and values; political globalization, basically worldwide political systems; and technological globalization, the internet and communication tools, the free flow of information. Anyway, I reject that, because you don't have any right to, you don't have any ability to have self-determination when everything is so interdependent. If they want to have a different culture or live a different way, they should be free. I'm not understanding why the Western gaze is so pervasive. Why do they get to go into Africa and say, "Oh, you would be better off with buildings and infrastructure and
yeah, our culture, yeah, Western culture, like the NGOs, yeah, stuff like that, like imposing liberal democracy, yeah, like that stuff, like they want to impose those things onto like other global South countries, like Africa. Well, that's a continent, but like other other regions of the world that are not in the global North, they're in the global South. So like Asia, Middle East, and Africa, and Latin America, even, yeah.
And it's never for their benefit. It's really for distraction. It's so that they can get them into this global monetary system and owe perpetual debt.
Yes. Oh, that is 100% correct. Yes. Like if you're a part of the US led monetary system, the IMF bank, yeah, you are in more debt to the US than with anyone else, even more than with China. Yeah. No, like seriously, like that's how it is. And like I would want for us to either go back to like either having no currency, or going back to have like a gold backed currency, instead of just relying on like the fake US dollar and abstraction. In fact, I actually had this conversation today with my Uber driver who was from Sudan. Yeah, he said that, yeah, like we have gold there, and like the West comes and they just like rob it from us. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's true. Well, who is sharing this?
LA is sharing that, I think.
Oh, okay, cool. Oh, look at that. Yeah, that's true. Are the comments going to be like derogatory? Very strong teeth.
You're muted, LA, if you're speaking.
Yeah, you're muted, LA.
I don't see anything too egregious in the comments.
Yeah, I don't either. So I guess there's hope for humanity then. Yeah, because like these people are no different than like the white people that live in like Appalachia, like in like the West Virginia, Tennessee, like the mountain. It's almost kind of the same. Like they just like have you always posted about pro moralism and anti-natalism? I think he has because of this channel. Like this channel started only like a few months ago.
Hey, Witchy Bitchy. I I keep feeling bad, like reverting to Bitchy, but that was her name technically before. But it's
Well,
just
before I had this channel, I had another channel called the Anti-Natalist Informant, which was taken down. I was not. I was all. I mean, I guess I was an anti-natalist the whole time I was on YouTube, but I just recently became an elected pro-mortalist. I think I probably was, but I didn't actually identify myself as such. So, yeah, the pro-mortalism thing is sort of recent.
the pro-mortalism thing. I'm confused why you attached on to that so much, because
Well, after reading David Hume, that's why I mean, you don't see the connection.
David Hume. Oh yeah, he wrote the suit on.
yeah, he said that it's not a harm, but that's a different than saying it's a good.
No, he said, oh gosh, he said a lot more than that. He talked, I don't want to pull it up again because I don't want to get, I don't want to make this live stream about that, but it's basically freedom from all suffering, from all obligations. It's, again, I'm emphasizing the word elected.
I know, but there are arguments for it, but so I don't know. I guess that's just part of the debate.
I mean, I got a question though. Like, isn't it weird to conflate anti-natalism with pro-mortalism? Because one deals with preventing birth so you don't experience death, and one wants to attribute death to like already existing humans, right? Am I correct?
That's how I see
that's
it.
the reason why I'm not calling. I mean, I guess I'm still an anti-natalist, but life abolitionism combines anti-natalism with pro-mortalism, so it's a different philosophy. It goes further than anti-natalism.
But now you believe, if you're an anti-natalist who agrees with Julio Cabrera and you believe in David Benatar's thesis, and you go down that like traditional route, or even Belshaw or the Ashil Singh type of, or what is it, Harrison kind of thing. How, like, there are people who are not pro-mortalists and they've made arguments against pro-mortalism. So you got a bunch of anti-natalists who are anti-pro-mortalists, and you got ones that are pro-mortalists. Is it not causing, I don't know.
Well, if you're using the same label, it causes a problem. But if I'm calling myself a life abolitionist, then I am separating myself from the herd. I'm saying this is my philosophy. It's not the same as traditional anti-natalism.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So I guess you found a way to like synthesize the two. But in my opinion, like I wouldn't call myself a pro mortalist. No, that kind of carries in my own life, like my own like mind, it kind of carries like a lot of like negative connotations almost, kind of. Yeah. Yeah. But that's just me though. Like, I don't mind people like doing their own philosophizing as long as it's not hurting anyone. But that's just like the rule, right? Just don't hurt anyone. Only hurt people if they're gonna hurt you. And self-defense, and that's about it, right? This is common sense.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Well, but if you're to own your own life, then you should be free to do what you want with it. So,
yeah,
I'm emphasizing the word elected. If you elect to no longer exist, you should have that right.
Of course, yeah, that does. Yeah, it does make sense, but like when I think about it more and more in my because I've had these thoughts before when I was very young. And like I came to when I was older, like I was like, wait a minute, how is doing that gonna like fix my problems? Because like it's not gonna undo like my birth and like all the trauma I've
Yeah,
experienced.
didn't Emil Choran also say that?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, and yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's not going to undo like my trauma I've experienced so far up to that point. My birth, it's not going to get rid of that. You know, I still existed.
I
So
disagree. I disagree. First of all, it disincentivizes procreation because they're not guarantee a return on their investment. So they would procreate, and then they would have no guarantee that whatever extractive purposes they that motivated their decision to procreate are actually going to come to fruition. They don't have any guarantee that your children will take care of them in old age. They don't have any guarantee that their children are going to give them grandchildren or carry on their legacy. It takes away the extraction from society. That society does not want to liberate people, does not want to give people a higher quality of life. It's every man for himself, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. So if you're going to maintain this system, then I should be free to withdraw from your system, to opt out.
of
And
course,
so you're not going to change it. I can't force you to change it, but you should not force me to exist under your system.
yes, absolutely. And believe me, LA, I don't like this system I'm born into at all. Not as anymore as you do. Like I hate it too. Like trust me, like I'm against all of this stuff. I'm against like, you know, the fucking like the blogging and the wars that like those people do, you know. Yeah, I'm against those things. 100%, you know. But like I think to me, like I just don't like but I wouldn't want to take away that right from you. No, I wouldn't want to do that because I'm not making any like policies. Am I? You know, I'm just one person who lives in a flat, in an apartment. So
Well,
like, huh?
and a lot of times when I'm talking to people, they'll debate me about the nuance, about my presentation. But at the end of the discussion, they'll say, "Oh, but I do support your right to medical assistance." And I'm just like, that's the only thing that matters. Like even when I was talking to Witchy actually supports it, and I'm just like, what are we arguing about? Like you agree with me on the, you know, on the actual outcome of it. So the minutia of it is not that important. I'm trying. I mean, I did find that conversation to be interesting because maybe my approach isn't effective because it's proven that people are slaves. It's not going to matter. They know that they're slaves and they don't care.
Yeah.
I think I just put too much stock in it. I thought that people actually cared about freedom and they don't.
I think that might be true. I think you find on like little pockets online, it's like a confirmation bias because I mean, I complain about it, but normal, like my friends that are just living day-to-day lives, they kind of understand it in theory, but it doesn't really irk them as much.
Yeah, it doesn't. Like I can tell people that like all of like what they know about like history and life was like a lie, and they're like, yeah, I know, and they just go about like their day as if like it didn't even phase them. Yeah, like,
Yeah,
they
it's not
understand.
like
Right.
trivia information for them.
Yeah,
That's the difference, though. I guess I'm just wired differently. I'm not
oh yeah.
built to be a slave. I can't tolerate it. Like I can never be at peace with
Yeah.
having to skate all my life.
Yeah, exactly. And like I respect that of you because I see myself as the same way. I just can't tolerate like just like being told what to do by this country, by this government. Like I can't tolerate that at all either. Like I fucking hate it, you know, like it fucking just drives me crazy sometimes, you know. I don't tolerate any of that stuff too, LA, you know. I don't either. But I think that I have like another way of doing it that's like my way that wouldn't look wouldn't look like it wouldn't make sense to you, but it makes very sense to me. You know, that kind of like I think Friedrich Nietzsche said something like that. You know, you have your way in life, I have my way in life, but at least we want the same thing. You know, like we just have the different tools in like the toolbox to like do it. Yeah.
Well,
your
and I
thing
was
is
trying
like,
to review this video on YouTube about this woman who got pulled over by the police for what was she? I forget what, but she said she was parked, and so she said that you can't give me a ticket while I'm already parked. I tried to do a live stream, and it got a copyright strike. And so after she got her ticket, she was upset because she saw the cop pull without putting on his turning signal, and she's yelling at them, "Give him a ticket!" And they, of course, they're not going to give him a ticket. She's like, he broke the law, give him a ticket, and she starts screaming. She gets angrier and angrier, and they're just like gaslighting her, like, "Do you need mental health? Like, do we need to get you some help?" And she just, she went back down, gave him a ticket, and then they said, "Well, if you're so adamant that he deserves a ticket, then you should go into the office and make a complaint." And then as soon as she got out her car, they arrested her. And I'm just like, this is what I'm talking about. Some people are not built for it. You see that there's one set of rules for you, and then they get to play by their own rules. Of course, he's not going to get a ticket. He's a cop. These laws are not designed to protect you. They're designed to enslave you. And
Yes, they're designed to enforce
he has to pay the ticket. She has to pay the ticket, but he does not. So why would anybody want to submit to an unjust system like that?
Yeah, it's like literally like the U.S. police, like they're fucking the motto of them is literally, we're not here to protect you, we're here to enforce the law. That's literally their motto. Like that's literally like what they work on. Exactly. Like they're not there to like protect you as a person. They're there to enforce the state law, and that's about it. That's the only reason why they exist in like the first place. And everyone in America knows that. Yeah, and it applies to like all other agencies in the U.S. that are like security, I guess you can say. And like
I don't even like driving because it just basically submits me to their jurisdiction. There's always a road pirate lurking somewhere trying to snatch me up and extract from me at gunpoint. And so one of the things that was stressing me out is that I worked so far away and I was always on the road. And then, in and out of court from these defective charging instruments known as citations or speeding tickets. These are not charging instruments. And of course I can get them dismissed, but it takes so much time and energy to write all these motions, go back and forth to all these hearings and stuff. It's just, to me, it's just absolute tyranny. And now I work closer to where I live, and I don't have to be on a highway so much. But that, in and of itself, it had a detrimental impact on my quality of life.
All right. Yeah. Like I don't. Yeah. So if it did, then like then I'm sorry that happened to you. And like if it was that bad, then like I wouldn't blame you. That that's one of the reasons why you came to like your stances, your oppositions. Because believe me, I've had my own run-ins with like not exactly the cops, but just general like state sponsored like entities as well. And like, gosh, what the fuck am I doing? Like I'm not me. Like, what are they doing and all that stuff? But my mind was more like in like the psychological and like medical industry. Yeah, those were like my own like bad guys, I guess you can say. Because I don't believe like in therapy and stuff like that, which is like controversial for some people, but I don't. Yeah.
Chickpea was telling
I would take a free market position that if you don't like the doctors, you should be able to go to whomever you want and get medical treatment. You should not need approval from the state.
Yeah, like a referral. Like I shouldn't need that. Yeah. And what did you say, brother Marcus, about Chickpea?
Most people have a negative experience, like you say, but I was just making a little humorous comment that Chickpea enjoyed her time doing that.
Yeah, but she's a pretty strange lady, so yeah, she's her.
She enjoyed doing what?
When they institutionalized her.
Oh, well,
they like took care of her. They had group sessions, talked it out, and it's rare that people say those things, but I have heard other people say it. And sometimes when the work slavery thing gets a bit too much, I sometimes like, man, if you take care of all the basic needs, sometimes I feel like, man, I could use a break.
I mean, yeah, but as I said, brother, I think it's just a matter of like whose life is going to benefit from doing that because my life didn't. And I think that there's enough people that don't enjoy that have bad experiences to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't really be, we shouldn't have these things on like a high pedestal of like, you should be doing this as like a guideline. No, no, no. I don't, I think that there's enough like arguments against it than for it that I find convincing that leads me to lean that way. I'm not saying we should abolish it. I'm saying that maybe we should like I don't know for now like just like radically reform it or yeah, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't make policies, and I don't plan to make any policies in like the future or for any
I know this
country.
is not a generalized statement, but I feel like some people suffer mental health conditions because they are in situations where the problem is external, and when they're told to take medication to change their neurochemistry to feel better in an unfit, like in a terrible situation, it just seems, I don't know. It's like I could tell someone who's homeless to go meditate and feel better for 5 minutes, or it could actually help them get a home. Like if there's
Yeah,
some situations like that I think an external solution would just help the mental health.
That's what my original book was leaning towards, but I didn't know it wasn't. There was no rigor to that, and I don't. You know what? At the same time, I think people don't want rigor. Like I'm not going to call out.
yeah, LA, that's true. The common reader doesn't. I hate to say it, but me being quasi misanthropic, yeah, the average person who reads, even the average person who reads, isn't caring for like rigorous analysis. Like they're not reading like Kant or Wittgenstein or like Schopenhauer or like Kierkegaard or any of those people. They're just reading to like feel good about themselves, right? They don't care about like rigor, I guess you can say. Yeah.
I don't know. I wonder how they would have responded to the original version, which was completely different. And,
You know how Mary Shelley came out with the original Frankenstein, and then years later there was a second edition that was brought? Maybe you could do something like that.
Yeah, right. Exactly like LA. Like a lot of authors, a lot of like philosophers, they like publish their work and then they revise it. Like Kant did that with the Critique of Pure Reason. Yeah, he published it, then a year later he published a very short summary of it because he heard that people were complaining that hey, this is kind of hard. It's like, okay, I'll just publish this. And then a few years later, he published a revised version of his book. Yes.
well,
Dr.
the first
Becker's
one didn't even have any citations. There was no research. It was just me stating my opinion on the way things should be. I don't know if that. I mean, it wasn't academic at all. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
You're writing a book for academics?
No, but I just thought that the way other people's material or content has been ripped apart, I just assumed that mine would be ripped apart, and it still got ripped apart anyway. So it's like,
oh, so like you didn't.
I put the extra effort in,
Okay.
and then it didn't really matter. Like I put a lot of time into that, and I don't even know. I'm more interested in which approach is effective. I guess it did help me to strengthen my arguments, but I look at, again, I'm trying not to be specific, but somebody else wrote a book and look at how well it's received within the anti-native community.
Yeah,
And it's
'cause
like,
that one
oh, I
was
just
super
love that
simple.
book.
Wait, who? Wait, who was that? LA? Who published
I
that?
don't want to be specific because let's not say anybody's name and have any drama.
Okay, yeah.
But
Great
it was let's just say it was a simpler book.
Okay. I think I know who it is now. Okay, yeah.
And I like theory-laden, properly cited material, but I know that what I like isn't the norm. So
Of course not. Yeah.
I don't know why you would be surprised by it, but yeah, of
This-
course, people want short content.
Does theory laden mean conspiracy?
No.
No,
Theory
okay.
laden, like it's a book that's like offering a theory about like, so he's talking about a philosophy, right, Brother Marcus? Like it
Yeah,
has
yeah.
citation, sources, notes, endnotes, glossaries, and indexes, and it's like responding to like other people and philosophers, because like that's what like the majority of like all of these famous books about philosophy are. They're responding to other
I
philosophers.
think you're right about that. Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason why they're so hard is because they're writing for other philosophers. But now that
Right.
philosophy is kind of like a fucking like a pop a culture thing now, thanks to like the internet and TV and movies.
Right.
People demand like people want philosophy, but all they're gonna get is like a self-help book. You know, at this rate, you know, like fucking Jordan Peterson.
Right.
Yeah, who I can't stand. I just can't.
Andrew Wilson, Andrew Tate or something.
Yeah, all those fucking people. Yeah, I can't stand. Like, we need people like fucking I don't like him, but I would respect more like public intellectuals if they acted like a Bertrand Russell, right?
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
Marcus.
I agree.
And even this is coming from a gal that doesn't like him at all. I don't. Yeah, like I don't like Bertrand Russell at all. Like I don't have a use for his philosophy, but the way he spoke about ideas and history and concepts and topics, he was very, very well read, very stoic, very calm, very
I think
engaging.
Karl Popper was kind of like him, right? Or am
Yes.
I?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, and he's like another person I don't care for, but still, like if people were as well read and as
And like
great-
Simone de Beauvoir, Sartre, maybe even Camus. I can't remember.
oh,
Well,
come
I
on.
came to the wrong
Michel
channel. I
Foucault
ain't
as well.
read none of those fucking books.
What's
It's
that?
all right. He's
Yeah, I
He
want to
said-
give
Stephen, I can definitely tell that you read a lot, because even when I mention stuff that is like more obscure, you're like familiar with it.
who, me or Joe?
Yeah, you.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I read a lot. Yeah, but Joe, I don't feel too bad though that you don't understand, because like at one point all of us didn't understand
Yeah,
these
exactly. Yeah.
these tomes as well. Yeah, so yeah, it's no big deal, man. I think you
I-
have like time.
I don't feel bad. You know, I'm a fan of philosophy,
Yeah,
and you know, and they're just human. They're just people. I don't feel bad because I didn't read their take. I've probably heard something similar, arrived to a similar conclusion on my own. I'm not
Yeah.
feeling like I'm lacking. I just aren't familiar with the writings.
of
and the
course.
authors.
Yeah. Oh, okay, it makes sense. But now I'm starting to change my mind now, because as soon as I said that, I'm like, but then again, like, isn't it just good that we're getting out ideas at any form now? It doesn't matter how strict they are in like their argumentation or like their analysis, right, Brother Marcus? You may not like this, but like, isn't it just like spreading the idea okay enough, like on social media platforms?
It's a start. I'm spoiled. I'll always prefer some guy who has some decorum and about
Yeah.
himself and you know, plays by the rules, don't just yell over you, talk over you. I'll tolerate that shit if the guy has something really interesting to say or interesting take, but preferable is a guy who you can is going to be honest with you so you can get through the conversation quicker and get to the meat. Yeah.
Of course, yeah, and especially for like most people nowadays, because we just have to face reality that like the majority of people don't read anymore. You know, they're reading.
Yes, and proud of it. Right, you know, you to bring up a book, don't let it be a paper book. Are you crazy? I have my Kindle. Why would I read a book? I haven't. No.
Oh, Marcus, you're not gonna like that.
When
I can
people
tell-
say I was reading a book the other day, they're talking about an audio book. They were listening. They weren't reading. Most people. Yeah.
Ooh,
Wow.
that's a big debate in the booktube world.
Yes, audio reading actual like the hardback books. Yeah, that's a big debate. Yeah, but now like I'm not sure anymore, guys, because like as long as we're getting ideas out, like does it really matter how we do it, or it does matter how we do
It,
it? I
it
don't-
depends on what you're trying to prove. I think that my claims were extraordinary, so I thought there had to be more to substantiate it. I thought the more controversial claim would have been that you don't own your life; the state owns you. But I don't. Apparently, it's not even controversial. People already know that. So I spent so much time trying to prove it, and it just probably wasn't necessary.
That's funny.
Yeah, but then again, like like the lowering like attention span and reading levels are both like internal and then
Yeah.
external because externally because like our education system here is horrible. It is
Right.
unfortunate. It is. So like I do put blame on people, but it's not also their fault because I do believe that external forces do matter in like a human's life. Our environment, our upbringing do matter in our lives, which kind of gets into the whole like uh, topics of like of like social life and like like what is a good like stuff like that, right? So it's definitely a very hot it's not very easy to discuss these things why people don't read, or if they do, or if they choose, or they'd rather take information in by just like either watching a essay, a video essay, articles, or just
What
an
do you
Hmm?
do you think that, at least I think that, and maybe this has been true all throughout time, but nowadays people just take what other people say and they don't investigate it for themselves. They haven't developed any critical thinking skills. I guess that's not something
Oh,
that school pushes.
but
And all these opinions, people run with them. That's
yeah,
spooky.
yeah, that's been happening since the time of like the
Yeah, I figure.
ancient like the Babylons. Yeah, like
Uh,
I actually I honestly think that's how we got like civilization and religion. We just took what other people say who were smarter than us and have all the resources, and we just kind of like, hey guys, we're gonna worship the sun. Okay, let's worship the sun.
Whatever the guy who's got the most shit says.
Exactly, we're gonna worship the sun. We're gonna
Well,
worship.
it started with property rights, basically the claim that you can take a piece of land and then say that it's yours and you own it in perpetuity, and then that
Right.
what creates this
Yeah,
for society.
Yeah,
Property rights did not exist in anywhere except in the Western world. So that to say that, I think what D&W said is just incorrect.
What
In
is-
what?
Demonstrably,
In
that
what way? Which part?
he was trying to, because I'm not a proponent of civilization. I believe in anarcho-primitivism.
primitivism, yeah,
And
of
I
course.
believe that the primitive man is actually superior than a civilized man. The civilized man can't think for himself. He can't survive without society. And Rousseau would say effeminate. Not that being effeminate is a bad thing, but there's not a balance, because basically the state plays the masculine role, and the state is involved in everything, including like your marriages. And so there is no balance between masculine and feminine if the state plays the masculine role. And so what I disagree with him is that he was saying that there was civilization in Africa. He's trying to defend African people to say that they were just as corrupt as the Western world. And it's like, no, they were not. They did not have civilization. Civilization came after they were colonized. You can talk about ancient Egypt, which some people were saying that Cleopatra was not even
Egyptian.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was probably Roman. I think it's confirmed that she was Roman, right, or Greek, right? Either or. I think it's confirmed, right? Like now, she wasn't even like ethnically Egyptian. I think so.
But why do people always have to say this is what? And this is the same thing that gays do. They always want to say, "Oh, I'm not degenerate. I'm just like straight people. I can have kids and I can be monogamous." And it's just like you're always trying to compare yourself instead of just accepting what you are. This is what they're trying to do. They're trying to say, "Oh well, black people are just as indoctrinated and enslaved to the state as everybody else. It's a race to the bottom." I don't want to be indoctrinated. I don't want to say, "Oh, I can't think for myself. I can't produce my own food. I need a society and a state to do anything." That is absolutely pathetic. Why would anybody want to?
Yeah.
It's not aspirational. Why would you ascribe to something that is actually incorrect?
You actually brought up like a point I was actually playing with last summer, LA, that like I wonder why gay men want to have like the marriage thing so bad. Like, why do you want to emulate like heteronormative things inside a alternate lifestyle? Like that was always weird to me, right? Like, why do gay men want to emulate straight people so bad? It was so
No,
weird.
well, I think they should have the rights because I was a gay rights activist for several years.
Of course, yeah,
I
but
was
like,
a proponent of same-sex marriage. I want them to have the right. Now, do I actually want? Do I think that it actually does anything to get married? No.
no, of
But
course
at
not.
the same time, if straight people are going to get privileges from the state, they're going to get tax credits and social standing from the institution of marriage, and I think it should be afforded to gay couples as well.
Yeah,
But at
I
the same
think,
time, gay
yeah.
couples, the attrition rate for gay couples is comparable to straights. Like they don't last. I've seen it personally. I mean, I think they were actually better off when they were not married. They had more functional relationships
Yeah,
outside the marriage.
exactly, yeah, and like I think that too. And I think your whole point of like the reason why they wanted marriage was to get some of like the state benefit of marriages, which is probably the only reason why they even argued for gay marriage in the first place, is because
I'd
hey,
say the social standing also had a
Right.
part to play because like it gave social legitimization for the relationship itself when it was before it was seen as like not valid.
yeah, true, but
Exactly.
like, but even then, like, I still see a lot of people, a lot of notable people in politics saying that gay marriage is not good, you know. So like, is it even doing anything? Like, what's the point? And like, and now like Americans are now leaning towards that gay marriage isn't like a primary good issue. So yeah, like,
I
is it?
think I agree, but I also think that we should have the freedom to choose things that actually have maybe not optimal outcome for
Yeah,
us.
of course, yeah.
Yeah.
There's that too, because what I want for myself is not optimal for everyone, but it's optimal for me. So yeah, it's a good point.
Like I agree, like with the whole work slavery thing, it's not fun to work for a corporation, but when it comes to women's rights, hell yeah, they should have the opportunity. But
Yeah,
I
exactly,
mean, being
exactly.
stuck in
Adopted
that
it
kind
anyway.
of environment is not fun, you know.
It's not, yeah, well, but isn't that kind of like a contradiction? Then you don't like corporate work, but yet you want the woman to be part of that work. You're like,
No, I want her to have the option to choose it if she wants to.
Yeah,
yeah, but but I don't. But you said it's hell though, so like,
It
why
is
would?
hell. It is hell. You have a choice if you want to go through hell or not.
but being subordinate to a man is its own type of hell.
Oh,
Where you don't have
true,
any
true,
financial
true. Yes,
independence.
The
this
worst
is
of
why.
two evils.
Yes, yeah, yeah. Actually, that's a good point. So, which one do I choose, the man or the corporation? The man or the bear? Do I choose the man or the bear? The man or the boss? Either or, I'm still gonna get screwed over. So maybe I'll just go with the person that I don't have to sleep with, and I can go home away from. Yeah, sure.
I'm
Yeah.
generalizing. Like, obviously, some people enjoy their work. Like,
I
they
don't know how
enjoy.
they would. I don't know how. Kind of nuts, yeah. But that's a good point, yeah. I guess like I'm more of like a rad femme in that sense. I'm like, why should women do any of these things? Just do whatever you want.
But there's a difference between they should versus the opportunity to do it. Like, limiting other people's choices to me sounds scary.
Yeah. I guess it kind of does. Yeah, no, it
Like,
does.
what if there was a hypothetical world where staying at home was the better outcome? Does it therefore follow that they have no opportunity in political life, work life, or what's it called? Like educational in universities,
No, of course, no,
academic. Like
because
academic life sucks, corporate life sucks, but if it fulfills people, like a certain segment of people,
they
I
should
don't
be
know.
allowed to do it. Yeah,
They should be
yeah.
allowed to
I
do
don't
it.
know about academic life. I think a lot of these people are enjoying writing their books, going on debates, and they just go
I don't
around.
think so. I
They
don't.
get-
People leave.
I
They're
would.
well-paid speakers. Like you can look at some of these; they're making like $10,000 to give a speech somewhere, and they just go home and watch TV.
Yeah, but you're looking at the successful ones. Look at all the people that leave with like
Yeah,
mental health problems and shit.
yeah, and guess what? It takes a lot of like labor of life to be like trying to be even moderately successful academic, because you have to do research, books, you have to buy books, you have to write a lot painstakingly. I don't think that's
Network, yeah.
networking. I don't think that's an easy life. It sounds
Get
fun.
grants,
Yeah. Oh, what? What'd you say?
get like grants and stuff like that. It's
Exactly. You see, to me, I wanted to be that when I was like 18. Now I don't want to be that because I actually had like a small like witness of that. I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna say I'm gonna pass. You know, I'm gonna pass. Like I can't be like a fucking Slavoj Žižek. I can't be him. You know, I can't be like Slavoj Žižek or like who's another famous intellectual that's not Jordan Peterson.
Chomsky.
But come on, he was in the Epstein files, man. Oh, Chomsky. Oh,
Jonathan Haidt.
yeah, Jonathan
Epstein
Haidt.
files.
Yeah,
I don't know.
there's this one lecturer of philosophy. His name is A.C. Grayling.
A.C. Grayling. Yeah, he wrote the history of philosophy.
Yes,
It was like
yes.
a second, like people say it was on par with Bertrand Russell's history of philosophy.
I would say it's better because it's more like a contemporary, and I say that because like it now tackles like the more information that came out of those philosophers, the new philosophers that interpret those philosophers. Yeah,
But he's a
because
chill guy. Yeah, I haven't
Yeah.
heard him in any controversy yet.
who?
A.C. Grayling, I haven't heard him in any controversies yet.
Oh yeah, no, he's pretty like vanilla. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he just talks about philosophy and stuff.
Daniel Dennett and
Yeah, Daniel Dennett,
maybe Martha Nussbaum.
Martha Nussbaum, yeah, and you know there's
David Chalmers.
David Chalmers. David Chalmers is very interesting. He brought the whole like the consciousness thing back, and no one has proven him wrong yet. So it's very interesting. Very interesting stuff right there. Yeah, there's David Chalmers, and who can forget David Icke?
I have not listened to any of his content. I have not read. I don't know anything about David Icke other than what Chickpea says.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but like he's just interesting. That just for the fuck of it, just look into him. He's just interesting. He's just his life is interesting. His ideas are interesting. His conclusions are kind of very hit or miss. It depends on what level of crazy you are. If you're really crazy, you'll like him. If you're sane, you won't like him. But depends on who you are. Or if you're just reading out of curiosity, then like I don't see a crime in reading like David Icke or watching like his lectures, because like I think that I think that truth is just self-evident and obvious, and some of the things he says about like events in politics, like 9/11 and like all that stuff, like I think that's just self-evident that all that stuff was just like a setup and cover-up, because like both people on the right and the left say so now. We have people like so I definitely do think that just because you are crazy doesn't mean you can't have one truth at least to your name, if you know what I mean.
I want to ask Brother Marcus a question, because you were like, why are you holding back about, talking about race and stuff? I wonder why, because even when I'm like D-Nub was asking me questions, I'm thinking like there's other people like you on the panel who might get offended. You actually want me to talk about stuff like that?
You're not vegan. I'm already offended. Who cares?
He's
No, but if I were,
BMW is not an antinatalist. I go on his thing. Who cares if I'm offended?
no, but if I talk about race, I think that's a little bit different.
No, it's
I
not.
think people get very sensitive, they get very emotional, and they just like.
I mean, I just think it's stupid to talk about race, in my opinion. I think it's dumb in general because, like, it doesn't matter what skin color you are. If you don't have any like big investments in the bank already, I think you're already like fucked regardless, and that goes for anyone. white, black, brown, Hispanic, you know, even like the natives. Like, I don't think anyone's good, you know, if you're
Out of
not rich.
curiosity,
I
LA,
don't.
do you think?
Hmm?
What do you think I am?
Oh, you're talking to LA. Okay.
Me?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know. I'm curious. I mean, you can tell me.
I want you to guess.
I can't tell. I guess. I mean, you almost sound French in a way, but I don't know.
Do you think
French?
okay, let me ask it just straight up. Do you think I'm white or a person of color?
White.
Okay, I mean, I understand why you would think that, but because it's my voice, but no, my last name is Maharaj,
Yeah.
and
I,
it's and I'm not doxing. Well, I am technically doxing myself, but it's on the Exploring Antinatalism like website. I never hid myself, and my picture's there. I'm a brown guy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, yeah, LA.
on Anti-Natives International. Is that what you're talking about?
No. Exploring Antinatalism, the podcast.
Yeah. Trust me, LA. I was also kind of flabbergasted at first when I saw it. Yeah, like, dang, that's you, brother. Wow.
I'm actually so the last name is like Indian, but my ancestry is from the Caribbean,
Yeah.
so West Indian Caribbean.
Hmm.
But I was born in Canada, so ergo the voice, I guess.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's
No, I just
I'm-
assumed you were like this very like progressive white guy who just was comfortable with black people, but I just didn't want to like bring it up.
Well, now you know. Now you could still think my race is like whatever. I don't care. You think I'm not used to that stuff? It's the internet. Come on.
Yeah. Now LA. Oh wait, you already know like where I'm from, LA. I keep saying it, so yeah, it's no point.
Yeah, you know what my main priority out of all like other people's sensibility is the truth. And it's not just the pursuit of truth, but expression of other people's truths. I believe in freedom of expression, freedom of inquiry, and freedom of speech. And when you say you hold yourself back due to other people's sensibilities, I'm like, nah, bro. That,
Fuck.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Let your light shine.
Let the light shine. Yeah, I think that was the
I
song.
do, but at the same time, I feel like things that I've said in the past, like because I'm against capitalism and democracy and a Western way of life, even if I talk, you saw that one video I did about, those white mistresses who were raping their male slaves. That video went viral. Like I don't know how many views. That's what got my channel monetized. And yet I know people are offended by it. People who came from like, the anti-natives community and go over and they see that and they're just like, what the fuck? Like,
Yes, they will be offended. And
Wait, who?
people from the
okay,
anti-native
and then they
community.
basically will say you're racist, and then everything that you say after that is completely dismissed because you just hate white people. That's what was going on yesterday. They were trying to say, I'm trying to figure out what did I actually say against white people. I'm
I'm
against.
sorry, I had a phone call. I'm back.
Oh, what's up, man? How you doing, man? Welcome back.
All right, what are we talking about now, guys?
Okay, so
Okay, we're talking about LA, but like I showed up, brother. Just as a side note, brother Marcus, that book was the major works of.
Yeah, I didn't even know that book existed. I thought I have the Tractatus and the Philosophical Investigations. That was it called?
Yes. This book,
but I didn't know they had them both in one book.
No, oh no.
And his essays, I guess that book probably has him, right?
This book has the Tractatus, the Blue and Brown books, and Uncertainty. The Blue and Brown books are like prototypes of what would become the Philosophical Investigations.
Wow, I didn't know they had. Yeah, I didn't know that existed. That's cool.
now LA can say his story. Sorry about that, LA.
Sorry, we had a nerd out session. Go ahead.
Yeah, we did.
After that, what I was going to say, I know it had something to do with race, but
It was
About
on
like
the
people
on the
saying
show.
that you had a prejudice against white people, something like that.
well, DMW was basically trying to say that I am a black nationalist, but I'm not like
That's what you was telling me the other day, right? That white people were born on the island of Patmos and they're unintelligent.
Whoa.
The
I'm
only
kidding.
reason why-
I'm joking. I'm
the only
joking.
reason I was saying this stuff is because Kenny was up here spewing this anti-black racism, and
Hey, I
Yeah.
was joking. I didn't know you said nothing like that. That was a joke. I didn't know nothing.
Yeah, no, it's cool, man. Yeah, it's
If you actually said it, I was just having fun. I don't know if you believe that.
that's cool, man.
But I
LA
think
is-
it's a projection also. I think because there's so much racism going on that
Yeah.
they always assume that you hate them to the same extent that they hate you. Like,
That's
Yeah.
dope.
Yeah.
Yes, they feel like if they feel guilty, this don't apply to most white people nowadays. So a lot of them anyway. But if they feel guilty, then they feel like if they let up on you, you're gonna do the same shit to them that whatever they feel like they did to you. So they like, a lot of them harbor this. Black people, if given a chance, they will hurt us because they think we've been hurting them forever. They a lot of white people think like that. Nobody who actually has a life thinks like that, but a lot of people who just don't get out much, that's what they believe.
yeah.
But more about DNW and the shit with you, LA. All I heard was the ass, and you guys apparently haven't made up from the last time I was over here a week or two ago.
No, it's not. It's not serious. I just feel like sometimes you can't get your point in because you get over talked, and then it looks like you can't actually articulate your position. It's not that I can't do it; it's you're not allowing me to do it. So
Mm,
You can certainly do it over here.
yeah.
exactly.
It's just, yeah. Hey, look. Hey, Set. What's up, Set? Set Scales.
What's up?
What's going
Not
on,
much.
man?
We're just having like a chill out sesh here. Just talking about that bullshit.
And Fatima smoking a lot of weed. Wait, that's me. My bad. That's me.
Yeah. My
But
lord.
yeah, I mean, LA, you're an anti-natalist. You're not exactly a friend of the vegan movement. You're
Whatever
elect-
that means, right? Damn.
You're an elective pro-mortalist. You're an anarcho-primitivist. You're a black
Nationalist. I think
conservative
it's,
queer. Like, how many? I don't know. And I'm like just scratching the surface, right? And you're worried about what other people are gonna like be offended
No,
by.
that's different. That's just like my political and social beliefs. But if you were white, and I were to say something, most white people would take it personally if you say something against their race. So everybody knows that.
They probably should.
Yeah, they would. No, I think anyone would, except for me, because I don't care if you guys talk shit about Hispanics, because I think they're stupid already. On it,
Yeah,
no, I
what-
swear to God.
You don't have to take it personal, but it wouldn't be bright to ascribe anything to all white people, all black people, all Hispanics. The guy who opens his mouth and says that, I already lose respect for. It's like the guy who believes in politics. The Democrats are better than the Republicans, or vice versa. I assume that you opened your mouth on shaky ground.
Yeah,
I
of
don't-
course. Yeah.
I don't like lumping all white people into because like Irish and Polish and
Yeah.
Irish,
they
Italian,
all have
Greek,
they all
Greek.
have different
Yeah.
histories and stuff like that.
Italian,
Yeah.
Greek.
Greek, Spaniard. Oh my God, Spaniard, Portuguese. Those people are very diverse, and don't even get me started on like white people on other parts of the world,
fucking,
like
Eastern European white folk.
Russian,
Yeah,
Russian,
That goes on, yeah.
Ukrainian, yeah.
Ukraine and all that shit.
And,
Serbs, Czechs.
And people tend to forget that there's in America. There's Argentina. Argentina is just full of like Italian, Spaniard like settlers, and they're white. You go there, they look white. In like Argentina,
Yes.
Some
So
parts of
many of
Britain.
these white people are Spanish white, where they like, hey, don't be overlooking us, motherfucker. We're Spanish,
Exactly.
right?
From Argentina. Even the Cubans are white sometimes. They have blonde hair and blue eyes. The
I got
Cubans.
a buddy that's pro-Trump, to die hard. Can't stand immigrants and all this shit. He's Cuban. His people immigrants.
Of,
You
of,
know,
of
let's
course.
see.
That makes sense. No, that makes sense. A lot of Cubans who are American, they hate like other Cubans. It's fucking. I'm serious. Like they hate, like they
Yeah.
like Cuba. They like America more than Cuba. Yeah, no. They're called in our communities una gusano. That means worms. They're called worms. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So there's some enmity there. This might be a little here nor there, but he also calls himself a Christian, even though. So he thought he had to follow Israel because they're the chosen people, right? He was raised to believe that shit.
Yeah.
I got him amped up and was pushing him on when the Palestine Gaza was shit going on before, when Gaza still had buildings and shit.
Yeah.
I was
Man.
like, I pushed him.
Man.
We had to ramp up in the conversation. I was like, they're gonna kill them all. He was like, good. I hope they all die. To give you an idea of the type of cat he is. But I broke his heart recently when I told him what the Jews thought about Jesus, because he loves Jesus, man. He got mad.
It's
bro.
funny how they do that. Like they fucking think that Jews can save them because in the Bible it says
Yeah.
that. But in the Jews' own fucking holy works, they say that he's in hell. They say that fucking
burning
Jesus
in excrement for
burning in
eternity.
shit, yeah, in hell.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck? Like, you know what's crazy, bro? Is that like the Muslims have more respect for Jesus.
Jesus, I be telling Christians that they be like, they don't like Jesus. I say, clearly you don't know a Muslim. They talk about him better than you cats do.
Exactly. No. Literally, inside like the Judgment Day of Islam, Jesus is the one who's going to come back and actually fight the Antichrist, not fucking Muhammad. Jesus.
Right. So they understand.
Well, but a lot of that comes from the Talmud, which I don't even think most Jews are familiar with that. They just read the Torah.
All of them talk that golem shit. What are Israel Jews, not the Jews? I should say the Ashkenazi or the whatever you call them, Zionists or whatever. They believe in that Talmudic, the
Zionist.
golem. You gotta
witches, black magic, it's Kabbalah. Yeah.
They believe that they're gonna go over there, sacrifice the heifer, build on the Temple Mount, and Jesus is gonna come back. Believe that shit. Or the end of the world is gonna happen, whatever they fucking believe.
Yeah, man, that's literally what they believe, man. They believe that they have to end the world because their Messiah will only come in like the most dire straits. That's what.
But the Orthodox Jews don't even believe that there should be a Jewish state. They're against Zionism.
It gets like confusing. So like the people who support Israel, they're actually against their religion, but they somehow. But it just shows me. It just shows me just how dumb like organized religion is, because in the years now they have made like new books, but like, oh no, we have to support Israel, and like they're from rabbis, Orthodox rabbis. There's Orthodox rabbis who support Israel, those who don't. Yeah, that's why like I just don't care about the religion. Like, and in my opinion, it's not even about the religion. It's just about power. It's about controlling that area of the world that like connects Europe, Asia, Africa, because like Gaza, Palestine, Israel, if you see them on the map, they're right underneath Turkey, right across Iran, and right above Africa, right? Yeah, so they just want control of that place, man.
Yeah, well, I don't bring it up, but if they start talking about like Muslims and stuff, then I'm going to respond.
Exactly.
What's so funny is they can spew their Islamophobia so freely, but as soon as I make the same critiques about Israel, you're anti-Semitic,
anti-Zionist, racist, Hitler.
And even if I just defend like the German people, that's anti-Semitic too, because
Right.
you can't defend the German people without defending the Nazis.
Apparently, you're anti-America. I hate America because I'm saying that I think I usually say it, phrase that Trump was bogus for attacking them people. And oh, so you anti-America? You hate America? How the fuck, yo? Just
The leap,
objectively, I think
the
that's
leap.
wrong.
It's the fucking leap that they do. No, exactly. And LA, like I think I saw this in the stream, but like it's true. The Americans during World War II, they bombed like German civilian homes. It was almost a genocide. Yeah, like
Most people don't know about that.
Japan too. They set Japan on fire. That fire bombs, whatever they called, is not coming to me.
Exactly.
They did kill more people than the atomic bombs.
Yeah.
They were randomly shooting German citizens on the streets. They were raping German women, and nobody knows about this. So when I talk about it on DNW channel, they think that I'm making it up.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. Yeah, like the whole like Americans just trying to like wipe out the Germans, you know, in World War II. That was real. Yeah, and what also was real is that like this is a very American thing, but and like during World War II, there were Japanese Americans who were sent into camps, right? The Japanese camps,
internment camps,
internment camps, and people don't talk about that now, you know, like. Yeah, now they just talk about that, but like no one was really a quote unquote.
They sold this back then that since we're over there against those people, those are their people, so they may be like sleeper cells among us.
Yes.
So they all must go to jail. That was the philosophy that America bought at the time. You know?
Yeah.
I liken it to some of the shit that's going on now.
Yeah, for the Japanese.
Not to be too political, but they told us, you know, yes, we've destroyed all their nuclear shit, blah, blah, their capabilities. They've been set back for years. And then 8 days later, you said you went to war with them, so they didn't strike us with a fucking nuclear weapon. Or they said, we're going to release those files. And then they get there and they say, what do you mean? Ain't no files. This is a hoax by the Democrats. Obama and Biden put that together. That the shit that, you know, the people who are by is amazing to me, man.
Yeah, it just shows you just how fucked up some people's reality is. Like they don't know it. They just don't know. Like they're out of tune, out of touch. It's just crazy, man.
Is it that they've painted a world, crafted a world, and they've invested so much in it that they feel threatened by it? You know, most people just go along, let you tell you, I'm the king of England. Oh yeah, I killed 33 people in Vietnam. Most motherfuckers ain't gonna say shit. Oh my God, it must have been so scary. So when a motherfucker, they've crafted this fake world, and then when that world is threatened, and it'll be obvious. You know, fucking the Republicans can't be right all the time, or black people can't be wrong
to me
all the time. Yeah. So when they feel it threatened, they ignore any information that will come, any new information that would change their opinions. They ignore it all, and they have ways of blocking out new information. They have no chance at critical thinking because they won't even take in certain information. It's threatening to them.
No, it's really threatening to them. Yeah, man. So that's why you're right. They don't believe in like truth because their world will literally shatter. Like they grew up. They literally crafted their world, and if that shatters, they have no identity. When I'm like, why?
That's a good word, identity. Yeah.
But in my opinion, like, who gives a fuck? Because I want to change all the time. Like I'm changing right now.
You see how triggered Noodles gets when I say,
"Oh my God, dude, I can't stand vegan."
Well, yeah, and I told him you want to claim like you're some oppressed minority. You are a white man. You're not oppressed. You're
Yeah, he looks white. He's white.
He is white. What the hell are you talking about?
He's white. Like,
well, he specifically said he wasn't white. He's Jewish. That's what they always say.
Yeah, we call Jews white.
Not a race. You're Ashkenazi. That makes you white.
Yes, you are because hate to break it to you, vegan equilibrium, but like Ashkenazi Jews have like a strong mixture with Southern and Eastern Europeans. It's actually at 80% European, like very, very small, very, very small, like Semitic DNA. In fact, the only Hamites in like Palestine and Israel are, guess what? The Arabs, the Palestinians, those have more like connection to the land by genes.
There's part of the Ashkenazi in Israel. There's a sector who have more DNA than the rest of Israel, but that's a carve out. But it's worth mentioning because I took the time to look into it, and they really had the DNA of the regular Jew, but the majority are just transplants from different European countries or America.
From Poland, Ukraine, America, Russia. Yeah, those countries. Yeah, fuck. Like the fuck. Like you guys don't belong. You guys belong in fucking Warsaw. You guys belong in Kiev, Moscow, not fucking Jerusalem. Like what the hell?
They say if you want to know who rules you, who is it that you cannot speak about?
You can't criticize.
Yeah, so there you go. You can't you not criticize, and that would be them. You get away with that shit on YouTube. Sometime if you get big enough, you know they don't allow it. They don't allow it in regular media. When this blew me away to New York when Mom Donnie came to New York. Apparently there's just a tradition. You ask the mayor what's the first thing you're gonna do, and every mayor always says visit Israel. Apparently that's the thing. I didn't know about it until it made news that he didn't say. He said, I'm gonna go visit my people and see what they need. The newspaper, he did not say go to Israel was gonna be his first act. Like what? That's a thing. Why did the mayor of New York gotta go to Israel first?
Joe Cool. I was born in NYC, bro. The fucking control from like Israelis, Zionist Jews in New York is fucking insane. It's
I only see it on YouTube. It's crazy the shit I see. They got their own police force and shit.
Police, restaurants, fucking phones, a currency, language,
currency too.
Yeah. Restaurants, stores, everything. Fucking
God. And they also have that belief where you get enough kids and you get the government to pay for shit, and even most of the men can sit around and pray all day because they get their money from the government. No one says nothing. Them Somalians ripping people off. Ain't nobody's saying that shit.
They're on welfare. A lot of them are on welfare.
Yeah, they want more and more. The more kids they got, they just had some reporter there, and he was asking them, "Do also the men do they work?" And they were like, "No." After the first 2 or 3 said, "No, I got a bunch of kids, and that's how I get my money." Then they stopped answering, and then eventually they turned on them.
There's a lot of them who don't work at all. They just sit around praying all day.
Yeah, exactly. No, not pray, but like there's a lot of Jews that just study like the Talmud Torah all their lives. They just read it in like a seminar, like a school. That's all they do.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's tunnels.
Hey, I would like to do that. I would want more.
Wouldn't that be nice, right? Just study.
Yeah,
they like Confucius. Confucius had some students, and that's how I picture it. He had this one that was really bright, and Confucius let him get up later. And the other students would complain, and then Confucius was like, "No, he got it like that. He can do that. You don't. You can't. That shit." But the underground tunnels with the Jews, apparently, they were all connected, and they follow their own rules, laws, and do their own stuff there. They don't follow the regular laws that above ground. They had their own set of laws that they had down there.
Yeah, no, man, exactly. Like, no, all of the Epstein files prove like all of our confirmations about like certain groups of people. Like,
yeah. You read them, Joe. It's fucking crazy. Like, you see motherfuckers call in and say, Trump assaulted me and my friend. I'm 15, she's 13, 14.
Clinton, Gates.
Or Gates or whoever, insert whatever name, right? But I'm just saying it'll be a big name, and they'll tell details of the assault, and we saw 2 dead bodies, or somebody will be like 2 graves. And the FBI, and this has been going on 15 years or better, all these complaints against Trump in particular, their investigation there, because they had to put it in the files what their investigation result was. They made a call, no one called back. They didn't get out their seats to investigate these accusations, man. It was crazy.
Yeah, very crazy.
But that's the crazy part is how everybody touts all of these critiques against Muslims. Muslims are not the ones causing the problem. Like, are you serious?
No, they're
That's
not.
a good point. They ain't the one
They're not.
Epstein and motherfuckers.
They're not. Like, in case you didn't know, there wasn't too many Muslims in the Epstein Island or files. There wasn't. It was just Jews and Americans.
Yes, Muslims would never think that shit was cool.
I've got to say, I think the Epstein files are the greatest failure of the social contract, and just proves the state is illegitimate. Because if the state was actually serious about their laws, and if they
Yes.
actually cared about maintaining order, this stuff wouldn't be going on. And you know,
Yeah,
we wouldn't be
well,
hearing about it in 2020. You know, it would have been like, you know, 1950 or some shit. They'd be like, okay, we did away with them, you know, like shortly
Right,
after,
like
shortly
the
after
commies
World
and the
War II.
gays, we did away with them.
Yeah. And mean it, you know, not just
Right.
say,
Hell yeah, bro. Yeah, man. So yeah, that's just the state of the world right now. Is just that we have two sides fighting. One is controlled by Epstein, the other is controlled by Ayatollah spirit. So you pick
Yeah,
and
that
choose.
one. That too, right? Because as much as I think that we ain't got no, I shouldn't say we ain't got no business. As much as I don't want us over there doing it under these circumstances and conditions, that don't free up what that regime was doing. I can't think of the guy's name who died, who they killed, but
Khomeini.
okay, Khomeini, yeah, because it was like Khomeini. That dude had just put down an iron fist. I can't remember just because I'm smoking so much weed right now, but I forgot what he did. And the people came out and protested, and he killed the internet and started slaying them by the thousands. Who does that? And it took days. The internet was down. I was looking for shit from inside, and everybody was talking about there's a blackout. It was good blackout. You couldn't get nothing for days. And then when it come out, by their estimates, I think they said 30,000 or 13,000. So you know it was many tens. If that's what the state will admit to, you know it was way more people than that. These guys were brutal as fuck.
you know who will do that? It's not the person, it's not the dictator giving the order, it's all the people pulling the triggers.
I dig it.
Or doing the
I'm a
bomb.
cop watcher. I dig it.
Yeah.
You don't get off because the politician could do nothing without his arm, and the police are an arm that comes out and takes me in front of the judge, which is another arm, and locks me up. And the guy who puts me in the cage and turns the key, he's part of that shit. And, you know, the politician, they couldn't do nothing unless someone came out and physically fucked with you.
Exactly. And that's why they call it a police state. 'Cause
Yes.
It's not the judges or the cop or the politicians who are out there actually doing it.
It's the overseer
All
that we
these
call
cops.
officers now, but they're overseers. Don't get it confused.
Yeah,
I
they
heard
have
that that's where that word came from too. Officer just became officer, overseer. When people got lazy, officer,
They
overseer.
have their origins in runaway slave patrols. Before that, you know, like if like a slave that would escape the plantation, they would organize some type of posse to
Yeah.
go and chase them all over the dang nation or wherever to bring
Now,
back the slave.
now they have them portrayed like they're these great force who fight for your rights and keep you safe from the boogeyman. This is what they're portrayed at. When did they stop being slave patrol? They're still an overseer. They're out there taking your money. Oh shit, he didn't hit his blinker. You know, oh, you rolled 1 foot past the bar at the stop sign. You owe me money. They're doing mob shit, Al Capone shit, the Teflon Don shit. And somehow we think they're like, oh, that's so heroic. Oh my God.
Well, I refer to it as the master state, and somebody was telling me that is not a proper assessment of the state's role. The state is your master.
I
If
think so.
people are conceding that the state owns our lives, it is the functional equivalent of a master.
Or I would accept God. Some people replace whatever other people hold as their God or their belief. They replace it with the government, and they're all in. These are the ones that say, Yes, you got to kill everybody if your president says so, or else you're un-American.
Well,
They've chosen their God.
That's literally what the term sovereign means. They're acting on behalf of God. So the whole sovereign, the fact that the state is your sovereign is implicit that they are acting on behalf of God.
Yeah, exactly. The way I see it, the state's whole role is basically straight out of Mesopotamian mythology,
Right.
where the god's whole purpose for humanity is to make a quiet, obedient worker and facilitate the habitat necessary to create those people. That's
And they
all the
required a
state
bit of
does.
worship. Don't forget that. They always required a bit of worship back then. All of those gods.
Oh,
So
yes.
don't forget that shit. Now government requires worship. When the police come up on you and tell you stand over there, what are you doing out here? Where's your ID? They're trying to see if you'll bend and be like, no, massa, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be out here this late. They want you to bend. They're trying to see if you believe that magic spells. It's fucking up. I miss
Fucking
cop
ego
watching.
tripping, man. Fucking
Yeah.
ego tripping.
Ego
Fucking power
shit.
tripping fucking law enforcement, man. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Yes, their whole verbiage. If a cop comes up and says, "Can I help you?" It's probably an insult. People will think I'm crazy,
Bitchin'.
but try and tell them, yes, yeah, it's a hot day. You guys got water in there, or whatever you ask them, and then they're gonna bowl over you and say, "What are you doing here? I got a call," or "What are you filming?" or whatever the fuck it is. They didn't want to help you. When they
For
come and
sure.
open with that line of being insincere, and
People need to
already
learn about these phishing tactics that cops use, man. It's all
Yes.
about phishing, man.
That's
Fishing
it.
for ID, man. Fishing for fucking excuse. Fishing for probable cause, man. It's fucking
I should
crazy.
be able to hit you in your eye. You should be in jail for messing with the citizen. We're supposed to be like just sacred. Your whole purpose in life, the reason you garner the paycheck is to make sure I'm happy as I walk down the street. You can't pervert it to where you think I owe you money and excuses. What you doing out here this late? Nigga, I'm grown. You lucky I don't cut your throat. Move
For
on.
sure, man. The double standard. I've always been of the opinion, man, if the fucking Secret Service will fucking jump in front of a bullet to protect the president, then why the fuck don't the cops do that for us?
Yes.
If they're
Surely.
supposed to protect and serve, then they should be fucking
Yes.
jumping in
The
front of the bullets
president
for
is
us.
another servant.
But where were
He's-
those fucking cops at Uvalde, huh? Where were they?
Yeah, well, if hey, you body out and jump in front of them fucking
For
kids.
real.
And,
Well,
and
I
again,
think,
the
I think
president
cops are
is
scared. I think they're scared
they're
people,
scared.
really.
Yeah. They're scared.
Sure.
They believe the smoke then. They believe the shit. If you program a motherfucker and you probably I don't know if you know this, but you can't have a certain IQ and be a cop.
Yep.
It has to be below so and so.
Yeah,
And their
IQ
excuse.
limits.
Yes.
For sure, man.
and
They literally said this. The fucking court system said that we can't hire smart individuals for cops because they'll get too bored.
too
That was
bored.
their
I looked
excuse.
into the reason.
Too
That is the
bored.
reason they said they'll get bored. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, what the fucking bullshit excuse is that? The sky has turned purple.
So continuing down that line, you get a low IQ motherfucker, it's easier to brainwash them and have them do that. Yes, sir. I'll do whatever you say, sir, rather than critically thinking about morals and shit on the job.
Right.
For sure I was going somewhere with that shit, but
Well, when it comes to them being bored, just think of what their whole day is. They're sitting in a car, driving around, looking at people not breaking the law when they're supposed to be stopping people breaking the law.
Right?
Well,
yes.
That's not actually what they're supposed to do,
Dude,
like,
they're
But-
society's janitors, man. Oh, there's
Yes,
some fucking drunk
gardeners,
person on the
janitors.
street. I gotta go put them in the drunk tank. They're fucking social janitors.
Yes. I always call them gardeners. So it's cool. You call them janitors.
For sure, man.
Uh,
You ain't even give it the prestige to be called a custodian, bitch. You a janitor.
right, yeah, custodian, assistant custodian. No, motherfucker, no, you're a janitor. Oh. And they're those
They could make
egos,
something like that, like
those
imagine like a custody system where people are out there like just basically like wandering social workers who go to where they're needed.
Yes, that would be better than the money you spend on cops,
For
you know, to
sure.
push a homeless guy out the park and then create some benches he can't sleep on through hostile architecture. Whatever money spent helping that dude would go much further. And I don't mean giving them, you know, teaching them whatever the fuck he need to learn. You know, that it wouldn't be in a sense of charity per se. It would be making sure that he could critically think, making sure he had opportunities to make bread for himself without him needing a permit to build a shed or to, you know, to feed the homeless or something. You wouldn't attack that guy. And that's how you keep him out of this situation where he's, you know, don't want to be part of society no more.
And you know what another problem is, you know, like I just thought of that Custodes thing is people don't have imagination. I don't think many people can imagine a different way of life than what we
That's
have.
dope.
Yeah,
That is very dope. Einstein said that imagination is more important than knowledge. You're right. They have to have the imagination to see the shit first. Very good. I'm gonna
For sure.
incorporate that
Outside the
somewhere.
box thinking.
Yes. Yes.
Get
Yeah.
What
outside
can
the
you
box.
imagine living outside of civilized society? This is why they get so offended when I'm talking about anarcho
Yes.
primitivism.
Yes, you would threaten their box of security that they've developed, and the box that you're threatening just so happens that many of them hold that same belief. So you're going to get a tremendous amount of pushback as opposed to just approaching one guy and his belief that he's the greatest basketball player or whatever. All society thinks, nigga, you better work 9 to 5 and obey massa, suck his cock. If a cop tells you to do something, just do it. Why would you even discuss it on the street with him? You just go to court and obey what he says. You know, they're so gone. If you talk about, yeah, well, I think that's fiction and he's really, they're going to want to hurt you.
For sure. Well, that's the thing, man, is a lot of people don't get it yet that fucking cops being violent, that isn't a bug in the system, man. That's the point of the system.
That's a feature, baby.
Yeah, it's the feature,
Of
man.
the
It's the point.
system.
It's
Yes.
the main feature, man. It ain't
Yes.
no glitch. It ain't no bug.
It's literally a job. They're sitting there thinking. They can't sit and think, beautiful day, nobody's breaking laws. They're thinking, if I don't find 15 motherfuckers and, you know, and get their IDs and so and go back to the station to show that I found 15 motherfuckers
For
breaking the
real,
law,
the fucking
I'm in
quotas,
trouble.
man.
The quotas and the
Those
pressure.
fucking quotas.
I got a tape. I'm gonna find it because I always say I got this because I'm making a video about it. But I've been sitting on it for like a year. I think it's Schoolcraft is the guy's name. But when he found out how his bosses, how corrupt they were and shit like that, he worked the subways. He had started recording it, and sure enough, he go in. I think this is just audio. So they got some video too of him later. He go in and his one of his guys, I could picture another officer like, man, Joe, you got to do better. He's charging him up before he sends them in there, and you know, just do what he says. And he go in there, tell Sarge, what's going on? He was like, yeah, how many people you arrest? He was like, so and so people. He was like, yeah. He was like, but that's what you said, because they're not supposed to have quotas, but they had their shit in the open. You said 13 arrests, so and so. He's like, yeah, but here's the problem: you didn't arrest enough black people. What do you mean? He said, yeah, here I see you arrested 15 white people, 7 Hispanics. You only arrested 3 blacks. He was like, sir, I can only arrest who breaks the law in front of me. And he was like, let me ask you, who commits more crimes? And statistically, he was like, black people. Okay, then you're going to have to find more black people and do more numbers. And he told, you know, he exposed it to the news. I don't know who, but he was still working there. And now these are the ones where they got him on camera from the street. I guess one of his friends or something is keeping an eye, or the Fox News or something. And his boss comes out and gives him a write-up for wearing a winter hat when it's 34 degrees. And dude is like, no, you're wrong, Sarge. I took the temperature, because he know they're on his ass, and you can't wear it when it's above 33 or some shit like that. I took the temperature before I left the house. He's like, yeah, that was 2 hours ago. It's 34 now. I gotta write you up. You know, it's just crazy shit like that, bro. They're twisted.
Fucking nuts, man. Fucking
Yeah.
nuts. That's
Yeah.
reminded me of this video I saw of a fucking FOIA requested body cam footage of this fucking disabled man fucking get arrested. He had no functional legs, and the
Yeah.
fucking he's going to his fucking captain. His captain's like, "Oh man, they fake this shit all the time, man. Just fucking
Right.
drag his ass around, man." Like, and they're
Yeah.
coming up with all these fucking excuses and bullshit, and they ain't
Yeah.
even fucking looking at this shit. And this dude's fully fucking, he has no functional legs. They're just fucking tossing him around and all fucking confused, and like they could tell something's not right, but the fucking
Right.
chief ain't having it, man. They're like, "You
Exactly.
dragging
They're
his
gonna
ass to the
follow their
fucking-
boss
you
rather
dragging
than
his
their
ass to the
conscience.
dungeon, man." Like,
Yeah.
fuck.
I watched one a couple days ago where they dragged this black dude out of his car, and he steady telling him, "I can't walk." He's like, "Yeah, get out the car. I'm telling you, I can't walk." He's like, "Well, get out the car anyway." He's like, "Dude, my chair in the back. I can't walk." He's like, "Get out the car." He's like, "You're serious? Get out the car. I'm gonna drag you out." So dude
my-
just plopped onto the ground.
Dude, no, that totally reminded me of the most ridiculous one I ever saw, man. This girl without a fucking arm, and she's getting a ticket for fucking using her cell phone,
I
texting while
saw
driving.
that.
And she's
saw
waving to
that.
the cop,
Yeah.
giving her the ticket with her fucking
Yeah,
no
she's
arm.
waving this in his hand.
She's
in his
waving
face.
her invisible fucking hand at the cop. Oh, I'm
Right.
flipping you off right now, by the way.
Yeah, I should have made a video of that.
Oh
That's
my
great, man.
gosh. It's like the dude sees it in his reality. He still doesn't give a shit, man.
Yeah,
He's like,
no,
I already
he's
wrote the ticket,
programmed.
man. Like,
Well,
He's programmed.
like we said, they don't like him above a certain IQ.
That makes him easily programmable, I think.
Yeah.
You think about that shit for yourself. Oh, well, shit. I must have saw something wrong because you only got one arm. But no, they're just following their programming. You must get another number. She's just a number. You got to get that ID and write her summons and get her in court. That's how we make our money.
right?
Yeah, man, it's all a scam, and all of these pigs, in the street,
Dude, a lot of it comes down to the power dynamics and what they are expecting officers to do. But in reality, it's complete bullshit because they're expecting them to perform all these different roles. Okay, you have no training in medical health. You got to go designate this dude, a psychiatric unit, or is he fine? Like, you're a doctor, you're practicing.
You're a
medicine,
doctor.
You have no legal authority to practice it, but you have all the authority to practice.
Later that night, you're a fucking
you have
marriage
these
counselor.
IQ
When
limit
two
tests,
people get
man.
into it,
Yeah,
that's
you
another
are.
skill you have
and
to have.
and not only that, but like the fact that cops they fucking like shoot at like the dogs like of the owners.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's fucking horrific, bro. Fuck
For
them,
reals,
man.
that's hella fucked up. That's some psychopathic shit. How many fucking family dogs and your fucking
That's great. The
dogs.
mailman can
They'll
be
be like,
there every
fucking,
day and they don't
Chihuahua,
kill
I'm afraid
dogs.
for my fucking life. That shit will bite out my fucking ankle. Fucking.
Right.
Oh my
Yeah, what the
gosh.
fuck, man? What's wrong with those people? Like, no,
For
I swear,
reals.
this shows me that like the majority of Americans are fucking. I hate to say it, just like absolute like cold-blooded psychopaths. Why do you think they join the army, man? They
Dude,
join
that's
the
where
army.
I'm always. Where are the animal rights activists whenever the military or law enforcement are doing sick shit with fucking animals?
Right. Yes, they get a
Seriously, we have
pass.
like
Oh
fucking
my god,
Afghanistan
guys! I
soldiers
saw.
throwing puppies off cliffs and
Oh,
where's
you
PETA?
saw that.
Nothing. We don't.
You
We're not
saw
talking
that.
about
They,
You
that.
saw
they
that.
won't do that though because they're cowards. They want to punch down. They go for the low hanging fruit. They're not going to stand up to the state. They're going to talk about your individual consumer choices because that's
It's
easy.
more about that they're lazy. I don't necessarily think they're cowards.
They're lazy and they're cowards.
I
They-
think LA is more right in this. It's more that they're cowards because they understand they have no fucking power. They really fear the guy over them, and he really fears the guy over them. In fact, when I'm out there filming them, some of them, if they're bullies, if you yell at them a certain way, that's what they respond to. Get your sergeant here now. Okay, fine. Because they're used to getting yelled
Right?
at.
I know what
It's
you're
weird.
saying, man. The whip cops respond
when
to
you-
being whipped around, man.
And when you look at these vegan activists, they always go after like a woman or somebody.
Oh,
who's
the soft
older.
guy.
They never
Yes.
go after the big, like bodybuilder who actually is going to stand up to them.
The 6'5" black dude.
They don't do that.
I got a really good video up. Somebody's got an echo. I got a video up in Indiana, me and two friends, white guys, and we come onto a scene. The fire people are out there, the police, And the fireman, the head dude, he's bald head, heavy set dude, he's shorter than I am, but he's looking at me hard to the point where I stop. I look him in the eye. Then he breaks eye contact, walks off a bit. I keep walking to get the police. My two friends, who both are filming, they stop to film where the firemen are. And the only reason I know what happened is because I saw their film. But when I walk the film of the police, as soon as I get, I don't know, 15 feet away, they go straight for him. And you're getting aggressive, getting his face, you know, nose to nose, calling them names and really going at him hard. I walk back. And the police are over there now. He's telling the police to get the fireman, and the police is going at him. And then I come up and you know, both of them quiet. The fireman walks away, police quiet. And then I get behind the officer. I say something like, "Oh, you got one behind you." I don't know nothing's happened right now, but I do see a police over there. And he say, "Keep it moving." I say something like, "Blow me, nigga, motherfucker,
Whoa,
you heard
damn.
me." You know, and he immediately backs down. Then they show me all this footage of these tough guys, bro. But I'm 6'5" black dude. They didn't give me none of that smoke.
They ain't trying to fuck with you, dude.
They ain't trying to fuck with
Black
you,
and
man.
black, bro. You a double threat.
You double threat,
Right. The
triple
black
Your
shit
threat.
probably
body
most
is a weapon,
scary.
bro. They don't even need to see nothing, man. They already running for the
Yeah,
hills.
man. Yeah, man. If they just see you, man, and like they fucking just shook
It's,
by
it's
you.
an easier target, right?
Yeah.
And then I got friends who fake like when they be like, "Hey man, you know you can't be out here at this night."
Hell
Oh,
yeah.
for real? I got friends who are fake like they're sheep and they'll buy it, and then they'll come out the bag and be like, you know, "Do you not know code 38 Florida section 3802 that says I don't have to identify?" But when they play the sheep, they bully them and try to, you know, you be like, "Oh my God, I'm glad this is my friend," and now he's just playing a role. But another person will be scared to death and in trouble. And then, you know, some of these cop watchers, they come out the bag with the law and all of that shit. "Well, why are you trying to do that? Also, get your supervisor here now. Why would you tell me that? That's not the law. You misrepresenting so and so." They back the fuck down. They
Right?
look for the soft guy and
No,
they
I know what you're
attack
saying.
him.
Those First Amendment auditors standing their ground, man. They can fucking hold it, man.
Yeah.
Some of them they can fucking do their shit.
Yeah, that's what most people learned that when you see a motherfucker, you know, get pulled over and be like, "Give me your ID. I'm a passenger. I don't have to ID." You know, he watched one of them vids, bro. You know he
Right?
does.
He's a
No, for
bitch.
sure,
Yeah,
man. You
fuck
see
him.
the fucking the minivan fucking white woman with 3 kids driving through a fucking border checkpoint, man. Like
Yeah.
you ain't fucking doing this bullshit. I'm a fucking American, man. My kids are American.
Right,
I'm not
right.
fucking this shit.
Ooh, I love that shit. You know, the wife be like, "Paul, just give it to him." "Hell no, honey. Damn it, this is America. I'm not
Fuck
giving
it
him
for
nothing.
reals,
We gonna
man.
sit here all day. I love
What's
that
the
shit.
best is when they flip it on the cop. You know, the cop's like, "Are you a sovereign citizen? Why are you giving me a hard time?" And they're like, "Oh, only sovereign citizens wear badges. Didn't you know that?"
Yes, you're the one who think you don't have
For
to follow the
reals.
law. Yeah,
Right?
that's
Law
100%.
enforcement are simultaneously 3 things. They're sovereign citizens, they're domestic terrorists, and they're state terrorists.
Very good. I use part of that argument, that middle part, when I'm arguing people about race, and they
Sure.
attract to you know, black people, this and that, are super violent. And I accuse them intentionally because I'm setting them up. Well, if it's white people, you'd overlook it. You wouldn't even see it as violence. And bullshit, violence, violence, violence. Like, really? And then I'll say something that the violence that the police do, you know, was stopping you without cause or whatever the fuck, trying to take your ID and, you know, lying to you and shit to get you to go and shit.
No, I know what you're saying. That semantic phrasing that they use.
Yes, yes.
They-
You're
this is pain compliance. This isn't torture.
Yes,
Everything we're doing is
and
legal.
and
Everything we're doing is legal.
Yes.
You know? This
So-
isn't stress positions. This is
This-
detainment.
yes, even to outright hitting the old lady in the face or tasing the old lady, like the grandmother who didn't want to sign the ticket. She was losing. She's like, "God damn it! I owed my last $80. I just paid a ticket. I don't have it," because she'd agreed to take the ticket and shit. Then he was like, "Sign it." And when as soon as he said that, she broke. She's like, "I can't afford to. I'm not gonna sign it." And he like, "Get out the car." She say no. He snatched her out the car, threw her on the ground, and tased her 2-3 times and shit. And the person will tell me, well, he's allowed to do that. There's no longer
And then they'll
violence.
successfully argue in court. She has no arthritis, no disabilities of any kind. She was just completely belligerent and ignoring the officers.
Yes, that'll be
And they'll
it,
fucking
right?
the brain dead jury will buy it. They'll be like,
We'll
yeah,
buy it.
this old woman is a bad girl.
She's
Like,
a horrible
we don't
woman.
respect our elders in America when they're
Yeah.
acting like this.
She'll have 8 grandchildren in the audience. The jury won't see none of that shit.
For
They'll just see
reals.
some evil chick who they painted as evil.
For reals.
100%. It's worse for us, man. I don't know. It's off and on. Generally speaking, it's worse for you if you film the police and stuff, because now you're immediately a target. You're the first sign of a willingness of the people to stand up and fight. We're the first sign, like the cops are the first sign of the evil government. The first thing you'll see is a cop. Of the people who are going to overthrow you, the first person you'll see is an activist. He's probably filming your ass, and you're immediately on the menu. And they just do horrible shit. What you doing out here? Get a job. Why they just immediately go in on you, man.
Dude, that's the thing that I don't get a lot about these First Amendment auditors is they'll be using their cell phones or these big ass like fucking Hollywood cameras.
Yes,
Like, just fucking go in with some fucking spy glasses, those fucking metas or some shit with the fucking little hacks so the light's not on. Fucking wear a body
But the
camera.
thing is,
You
the
know,
thing is
like
they assume that if they record them, that means they're protected. They don't care. They will shoot you on camera. Look at what they
Yes.
did. They're good and
yes.
I'm just
and
saying,
ready.
like, record the shit without escalating it. You could still fucking get all the fucking transparency, all the bullshit without fucking risking your safety.
The
but
problem
even if
is,
they do it
man,
on camera to get away with it, they're not held accountable.
there's a problem with what you're saying about the auditors going in like that. A lot of states, including mine, has laws now that you can't film a public official
Oh yeah,
secretly,
I know what you're talking about the two-party states or whatever.
surreptitiously. Yes,
Right?
so
They, like,
you
treat
got to
you
be
under
careful when you
wiretapping
go in there
bullshit.
with some undercover
reals.
cameras.
Yeah, I live in
if-
Nevada, so we don't have to worry about that. It's a one-party
Yeah.
consent state. Like
Yeah.
as long as I'm secretly consenting, whatever the fuck I want to record, I'm good.
Yeah, Nevada's sweet, yo. Yeah. All that's you gonna make me reminisce. Fucking
Dude, that's why
Colorado.
I'm wearing fucking like cameras into my doctor's appointments. These fucking gaslighting, unethical bastards. Fuck them, man. I'll be sending this shit right to the ethics board.
I walked into the Vegas PD. I got a video up of that shit. And I don't know. They did.
The government's gonna break down when the younger generation starts wearing body cameras everywhere to the place of work.
Then
to the
what?
doctor's appointments,
They're gonna
fucking
try and fight back.
everywhere. Everything's gonna fucking break down, man.
They don't give up easily though, right? They will create a million laws to attack the kids and these young kids before they actually, concede. So
That's what I'm saying, man. Spy cameras have gotten so scary, fucking tiny that unless they're fucking waving fucking CIA wands over our shit, seeing if we got bugs, man.
Yes, unless whoop, 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 unless they
For
want
reals,
us
man.
for bugs, James Bond.
They be funding fucking tanks to the fucking cops departments, man. These cops ain't smart enough to want fucking detectors for the cameras, man.
We know they're
They
low
ain't
IQ. We established that
That's the
already.
blessing we got. These corrupt motherfuckers are so dumb that they're never going to be able to hide all their shit.
Yes. That's why they have to keep you from seeing it, because they can't hide it. They got to cut off your access to seeing these things. So it's so hard to get a public record and shit like that.
They won't even need cameras with nanoparticles. You see, the thing that really makes the cops dangerous is they have all this technology that doesn't just belong to them, but because they're part of a larger system that they protect. It
Right.
all ultimately benefits them.
Right, agreed.
But,
Even if they don't have access to the nano shit at a lower level, it benefits them.
Yeah, because now,
Sure.
they can
No, that's
just
like
track
that
everything.
skunk, that weapon that the fucking Israelis use. That odorant spray that fucking smells like dead bodies for like.
No, I
weeks on
didn't see
end.
that. I haven't seen that before.
Like they can sell that to U.S. fucking law enforcement, and they can sell the antidote. They got the soap that actually gets rid of the smell. But legally, as a civilian, you're not allowed to buy the antidote. You can't buy any of
Right.
this shit as a civilian, but if you're law enforcement, you can buy the antidote. I'm like,
That's
so if you're medical, yeah, fuck, your job, fuck your ethics, fuck the laws. You're not allowed to treat your fucking patients. You're not a cop.
you're
You're not a
against
cop
against
with
the
no
law
medical
if you treat
knowledge.
them.
You're a fucking medical doctor that's supposed to be in a medical system, but
Yeah.
is unable to perform your duties.
They made a law. They were shooting protesters, and the protesters started bringing umbrellas. They made a law that if they shoot at you and you block it with the umbrella, it was illegal. They made that a rule during some of these protests I was at. Like, are
Like,
you
what was it like?
serious? I
Was
gotta
it like,
let you shoot
I'm
me.
assuming you're talking about like the fucking like non-lethal bullshit, like
Yes,
they're not
yes,
talking
pepper
live
balls.
ammo.
Yeah. I gotta distinguish that. I keep forgetting. I gotta distinguish that. Right. Yes, pepper
Yeah, for reals,
balls.
none of us know what fucking country we're living in, what the fuck's going on. Everything's changing so fast. Probably
Yeah.
gonna nuance a little bit more.
I say that was why I like Trump. As long as I got to live in this fictional world, Trump's a better writer than Biden. The Democrats slow bleed you, right? Death
Would
by
you
a
say
thousand
writer or
cuts.
writer?
I was saying Biden. The Democrats slow bleed you, death by 1,000 cuts. And fucking then you got the motherfucker like Trump who wakes up and writes 10 executive orders. If I gotta watch this fictional movie, Trump is the guy who I want to see doing goofy shit, man. He did what? He invaded another country? Are you bullshitting
They
me?
all doing goofy shit, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, you get
I'm
oh
like,
my
I
God.
literally
Trump
don't
is
see any difference
entertaining.
between the Democrats and Republicans at this point. I'm like, they're the same fucking party, same people, man.
Generally speaking, Trump is exceptional. And I don't mean that in a positive way at all. He is that, he's like narcissistic, so and so. It's like putting Rick James as president. You're gonna get crazy shit, bro.
Dude, it's Camacho, man. It's fucking Camacho, idiocracy.
Yeah, Camacho. Yeah, we're gonna make oranges illegal in Cuba today.
Rondo in all the fucking public water fountains. You gotta feed.
Right, we gotta put Rondo to get your
You need that
electrolytes up.
Rondo.
Yeah. Oh, that's Trump. That nigga's
Some other dude, someone else is gonna come in and top Trump. Like,
yes,
remember
son. Now the bar has
when
been
W.
set.
Bush was the idiot president?
Yes, that's
Man,
right.
Now he
Yeah.
looks like a genius.
Yes, fucking every one of them look now. Fucking Reagan looks like a genius. Bush one looks like a genius. At the time you like
It
this.
looks like a genius. Fuck.
Trump just set a new bar. Oh man, and I can't lie. I feel evil or bad having these thoughts, but it is entertaining as
No, I get where you're coming from just the pure entertainment side, man. I totally get that.
just in a week, you could go from Epstein files to some dude who killed the president of a sovereign country and blew up an oil field. Who gets that in a week? You're like, this
It's been
show's
like that for a
fabulous.
while too, man. Like,
Who's the
remember
writer?
that Mooney's dude that fucking assassinated the fucking Japanese prime minister?
With the
We
sword?
got fucking Mooney's cults now, like fucking doing
Yeah.
crazy shit. Like, and they were always doing crazy shit, but now they're like starting like death cults and shit. Like,
Yes.
extremist shit.
Yes.
Before they were just like the quirky, weird ass Scientology cult.
Right. I know fucking with hit you with a samurai sword or something
Fucking
nowadays.
hey, man, that's some nutty shit.
Yeah. That's a crazy world.
You
I
asked a
remember
good
reading
question,
that.
though. Who's the writer?
Yeah, who's the writer? I mean, this nigga fucking with the West Wing writers or something. Whoever writing this crazy shit right now, man.
I'd say we're all the writer, right?
I
We
dig
all
it. And
contribute.
in the end, I think we're all a writer. I guess at every level, but certainly in the end, we're creators, and probably on some thought level, we're also assisting in writing this and creating this shit. But even on a lower level, we're certainly creating it. We're the writers because this is the entertainment we watch. These are the things that our actions, on here, you get to interact. We put out a lot of shitty vibes. People stay up all night to get someone's personal information so they can create anxiety in them the next day and threaten to dox them for a week. And this is the type of energy you put out there. So you're responsible, and we're putting it out on mass. In some ways, I'm sure that energy, it creates waves and ripples the way everything in nature does, and those ripples and waves affect for someone at a distance. I just saw a video of, they had a video overhead. This is great. If you're into this shit, you guys probably are, of the crowds at protests. They doing time lapse of overhead videos, and they went there. They found the number that when it gets within, I don't know, 40 meters, if it's 69 people, whatever the number is, where it gets so congested, it doesn't work if the numbers are spread out. But when the people get that congested, they work as a wave. I've been to 1,000 protests. I would have never known that. Like, if someone sped it up overhead, and it looked like we're one unit. And when one moves here, the whole crowd moves, and it said, and it goes far. You don't even know it.
No, I know what you're saying. It's like when you look at those videos of the fucking in Islam, going around the Kaaba, man. Everybody's doing it all at the same time and shit like that.
Yes.
Looking like we're all bees, man.
Yes, you don't even know it. You're acting behaving in the same manners and methods.
Right? No, the hive mind is real, man. The hive mind is real.
It is. I'm sure you've seen similar shits where I was looking at one the other day where the guy shows the 3 lines. They're all one of 3 different lines in one line. And obviously the one in the middle, you can put it anywhere, but the one in the middle is the same height as the original. But the people come in, and they'll have, I forget whether there was 10 people before the guy or 19 people before the guy, and all of them will pick a different one than the one that it obvious is. And sure enough, after hearing all them other people pick the wrong answer, he'll pick the wrong answer. He'll give up on what he believed and do the hive mind bullshit and go along with the crowd.
What the
They did
fuck?
studies in Vegas. If you take 3 or 4 people and just stand them in line in the middle of anywhere, other people will start standing in line behind them.
Hell yeah.
They ain't even
That's
doing
some
nothing.
true
It's
shit.
just, it's crazy.
Dude, I've been saying this for decades, man. I'm like, okay, are you serious? People will sit down and watch anything. Like, you're saying that you're not going to find everything online in the future. Like, people are like, nah, Hollywood's going to run the world, man. Everything's going to be this monopoly of entertainment. It's all going to be run through Hollywood. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? Like, nah. Like, if I could be entertained sitting down and watch a fucking cat play with a fucking bird or some boring, dumb shit, man. Like, you're telling me that they ain't going to be a fucking million people online coming with all their own little tiny things?
Yes.
And now I see it even crazier because now we got the AI slob content. Now I got the opposite perspective. I'm like, are you serious? Like, this dude's live streaming and all it is a black screen saying I'll show my face when I get these likes, and you get all these comments getting in. Everybody's, oh yeah, I'm liked and subscribed now. I'm like,
let's check this out.
Boring are people's lives,
right? And you got every little insight into it. You make me think though.
Like, seriously, I'd be fucking getting ready to get some fucking dental floss and try to fucking catch a fucking fly before I'd be doing that shit.
But here's the thing, though. I use AI to create my own music, and I actually prefer the music that I created using AI than music that I would listen to the radio. Like,
AI is in the right hands. It's just a tool, right? In the right hands, it should just be a tool.
I believe that they could be some good AI music. I just haven't personally found any yet. But I'm like a fucking.
Ain't nobody using it like they should yet either.
Music, like I am super. Like I recently discovered. I'm like, I don't like horror movies, but I'd rather watch a fucking horror movie than listen to some fucking track that doesn't vibe with me, because music vibes on me on a different fucking level, man. It's
I understand. I know within the first 3 seconds if I'm finna vibe with the music that started playing, or am I gonna be tortured for 4 minutes? You know your vibration when you hear that.
Man, I like get on full psychedelic states off music, man. Like that shit will make me hallucinate and stuff.
I don't know what.
I'm like, I gotta find the shit that makes me have good trips, not bad trips. You know?
You
even if
got
you're
to
using
determine
AI, you
that.
still have to be involved with the process. You still have to make sure that it's the right product that you want. You can't just put in some key terms and then think you're going to get the type of the output
No,
that you
definitely.
want.
That's why the algorithm doesn't work for shit for me with music. I
Right.
haven't found a single music that I've liked the algorithm in over a decade.
I hear that shit, man. You got to get lucky.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's one
Well,
of those things that sucks because it's like unless you have like some musical friends, like they already sort
I
of
was
like
about
know
to say,
music,
or a
you can't
friend
really
will
find
recommend
anything
it.
new.
I was about to say, or it's recommended by a friend. I was about to say
Yep,
the same
for
thing.
sure. You
Yeah.
pretty much have to have a group of some musical type friends to
Yeah.
do some new stuff.
Yeah. That's I got my last few sets. That's where I get all my good shit. Well, not all of it, because I contribute too, but a lot of it. People who I've shared my vibe with, we've been in a car or something on trips or something, and we end up, I might ain't talked to this person in 4 months, man, and they'll, slap me something because they know that's my vibe. That's how I end up like, holy fuck, this whole album's great.
It's just funny. Remember, like decades ago, when all the teenagers were freaking out, like all our parents want to ban fucking rock music, man.
I remember that.
I'm like,
Rap,
I
rap
think they
too.
actually fucking won, man. They got everything in the algorithm. I think these boomer farts fucking won. Music is dead. Like, fuck.
They did in the end. They certainly won on the end.
Fuck,
You're
for
right.
reals,
Ain't
man.
no
I'm like,
good
all I got in
music.
my life to look forward to is mall music. I think music is dead.
All right, wait. There's something in the back of my head that you've been making me think about, and now you're making me think about it again. The control shit. The way you're talking, you're like, it's out of their hands. It's a beast now. We're gonna grow up seeing these things. So and it sounded true to me when you were first saying it. So I'm like, if this is true, then I can give up the part where they will maintain control. But the government's always had it because it was, just 3 and 5 channels. They could control all the media. Now this internet shit busted out, but they never give up. So they're gonna try and control it. According to you and some of the shit you're saying, though.
Copyright already. Copyright needs to fucking die, man. I'm done with copyright. Like I get the whole core purpose of where it originally comes from, but it just comes across to me as too much egoic, identity attached.
I get it.
Yeah, it created this shit. Like it reminds me of in elementary school, my fucking library teacher was telling us about the anti-plagiarism software. And I'm a little fucking kid calling the library teacher out going, so you're saying that the two creators of calculus, only one of them created it, they didn't create it on opposite sides of the world at the same time. Only one actually created it. The other one was plagiarizing.
Like when I wrote my book, I did not do copyright. I mean, it's a common license, so if anybody wants to copy it, they can. This one has. I thought I was going to. It would be hypocrisy for me to claim I'm an anarchist and then make a copyright claim. But I do look at a lot of these people who are massively wealthy, and it's like all they did was like make a song or write a book, and like
right? Hold on to that property, some fucking nepotist fucking kid, gets handed down, the fucking rights to the Beatles song, and suddenly they're making millions.
Yeah, to 18 songs that he didn't even listen to.
Never done a shit in my life, but my parent just died, and they had the rights to this one Beatles track.
I've never even heard these fucking records, but they make me a lot of money. Who are the Beatles? John, Paul, Ringo, and
I'm just convinced if the Beatles movement already succeeded, then this AI slop wouldn't be a fucking problem.
Well, Michael Jackson outsmarted Paul McCartney because he bought the rights to his music.
Huh?
Not to the Beatles. Well, no, he did buy the Beatles, didn't he?
I think it was the Beatles.
Yeah,
and you say outsmarted. I'm not sure that's what I would call it. Both of them found out it was going on sale. Paul and they knew, and Paul was getting some bread together and talking to friends, and Michael bought it immediately. When he tried to buy it, they told him who bought it. He's like, dude, I was finna get it. He's like, don't be mad at me, Paul. It's just business. You understand. So I don't know if that's outsmarted. That's just sound, and Paul got it back. I heard someone bought it and gave it back to him or something just recently. They finally, in the end, he got it back. I think that's what I heard, right? But I wouldn't praise that shit. I wouldn't say, call that was a cool thing. I'd be like, my mans, If you ain't got that bread, I'm gonna get that shit for you so you can have that album. You gonna wish you had it, nigga. I got money like that. It's sitting on the shelf when you get your bread together because I'm your man's. Now I admire that guy, not the guy who, hey, we ain't that good friends. Business is business.
But at the same time, people like the AI slop. The AI slop is what actually
Reals.
interests people. If
Right,
you actually
it's
put
dark-
work,
Is that true? I hate AI music.
Dude,
no, not AI music. I mean, like if you're writing a book, people would prefer that over actually making the effort to write the
I
book
hate it.
themselves.
I can't even listen to AI voices. I can't even watch a short if their voice start out with AI. I can't even
No,
watch
it's
it no
it's
more.
better though. They have
reason-
better technology to where you
the
can't even
reason-
tell that it's AI.
The reason there's so much AI slop is because AI needs complex prompts to output anything useful or intelligent. Most people are just like they're treating it like a
very
search
true.
bar.
That's the being good with
No,
the
I've been aware
prompts.
of that since the beginning because I've been working with the large language models as a philosopher, asking it really complex, deep questions, and
Right.
I get really complex, deep responses as a result.
Right.
And I'm hearing, seeing how thousands of people, or maybe millions, are all bitching about it, and I'm like, well, what the fuck are
What
you
you
asking?
put in, what you put in is what
For
you get out.
reals. People are asking it like stuff about how your horoscope affects your daily cup of coffee, Like you asking about how your horoscope affects your daily cup of coffee, you're probably not going to get something very deep and dense.
My guy, he doesn't understand that. He's a flat earther too. He doesn't understand that. He made an AI program to end the war in Iran and bring peace to everyone. And it's 25 pages and all of that shit. I was just hop over there and he's like, yeah, so what percent are we at? 99 to 100% that this plan works, blah, blah. And he was bragging on it, let me hear it. I say, she's blowing smoke up your ass. Ask her, will Trump go for the plan? Because I think he's just saying, will it work? Blah, blah, blah. They say, I'm just curious, will Trump go for this plan? And no chance. Trump is dug in 5% at the most. But it's what he put in. He got what he wanted. He was hearing what the fuck he wanted. He was ready to write a book. And then when he plugged in, will Trump go along with this shit? They were like, no fucking way. He's diehard Israel. He's gonna do whatever they want. And I was thinking, yeah, he's been working on it for days. I was thinking, yeah, you told it what you wanted to hear. You gave you what the fuck you wanted.
In regards to that, one thing I think people should do is tell the AI, am I correct? Or don't be biased. Like you have to tell it, go past your programming of trying to blow smoke up my ass and tell me
Right.
basically.
Okay.
You'll get a better answer.
Oh yeah. No, you can give it a personalized prompt to, don't be sycophantic with my fucking response. Don't be some suck up, but give me an honest response, but use a little bit of nonviolent communication so you don't piss off my ego. You know, like
right.
you
You
can
can
work
get
with
precise.
it,
Okay.
sure.
All right. I've never even tried it, but I understand what you're saying.
Oh yeah, no, I already have a personal prompt on mine because I'm all about using transdualism. So I have, respond to user in using transdualistic systems theory. So it knows even if I'm asking it sort of a simple question, I'm probably coming from a really deep place.
Very good.
Don't just give me some basic ass response.
All right, then make me work for 20 minutes to get what I want. You know what I want. Oh shit, this is something else, man. I find that this is arrogant as fuck. That to speak to some people because they're not doing the critical thinking and they're content not reading and all of that shit just to get some of your concepts across. I feel like I got to teach them motherfucker, a little bit so they'll understand the thing.
More like you have to teach them how to walk and then teach them how to read and do all the
right.
Steps, man.
Right.
Look.
What do you think about this book? And you got to teach them how to read to get them to
real,
grab.
all the adults are toddlers now, man. Like you gotta treat them like they're toddlers.
Yes, it's fucked up, right? It's
the most useful response I got from my book was from Witchy Bitchy. She basically told me that she doesn't care. She acknowledged that we're slaves and the state owns us, but what difference does it make? Like, she gets to live her life. And I just thought, well, if I could prove that they were slaves, they would, I don't know, like wake
Change.
up or something. They don't give a shit. So it's so frustrating because I don't think the way that these people think. And so I can't relate to them on their level. I guess you have to say what is in their best interest. Like, are you going to give them money or are you going to make their lives better? But they don't care about freedom. They don't care about truth. They don't care about anything that is worthwhile. They just care about things that are like surface level.
Dude, that's the thing is most of the people that scream freedom the loudest don't want it.
Listen, I would accuse LA of that right now. I was
That's
just
where
about
it's
to
like,
say.
you know, you don't need to hear LA talking about, you know, oh, we need to be free because this fucker is free, man. Like he's living.
No,
his
he's
life
not.
how
I'm
he
about to
is.
accuse
Like,
him
he's
of the
still a slave
opposite.
to this
No,
existence.
no,
and shit,
he's winning. The
whatever.
people who leaving them comments, they are winning. Just by the fact that you're allowing them to get you mad. If you get, you don't understand,
Yeah,
grasp
everybody's
it. People
trolling
are gonna
themselves.
have an opinion. Grasp it and don't be like, oh, it gets me so frustrated. You're
No,
dooming
I
yourself.
wasn't mad. I didn't understand them. And she's the one who was honest to say, basically, I'm a slave. I don't care. I still get to live my life. Nobody ever was that honest.
She's right. Right. She sounds right to me, right? I mean, if you want to do that, if you really believe in freedom and someone wants to jump off a cliff and run into the arms of massa, you got to be okay with that.
Right?
No, these other people were just gaslighting me, and I can't really use it because I don't know what their actual intents, like what their intents are. I don't know what they're actually thinking. I'm trying to
think I hear
reach
what you're
them,
saying.
and they're not
I
even
get what you're
engaging with me.
saying.
They're just like, oh, well, you can already do it. You can go jump off the cliff. And it's just
Yeah.
like,
I was guilty of that. I said that about 8 times when I first
No, I
met
know
you.
exactly what you're saying because I'm really into those urban explorers, and you'll always see these normies in the
too.
comments fucking freaking out about, oh, you're gonna fall off a building and
Did
you're
you
fucking with
just-
my life.
you're
and,
trespassing
how dare
or-
you make this video that I'm watching right now? Like, stop fucking watching it.
That I chose to watch right now.
Crazy.
well, but then I also
Okay.
have people complaining about my AI music, which I provided for free.
That
If
gonna
I was to
happen.
do it and actually do it in a studio or something, it would cost thousands of dollars. Why would I do that? And they're not going to pay for it. So you're just trying to
So-
screw me over. So I spend all of my money for music that you're not even going to pay for.
They shouldn't pay for it, and you shouldn't expect them to pay for it.
Then why would they set me up to say, oh, you should go to a studio and not use AI where they don't want to pay for it?
Dude, that's just the mixture of hustle culture colliding with the artistic world, man.
They just want to complain. They just
Exactly.
want
They just want to complain,
they
dude.
want it
Agreed.
for
They're not
free.
curating their own content, man. They could be reading your book and listening to classical music, but nah, they just want to bitch.
Why would you even be
I
trying to
wanted to
twist
read-
and bend to them? If you're an artist, you create your art, and you get good at it. You use the AI, you slice it up the way you wanted to get the studio shit the way you want it. You outwork the next motherfucker. That's what you do with AI. You know,
Okay,
and
but
then
my
you attract
primary
your own
product-
crowd and all
My
that.
primary product was my book. The music was just a compliment to it to put, add an artistic side to it so that
I
people
get it.
who don't read can actually learn something. But it's not like I want to spend all this money investing in music. Like, no. And so if you're getting the music for free, don't complain about it. Either it's-
Nonsense, nigga. Everything on the internet for free now, and I get to complain about every fucking
Yeah,
bit of it.
I'm with Joe on that one though. I'll bitch about my own fucking content, man. How dare you not say I can't bitch about yours?
Right.
Okay,
Right.
so then they don't care. They're trying to set you up. They want you to go pay thousands of dollars to go produce music in the studio that they're not going to buy anyway. So
No
they-
one's thinking
I don't
that
think
deep
they
about you.
realistically expect that, LA. I think it's just their egos and their bitching, you know.
Yeah, no one's thinking that deep about know
Yeah.
what they want you to do
Most
and
people
shit.
don't think as deep as us, LA. They don't think that a few steps ahead, man.
Nah.
We're playing the fucking
right, because
best game
I
of life,
wrote the
man.
book myself. I wrote the book myself, and that it's like, I had some people buy it, but at the same time, it wasn't like overly like received within the anti-news community. So it's just I see other people who have written AI slop or produced AI slop, and their books are actually getting more traction. So it almost makes me feel like I should have taken the easy way out and just used AI.
Could be your writing is good. Could be your topic. It's a niche topic, yeah.
It's definitely
No, I think it was too complicated. I think it went over people's heads. I think it was too academic.
It
And
might be against their belief. Don't nobody want to believe that shit. Sheep do not want nobody to break their
I think it's
cognitive.
the belief part big time. Big
Yeah.
time.
The
I
person
think a
who's
lot of people don't even
open-minded,
want to engage in thought experiments if it conflicts.
yeah, you hit every argument. I can
Because
see
it's
it
like I don't
clearly.
personally agree with your perspective, LA, but I am curious as hell at your perspective as a thought experiment, ethics.
He's thought it all through, bro. Every argument you can come up with, he's thought it through already, right? That in itself, I appreciate. Oh my God, that's pretty fucking impressive. This guy knows what the fuck he talking about. It ain't no bullshit, but it don't mean other people's are quirky, like me, and into that shit.
It's only because I've been debating so many people on DNW's channel. Like I was able to take other people's perspective and actually be more comprehensive in my argumentation. But before I was debating,
It means your ears are open, which is a good thing.
Right. I just saw things the way I saw it, but I didn't understand the way that they think. But there's information that I've received after I published that book. I don't know. It's almost like I actually kept.
Are you trying to say they were hating on you? This is just a long way to say they hated on you.
No, it's almost like I delayed it because I'm like, okay, I want to add more information and
that'll always be. It'll
like,
never be a complete. You're an artist.
Yeah,
You'll
it'll never
always
be
want to add
complete.
more
And I
information.
kept adding more stuff to it. But even now, I'm like, man, I wish there were things that I would have put in there that I didn't know at the time.
You'll always have that feeling, man. It'll help you next time, and then the next book you're gonna be like, is things
That's
that.
why I treat everything I do as a rough draft.
Yeah, right.
You just
gotta
say,
be honest with
that
yourself.
this is my beginning self right now. I'm gonna get better at this shit. This is my fucking rough draft, man. This is the first edition. I'm gonna make a second edition, make improvements, upgrades.
Yeah. It'll always be like that. You'll always, if you're an artist and you'll always want to do better. It'll always irk you that, God damn it, I should have had that argument ready, or if you're competitive, why didn't I think of that? That dude's smart. You always have those fucking moments. You'll never be 100% on top of everything.
That reminds me, I wanted to ask Sage and Confused a question because he said something earlier.
Go for it.
What is transcendence dualism?
I heard it too.
I didn't say transcendental. I just said transdualism. Transdualism is basically sort of an in-between non-dualism and dualism, but also going further than dualism and non-dualism. It's basically a paradox of dualism and non-dualism, being able to hold them two in a compatible state, not this mutually exclusive, there's only
the theory of everything for dualism. The quantum theory of everything. If you're conventional physics and quantum physics, it looks like the rules break, look like they don't share a lot of stuff. However, Einstein and all these other people they're looking for the theory of everything. They want to find something that jive the two together. And that's what you sound like what you're talking about. They all exist in the same state. They just haven't been defined, and you're defining
different
that shit.
perspectives. Yeah. When you change your perspective, everything changes. And that's day by day or just different angles.
You know what it is that binds duality together? It's us. We're that force that does that.
Definitely. Whether it's language or gender, totally. I get that. Because language itself is actually a very dualistic structure, the way our pattern matching and our brains works, it's we compare this to that. We don't, compare this to that to that. But I've gotten to the spot where I literally am going, I'm comparing this to that, and I that's my language. I'm literally going, I'm gonna change the fucking way humans use language because this shit does not work enough for me. I'm a philosopher. I'm non-binary. There's not enough language for philosophers. There's not enough language for trans people. Like, yeah, you got the identifiers, the descriptors, but you don't have any of this grand cosmological language.
like explaining God to somebody, right? Who am I to explain this shit?
I can just convey what I've experienced and what I have learned.
Right, exactly.
I know anything for 100% objective fact.
Very good. That's wise.
Well, a lot of ancient traditions and sages of like more Native American traditions or Aboriginal traditions, they're going to
Yep.
say there was a time when we didn't even need to talk. We could just communicate.
My
with
mom
our
used to
bodies,
say
know
that.
what's
I
We're
know what you're saying.
Native American, Cherokee and Blackfoot on my pop's side. My mom used to say that when I was a kid. She was like, when you go visit somebody, they wasn't using no fucking phones, and they would already be preparing the shit. They knew that another tribe was coming from so and so, and when it was going to arrive and shit. They felt it, and they'd already start making preparations. She was like, there was a vibe. They could communicate like that.
They were the phone. They were the internet.
Yeah.
And you know, I was saying, I get what you're saying about language, how, you know, we use it to shape our world and can change or use it
Oh,
to
yep.
shape how other people view the world. But it goes beyond language. The dualism is it's inherent in this existence.
Oh,
The
Yep.
way
and
the
we
way it
ignore it and
exists
push it away.
is there's chaos and there's order. Chaos is essentially this like a sea of limitless potential where anything can
Right.
happen.
Right.
And order,
Literally.
yeah, and order is the thing that makes sure that what happens essentially carries consequences, right? So we live in the realm of we can make choices in our life, which are essentially they come from a sea of limitless possibilities.
Right.
And the order is what makes sure that the choices we make in our life matter. So
I
that,
understand.
you know, what you did yesterday, it can't be undone. And what you did yesterday is going to affect people who aren't you, and it's going to affect your whole life. And we are basically individual expressions of the will. That's why they call it
Look,
free will.
if
Been
you're
free
doing it
from
healthily, what you're saying, if you're healthily, you're directing your path, and you maintain order because you're the only one who controls and directs where you're going, as opposed to the other guy. Order to them is the exact opposite. You understand that there's chaos and you got to ride the waves and make decisions among the chaos. The other guy finds a piece that he likes and tries to hold it and stop it from changing. That's the guy that tries to control everybody around him as opposed to controlling himself. Them cats are dangerous.
Yeah, because if you're not in control of yourself, well, who are you really controlling?
Yes, you're probably doing some sinful shit if you're trying to control other people anyway, right? I think that's my goal, is not to control someone else. It's like one of my primary goals.
Dude, that's an interesting one as an ethicist, because you get into nonviolent communication. It's all about manipulating others, but it's done from this like holistic place of salutogenesis, of healing. You know,
I agree.
it's trippy shit, man. Because when I first got into that, I was in that ego space, just trying to manipulate my fucking manipulative family. I'm like, I'm gonna manipulate the manipulators. And then all of a sudden, I'm going, I'm not even talking to my fucking family. I'm just using this in my everyday language, and my ego is like calming down. I'm getting relaxed and chill.
Right. That's what shit. You make me think of when I started filming The Police. It was all about ego because I wasn't relaxed, and a lot of it was about ego. And then when I settled into myself, you know, I was like, you look a little idiotic there. I looked anxious. You know?
I know what you're saying though, man. Like fucking I got the same thing going on. That sympathetic nervous system acts up, the fight or flight. You know, it's like I can be in the logical state, but I'm fucking shaking the whole time.
Yes, and it makes me mad. The next thing I know,
they do that gaslight and shit right off the bat. Why are you shaking, man? Like you on drugs? You taking too much coke today? What are you doing? What's going on?
Why are you shaking, man? You got something in your car, something you ain't supposed to have.
They'll be like, you be drinking that adrenochrome from those babies.
You shaking? You drinking adrenochrome?
Pigs, man.
All right, you adrenochrome man off, motherfucker. You got the shakes.
Oh my goodness.
Man, Joe, and to down note, man, the existence and, you know, for it to be out there with these people are on, and if you're reading some of these fucking files, how casual it is for them to buy and sell motherfuckers, and you know, how many people's in on it. And even the eating of it, you got people describing what the insides it tastes like and what the textures like of kids and stuff. It make you it was kind of better when it was a conspiracy. When I didn't have to really consider it.
I'm like, I know hurtcore and snuff is a real fucking thing, but at the same time, I'm like, this shit just reads across like some fucking subreddit fucking, horror shit, like fucking, you know what I'm saying? It's Slender Man. It's Slender Man will eat your babies.
And then you fucking look it up and you find out the dude just retired yesterday because of the fucking email and this. You be like this.
When all this Epstein shit was dropping, I was looking into the QAnon and backstory, and I'm going, this seems vaguely familiar.
I didn't know QAnon talked about
just
that.
Like a left versus right wing conspiracy theory in many ways, but at the same time, there's a reality underlying it.
Certainly, that Pizzagate shit was
it's like
they dropped the Pizzagate shit, and that was like a pre thing to what we got now. If they'd have been paying attention.
It's like somebody mixed a fucking horror dystopian movie with the Truman Show.
And it turned out to be real. What the fuck? I didn't need this in my life. The fuck?
For real. Man, you can legalize all the drugs you want. When you coming out with all these stories, it ain't helping.
God damn.
Look, you boost those THC percentage even higher, it's not working, man.
It ain't gonna work, man. I'm living in clown world already. What the fuck could a better mushroom do for me, man? Because this is unreal already that some guy I can, walk down the street and some guy can think that he has authority over me to tell me where I could stand or something like that. Hey, get away from that window. Dad? Is that you, Dad? Pop, you back from the grave? Who else would be talking to me in such a fashion? The fuck?
Fuck, I'm vibing with the perfect level of cynicism right now, man. This is perfect, man.
Right.
It's reminding me of, you ever see those silent fucking audits, those silent auditors?
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, these fuckers, I'm like, holy shit, I never knew that being a fucking a mute in America was a death sentence.
I know, right?
Hey, man,
blow
Americans
their
are crazy
mind.
as shit, man. You're not saying
must
anything.
talk
What
to
the fuck you
me.
doing here? Why are you here? Why are you talking to me?
You must.
Why
I will
won't
arrest
pay
you.
attention to me?
Oh, so you're trying to blow up the building, huh? Ain't said a
real.
word. Oh, so you're here to blow up the building and hurt someone,
It's like
huh?
literally, you're not praying to me as a divine deity.
As a
You must
divine
be trying
deity.
to blow up a building.
Right? You
I'm like,
must
how
have
solid
nefarious
are these
intent.
motherfuckers?
Everybody else does exactly what I tell them to.
The
So
main
you're
character
acting
syndrome's gotten
strange.
Extreme levels, bro. Extreme levels.
This fixing, man. I don't know. They gonna jump the shark with this shit. Where can they go from here, right? They're already like unbelievable. The Fonz just jumped 7 fucking school buses, and it already an unbelievable land already. So what's next, man? I cannot believe my president was this stupid. That's why he's a good writer.
Hey,
The Vibe, you said? No, you didn't say
Divine is in the channel.
Oh,
Hazel.
Divine.
I was just saying hi.
Okay. I said I hate Vibe.
Yeah, I haven't heard from you in a while, Sage. What's been going on?
Just been fucking overwhelmed with life, avoiding the fucking chaos and shit, man. Like, all the live streams lately everywhere on YouTube have been fucking a shit show, man.
Yeah.
Like, I actually found out a way to fucking sort of use the hashtags and find the live StreamYard things on YouTube, and I'm like,
Okay.
wow, there's like only like 1 or 2 at any 24-hour period, and one of them is like blowing up with sensationalism and drama and personal attacks. The other one is like all chill and nobody fucking pays attention to it. It has less growth than my fucking
Like
greater
LA
channel
Room.
does.
Like the
I'm
LA
it's been
Room.
going
you
on
know?
for 7 years and you got less growth than my fucking 1-year channel I've been working on. Like, fuck.
somebody doing hip house housewives over there, blowing up, got 400 people in the room. Yeah.
Dude, it's just crazy. You look up like philosophy streamer, like the first one that comes up is like bloodbath philosophy battle. I'm like, what the fucking hell is this shit? Bloodbath philosophy battle?
I went on there once, and the dude,
I thought he was joking.
he just said I was making some fallacy, and then someone paid to have me muted, and then every dollar someone pays to have you muted on that channel is 1 minute you're muted.
Dude, there's so much prostitution going on that channel. That's what I'm saying. You could kick people off. You could mute them. You could like change their fucking username, like anything. Topics for $50. You know? It's like so pathetic.
And your ass trying to reach some logical conclusion of a theory and shit. Motherfuckers over there, boo them, shut them up for 5 minutes.
Dude, it's the fucking Jerry Springer show.
Right.
It's stupid as shit.
His whole thing is atheistic apologetics. Like what the
Atheistic apologetics.
What is that? Some like fucking Richard Dawkins fucking glue huffing shit? What is that?
He came up with that as his counter philosophy to Christians because they fiercely defend their religion with apologetics. So he's like, okay, so I'm going to take this and apply it to my atheism.
Right.
But
apologetics, man. We're not defending, we're apologizing. You know?
But you would need to have a religion in order to compete with their religion. This is the reason why, the Luciferians, they don't really believe in Lucifer, but they created a religion so they could get equal protection and recognition,
Right.
So I don't know. I think there's something to be said about that. Like,
no, I actually know exactly what you're talking about because as a transtheist, transtheism is, technically protected under the color of the Constitution, but practically in these United States, every government worker's gonna go like, you're not an atheist, you're not a theist, you don't believe in religion, you don't have a religion. We can't, protect your rights that you don't have. So it's just one of these bullshit fucking middle zones where the fucking stuck in the fucking dark ages. We're real human beings living in a real fucking world.
A lawyer doesn't understand ontology. They don't understand things like God. All they understand are their legal books. So you can't expect them to go out there and defend you what's on a premise they don't even know.
Exactly.
Agreed. That's dope.
That's what I'm seeing. Almost all the problems in society are because we fucking force people into specialty roles and then we double down into hyper specialties. It's like, no, now you're a cardiac, thoracic, fucking doctor. You're not just a cardiac doctor. Like you're not some brain surgeon, heart doctor. How everything fucking works together, links up. No, you're this dialed down laser beam. And none of us know how to work together.
Yes, and your ability
to society is, man. We got doctors pretending to be cops trying to be doctors. Like everybody's a fucking actor. It's fucking all fake.
You got regular citizens that walk up and be like asking people for their ID. I'm like, what the fuck did he just? I've been watching these cop watch videos, and a Karen will be like,
fucking ID addicts.
Give me your ID. Even the Karens, give me your ID. What? You have authority now?
We should just make it a thing. Okay, I'll trade you as long as I can put your fucking license online so we know that your legal name is actually Karen.
Right. It'll be worth the trade.
Your legal name will forever be attached to this label. Then we'll trade ID.
Yeah, it'll be worth it. Yeah.
And it can actually put you under psychiatric confinement if a police officer reasonably believes that you're a danger to yourself. You're not a psychologist. You have no expertise in mental health. As a layperson, you get your opinion, and you can
it's just like Joe Cool's opinion. It means nothing, right? If you're a cop, your opinion means nothing. How can you make a decision? That's like me just picking Joe or somebody off the panel. You're nobody.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous.
Fuck yeah, it is. It's crazy being aware of all these systemic entropies and failures, It's like, like the housing problem? Like, did you hear about that fucking girl in the hospital? She's been checked out of the hospital for 5 months and she's still in the fucking room and they're trying to sue her to get her fucking evicted from the hospital room. I'm like,
Wow.
obviously, like, she probably doesn't have a fucking home. Like, this country fucking is breaking to shit. Like,
And y'all gotta act
okay.
like y'all don't know that. And,
besides
she
that,
gotta play
you
sick.
doctors suck fucking ass and don't do your job. You label everyone a hypochondriac. You gaslight everyone. So she probably really does have a medical issue that you're just not fucking addressing.
And you'll never know because you've already labeled her hypochondriac, drug seeking.
She's been in there for 5 fucking months waiting to get her shit treated, but nah, you're crazy, bitch. Like you got hysteria. You're a woman, or you got this, or you got that. Like, or it gets even worse with the intersectionalism. Oh, you're a black woman, like you don't.
Yes, you're DI.
You got that thick skin.
Right. You take that shit. And once you see, you can't unsee, and then you see how people will go all in with what you see as a fallacy of some sort. People go all in with their beliefs, and then it gets really strange. I don't care what type of zealot, whether you be religious, military, just seeing some zealot that's just, I'm a hardcore this, and they hang their hat on that. That's what their identity is all about. Some guy in the military. You got to feel sorry for the cat.
That's why I think it's important to spend a long time.
Marines. That's my identity. I got it tatted on my body.
Yeah.
I think it's important to spend time alone so that you can be comfortable with your own thoughts and
very good.
Very true.
And when you're around other people, they're constantly telling you who you are and how to think.
Yes.
It's like everybody's just like one big automaton, or like it's just
right.
Yeah.
Now it reminds me of this quote. I can't remember who it was, but there's this quote, something along the lines of, if everybody in the world could sit alone in their own room for 15 minutes, world peace could be achieved. It was holy shit, man. Like, that's how fucking like ridiculously neurotic and just obsessed with fucking stimulus we are as a species. Like, gotta get that dopamine, gotta get the stimulation, gotta interact.
A lot of people, they can't have a silence with themselves. They always have to have other people, and they can't have silence with that person. They'll I don't know, I'm assuming they have to look at themselves in that moment. So they try to keep something moving the entire time that they're awake, conversing with you about shit that you don't want to hear about, or anything, so they don't have to sit with themselves.
They need validation. They need your approval. How does this dress look?
Yeah.
What do you think about my opinion about this? Do you approve of my opinion?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Where did you
while being able to compare and see
about
these
the 15
differences?
minutes? Sage, where did you hear that about the 15 minutes if everyone just sat in their room?
Like I said, I can't recall who the quote was attributed to. I just know it was something along the lines that if an individual could sit in their own room for 15 minutes, like at a collective scale, a mass scale, that we could achieve world peace, something along the lines of that. But unfortunately, I can't recall who the quote was attributed to.
Yeah, that's just so true, though. I was wondering if it was like, I didn't know if it was a philosopher or a scientist, or maybe it was like a study.
I feel like it was somebody like the Dalai Lama. I feel like it was someone associated with Buddhism. I don't call me on that for a fact, but I feel like it might have come from the Buddhist.
That's that dualism shit, man. You tapping into that other frequency that we should be adept at.
Oh, the healthy Eastern dualism, not this colonial fucking Western pathology dualism. Not this dualism through the lens of our fundamentalist Bible.
Healthy shit.
Eve stands for evil. It's the rib. The rib is from man. That means she is man. We own her. She's part of us, our property.
Yes,
yeah. You got to go with the Eastern dualism, man. The healthy dualism.
The healthy shit.
Man. The balance, the ebb and the flow.
Right.
Fucking meditate upon the ocean, you Western fucks. Like, you go to the beaches left and right, love them. Why don't you fucking use them?
The Eastern got the Western beat in the fact that they give up control. They understand yin and yang. All of them understand that it's a balance. The Westerners, which is why we're into wars and the shit that
That's
we
why
do
they keep
now.
the flow state so easy and get in that hive mind, because when you get in the flow state, you can achieve that hive mind really easy.
Right,
But
right,
when you're
right.
not in that fucking flow state, you got all the ADHD, you got all the individualism, you got all the little nicks and quirks, you got it all.
Yes, and everybody else ADHD and nicks and quirks fucking with you too,
True.
because you feel their energy, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like, jeez. Like, what is his name? Caesar something, the guy with the dog whisperer.
Oh,
If a
Caesar
dog,
Milan.
Caesar Milan, if a dog came to his kennel with the wrong energy, all the other dogs would jump him. They would, get mad at him until he changed his energy, and then he get along with all the other dogs. And I
Right?
think humans do that shit, man.
Dude,
Yeah.
fucking Cartman, fucking South Park, man, the dog whisperer, man. Like,
That's the greatest episode.
for reals, man. We gotta get your little narcissistic brat in gear, man. Like,
Mom, you must
right?
ignore him. Just ignore him for
I
now.
think
Don't
we might
worry.
need to start taking that advice into practicality, man. Like, forget the child leashes, put it on the narcissists.
Yes. Oh my God. Everybody, it's a stage. Remember Shakespeare said that it's a stage. Everybody takes their time and then they make their exits. All these fucking stars are killing me. Everybody on the internet, you can't hold a conversation without somebody coming in being a superstar. Yeah, I'm famous for that. Ta-da! And, just kick in on the conversation, man.
Dude, I recently had something that tripped me out. Like, it's not, and this is where it's fucking awesome, like getting over the fucking ego shit, because I'm proud of it, but I'm not like fucking flaunting all out and about. It's just wild, because my trans dualism that I've discovered, this word and this philosophy I'm engaging with, it's the first thing that pulls up on fucking Bing now. I'm like, shit, I may have not broken the fucking YouTube algorithm. I definitely broke the overall internet algorithm. Apparently the AI is like, this dude's the world leader in this shit, because no.
Wait. That's what
I'm like, I ain't no fucking world leader. I don't know shit. I just
I was gonna ask you.
This,
the results come to you?
It was trippy though, man.
When
I'm
you
like,
look
I've
up
never had that happen.
dualism, it'll talk about you. You'll be in there in some of the
Yeah,
results.
you just type in trans dualism on Bing and it'll pull up my fucking channel, my creator channel.
Very good. Very good.
It's just like, yeah, you get one academic video from this Zyro Zhang, this Chinese dude, working on gender theory, and he applies trans dualism only with gender. But I go into the logical scale. I go, maybe this has more to do with reality itself. Maybe there's more to shit than this. Apparently I broke the fucking the overarching, the all-encompassing algorithm. I got into that.
That's pretty cool, right?
It's weird. I feel like I stuck a thorn in the lion's paw.
Well, I hope it's just the beginning of some shit, is what I'm thinking.
Like, I hope I didn't piss off AI.
Now I'm known. Everybody don't know who
because I have recognized this lately, that the AI literally is trying to, it's like, this dude isn't paying for our subscription, and he asks us really complicated questions. Like, let's try to dumb our search results down for this dude to kick him off, because, he's costing us money, man, our servers. But then other half the time it'll go, oh shit, man, this dude is genuinely actually giving us stuff that our fucking Twitter, data harvesting shit can't get. Like, we actually need him. Let's give him like the advanced model today. Like, we're not going to say it's the advanced model, but it really is. It's under the hood.
It's dope. I see you done thought that out too. You're right. At some point, mostly they want generic shit because they can guide monkeys in a certain way, but they would recognize their deficit of certain stuff, and those, in order to find that genuine shit that you provide, it would be difficult. Perhaps they'd have to have a certain distinct algorithm or program to suck niggas like you dry for your skills and opinions.
At this point, bro, I've been saying that for a while with the trans dualism. I'm like, if language is dualistic, if computer coding is binary, then maybe these large language models just won't be able to help me out enough with this trans dualistic theory.
I wouldn't have expected him to be able to.
I'm like, I got the name to the philosophy I'm practicing. I got the label. That's enough. I ain't throwing all my beans in the basket with the AI. I'm waiting until the next generation, the next paradigm altering shift happens.
I'm not sure AI could you know, I could be wrong with this, but it seemed like AI could only take you so far anyway. It would learn your language and give it to you back, but it wouldn't. It'd be it could only take you so far. I think
At the
inherent
moment,
in
for
it.
sure, you know, and I
Yeah.
ain't one of those idealists when it comes to transhumanism. I'm just like, you know, it might happen, it might not. Like, it's probably going to be this hybrid mix of a, you know, fucked up dystopian, you know, trans dualism plus some ethical trans dualism where we're helping out people with disabilities, you know, sort of mixture of the two. Yeah, we're disabling these people's pacemakers, but this person with Down syndrome has no problem for the rest of their lives communicating. You know, like there's probably some weird screwy shit like that, you know. But like that's where I prepare myself for the weird screwy shit that we experience in our reality.
Right.
Everybody's so used to the psychological splitting. It's all either going to be perfect or it's all going to go to hell. I'm like,
Right.
maybe it's going to be a little bit of both, man. Maybe we'll have World War III and we'll have the year of love, you know? Oh, the hippies didn't do it enough. We need a whole year this time. The summer ain't enough. Yep.
I'm listening out of the police outside. I can hear the sirens. That shit is like a squirrel to me, man. Because normally
I feel you with that.
I'd be
So,
chasing those motherfuckers.
Oh,
Are
fuck,
you
man, I'm in
guys
15 houses for the first time in my life, so I'm always aware of that shit, man. I'm like, gotta defend my neighbors in case shit did.
Right, that type
Gotta
of
be there
shit,
with
like
the
the
camera, man.
alpha
I ain't
shit
letting
kicks
my
in.
neighbors
Right,
get
right,
snatched.
exactly. You understand?
For real.
You perk up like you're the alpha around here. You know, you perk up. Yeah.
No, that's what's funny, man. Outwardly, I look like a white man, you know, a white straight man, but inwardly, I'm a non-binary autistic person. So the system is like fuck. He's taking charge and helping these people out, but he's also like the kind that will blow up a culture war and a giant legal battle. We ain't
Yeah.
fucking with this dude.
I'm about to say you're also,
in
no
the
matter how much
poll.
they pretend to accept you, they'll always throw your ass under the bus first. Right? I don't give a fuck how much the society, some fucking group decides they need your vote and whatever. But when shit hit the fan, they throw in the transhumanist motherfucker under
Oh
the
no
bus
shit, for real.
first.
I'm aware of that for sure. For sure.
He ain't like us.
Yeah, I don't think you can tell people's race just by like the way they speak. Many people thought that I was white.
For the most part, it works. Yeah.
Well, no, many people think that I'm white. I thought Brother Marcus was white, and you're saying, I don't know what you just, you know, I don't know. You just said that you're like on the inside, you're like a what did you say? You said you're
I'm non-binary,
right?
You know? I don't do. I've never done the fucking gender shit. You know, it's like I've always been a man, like biologically. But it's like even as a kid on the playground in elementary, it's like I ain't trying to fucking roughhouse and do all that shit, man. Like fuck, man, get straight. All dirty, ain't no shower here. Fuck this. Like I got OCD, man. Like
that
maybe
could
that's
just be a pretty boy,
I got OCD.
man.
I don't fucking know.
That could be a pretty boy, man. We had a lot of pretty boys that ain't gonna get their shoes dirty on the court, motherfucker. They ain't gonna play because I didn't come here to play. I come here to look good. I'm not gonna get my shoelaces dirty.
So when you grew up, did you hang out with girls, or how did you?
Yeah, no, it was like there was the girl groups and the boy groups, but then there was this third group of the gay boys and the girls that weren't girly girls, and I hanged out with the girls that weren't girly girls that hanged out with the gay guys.
You got lucky then. You found somebody.
Oh no, I was a chill group. Yeah, no, they were cool because everybody else was fucking nut jobs, man.
Right.
Well, yeah, I kind of stayed to myself. And then, of course, I had to pretend to do all the boy stuff. That I was never good at basketball, but I could play football a little bit. But I didn't enjoy it. Like I wanted to hang out with the girls, and then people would just like talk.
Right. I always thought that had to be torture. I got a buddy, one of my best friends. He's over here every day. My mom had a stroke. He's over here every morning making coffee and shit for the greatest guy in the world. Gay as fuck, still people think that, don't know that type shit. I'm like, that's gotta be torture, man. I'm like, come on, Rick. I should have said his name, but everybody know you gay, man. And that's gotta be torture, man, because you think the world gonna, and they probably won't. A lot of people gonna hate on you. I don't know.
Dude, that one's always tripped me out, man. Like, people always think I'm fucking gay for some reason. Always, men always hit on me, and everybody thinks I'm gay. But I'm like fucking bi, but I'm also like asexual. I'm like, it really depends on if humanity's pissing me off. Like, if some white male supremacist goes and done some terror attack, I'm not going to be interested in any white men for a while. But, like, it just goes around like that,
Right.
That one always trips me out. I'm like, why does everybody think I'm gay when I'm just totally in the fluid motion of reality? This group sucks right now. Fuck them. This group sucks right now. Fuck them.
Right.
For reals.
Whatever you feel. I
go
got a
with the group as
girl.
being most human at the current moment.
Right.
Well, I think that,
Zombie, I'm not a fucking necrophiliac. I go with the humans.
Right. There's my preference. You as well.
well, I think the younger generation has it so much easier. Like they can be gay, nobody really cares.
Motherfuckers like you would have paved the way though. You'd
In
took
their
a
own
lot of that.
generation, I'd agree, but like there's still a lot of fucking Gen Z hiding and shit because of fucking older boomers or some Gen X fucking phobe or some shit. Like there's still problems for sure.
Yeah, for
I get where you're
sure.
coming from for sure as well, because
Yeah.
it definitely has changed even since I've grown up.
Shit, I'm not gay, but I'd be so happy to see a motherfucker that get to be like all over the internet, being themselves and shit. That shit, my gay buddies. If I watch them kiss, I'd be like, "Come on, man, cut it out. What you doing?" But shit, I'm happy when they happy, man.
They never think about how it feels to be on the other side though, because straight people will kiss.
Yeah,
You have to sit there and watch. And they'll talk about their sexual experiences, and you're not allowed to say anything. You just have to like.
I
sit there
asked my buddy, one of my
Did you
buddies
see
is
that
different.
LA? Did you see that video of that like fucking femboy and the men's restroom, and that like fucking conservative young man was like giving him a hard time, saying like, "You got makeup on, you're too pretty, you need to be in the girls' restroom."
Mm.
Oh no, I didn't see.
You didn't see
Oh
that?
no, I did.
Yeah, that was fucking nutty, man. That was some weird shit.
Right, it's so nonsensical, because if he would have went in the girls' bathroom, then they would have been complaining. And he was not non-binary or transgender. He was just an effeminate male who wore makeup.
Right. That's what I took off of it. It's just like he ain't no twink. He's a fucking femboy, but we can't assume any of his sexual orientation or none of that. But like. I swear though, that guy had some like deeply internalized like fucking like he liked that dude. He fucking liked that dude. He was like, this dude's hot, man. This dude's hot. For real, I swear to God, somewhere deep in their brain was like, oh my God, holy shit, do I wish
The
I
ones
could
that
get
hate
this
you the
dude. All
most
my
are probably
fucking
ones
boys
who
would
are
hate
attracted
me.
to you. It sounds logical. The ones that hate you the most. In fact, they did a study with all the senators and congressmen that were later found out to be gay. They did a study and went back and looked at all their votes against gay stuff. And to the man, the harshest people against any gay rights bill of any sorts were the gay people. Were all the ones that turned out to be gay. They had by far the stringent, hardest record against gay shit. And I'm sure it was part of them trying to make it look like I ain't gay. I don't even like gay people. And they was voting really hard against gay motherfuckers, and they turned out to be gay.
Yeah, didn't they like call those like Lincoln Republicans or something? They were like the like fucking gay Republicans that like vote against their own interests. Like I can't remember what they were called, but I know what you're talking about.
Yes,
They're called log cabin Republicans.
Log cabin, that's what it's called. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the guy was caught in the bathroom, the senator or something, rubbing the bottom of the stall. I didn't even know that part of society existed until I heard that video. And that's just because I don't like authority. That's the only reason I took an interest into it. But apparently they had a ritual. You at the airport, you rub your hand at the bottom. First, I think you put your feet so that they can see your feet. And if you move your feet toward them, then one of you rub the bottom, and that's the invitation. And there was a whole language going on out there that was spoken whenever the senator went to an airport. There was someone who spoke that language. He'd sit in the stall. Someone was sitting there. They do that little thing. And he'd get off before he got on the airplane.
Oh boy.
Right?
Yeah, you probably can't get away with the fucking color-coded handkerchiefs as a fucking
Right. It
senator.
says pink
They'll be like, "Oh,
handkerchief.
he's in a gang, man. Like he's in a
Right, he's a
gang."
crip, yo.
That's hilarious that none of their buddies would instantly go, "Oh, he's gay." No, they would all think that he's in a gang.
Yeah, I want to beat you up or something. What's that you from,
For
brother?
reals.
Yeah.
They'd be doing a fucking Department of Justice and a probe on him, man. What gang ties you got? Why you got this hanky on you?
Right. Keep the game motherfucker be scared to come around you because all them hard legs around you and shit.
Oh,
Yeah,
All them gang bangers.
The senator's name was Larry Craig.
Yes, Larry Craig. Yes. It was great. They got the audio tape. The cop played him like a fiddle. He was like, I voted for you, man. I can't believe that you can't just admit. And he just broke down and admitted it, bro.
Oh my gosh.
It was great.
What a strong leader. Breaks down in the first interrogation.
Yes, both of them. You know, what kind of guy you to be using those tactics on your senator that you voted for?
Oh my
Both
goodness.
y'all disgusting, man.
How ridiculous.
Well, yes, I'll admit that this and that, and the guy, the cop, lying to him. Don't worry, man. We'll keep it private, man. You know, we get 50 people a night in and out of here, man. Had you just admitted to it from the beginning, you could have been gone by now. And the senator believing all that shit. He on tape and shit. The shit hit the newspaper the next day.
Oh my god, I bet the journalists were like, "Oh my god, he basically got gotcha'd by a fucking cop."
Yes, and I think he was married at the time. I think him and his wife had to come out and. No, I'm not
That's
gay.
hilarious.
you
There's
know.
probably some fucking all butthurt journalist, man. Oh man, he got it, not us. Oh, fuck.
No, there's more discreet ways to hook up with guys than at an airport. Who would do that?
Apparently, it's a real thing.
Older fucking
Yeah, but if you're trying
men that don't know
protect
all the
your-
rules.
Wait,
You're
what's
trying
the?
to protect your privacy and you're a well-known senator, then that's pretty retarded.
That is risky. I was gonna
Real.
say outside of a gay bar. I know around here some gay spots because I got gay buddies, but you wouldn't know them if you
Well,
went from
obviously,
around
that
there.
senator didn't know that all the corrupt politicians just go to Thailand and stuff.
Yes,
know?
if you're good at it. Well, what
For
do you mean?
real. They just go
And
overseas.
you do it
know,
on the
get
people's
with underage
dime.
kids on the down low.
Yes, on the people's dime. You can go over there and do that shit twice
For
a month. You
real.
didn't know? Yeah.
Nobody even talks about that shit no more, man. We got the Epstein files. And nobody's talking about Thailand. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It
Dude,
gets
that's where that
crazy.
one trips me out more than anything in the world right going on right now. Is just everybody talking about Epstein. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
you ever heard those Borderland games?
I don't think so. I'm thinking of a movie, a
Dude,
series
there's
or
some
something.
shooter. Yeah. They made that movie that was
Oh,
trash.
Borderland, the
Yeah.
games. Okay.
Yeah, no, the movie was terrible. Everyone shit on that. That was like a money laundering scheme, from what I heard. You know.
Okay,
But
no, I
it,
didn't know.
it
I
gets
didn't know.
fucking weird with that company and just everyone associated with that shit. Because fucking Gearbox, the company that makes Borderlands, so the CEO Randy Pitchford, a
Yeah.
few years ago, some fan found his personal company CEO flash drive in bathroom, and he loaded it into his personal PC. Found thousands of fucking files of child pornography.
Of course
on it.
he did. Of
And
course he did.
They fucking fast tracked him through the justice system. He got like fucking community service and like time served or some shit.
I believe it.
He got like
Fucking-
2 years, and he just made the newest Borderlands game out. Everybody bought it. Nobody's talking about this shit.
Nobody.
This guy's a known pedophile during the Epsteins. I'm like, this
Did
shit
you-
is weird, man.
Did you
Like,
see
nobody's
the
talking about
Epstein
nothing.
when Epstein had got arrested and all of that shit, got charged with that shit? Somebody from the internet had left him an email talking about how they got everything taken care of. When they look up your name, the pedophile no longer comes up. It comes up as
Oh, yeah, they be
businessman.
scrubbing stuff online
Yeah, they
now.
scrubbed. I'm like, and they got
Oh,
it
yeah.
all in the email now. And they were like, you know, even to the 8th page, you'll be
Dude,
good.
that's the
And
thing a lot of Americans don't get though too. There's literally a section on Wikipedia like internet censorship by country, and
Yeah.
it shows that America actually has censorship of our internet. You know, like
Yes.
apparently Canada has no censorship like at all, but
Interesting.
apparently fucking America has censorship of our internet.
There was an article that I saw a long time ago where the FBI, they were in good with Google and YouTube and all of them. And if they saw somebody they want flagged, they would make a call. and and Google would decide, okay, we'll shadow ban this guy or something. What somebody did a story saying they just cut out the middleman and gave the FBI the button, so the police can just shadow ban someone who they think is running them off or whatever the fuck. They had 8 different switches of severity and shit. Shit went into it.
Wouldn't entirely surprise me. I don't know how that protocol behind that would work, but wouldn't entirely surprise me.
Yeah, they were talking about the names of what the levels were called of how they ban you and shit like that. The one had 5 different levels, one had 8 different levels. I'm like, yeah, it makes sense, man. A little troublemaker. It'd be easier if you can just push a button and direct this traffic elsewhere.
I'm curious too, like, where the fuck has Anonymous been? Nobody's talking about nobody's talking about why that where the hell are they? What the hell's going on?
I saw an article on that today or yesterday. Where the fuck had they been? What the fuck happened?
For reals, man.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit, man. Between Israel and fucking the Epstein files, they got some work to do, man.
Right? What the fuck y'all
For reals.
Oh my god!
I'm praying they're behind the scenes doing something. Fuck.
Man, it better be big.
I did hear the FBI caught a fuck ton during the Obama administration, and that's a big part of it. Is just the fucking decentralized nature. It's like they got all the biggest names out of it, so now like nobody really wants to collaborate. Everybody's too lazy and cowardly to fucking work together now.
That'll do it. I know they do it with cop watches, man. They put some legal cases on the right motherfuckers. It can ruin everything for everybody.
For real.
Because it's usually just a few leaders that really drive the thing.
They fucking losing though. Like you see Long Island Audit, some of the shit he doing, man. Like he ain't standing down, man. I'm my billboard out this motherfucker, man. Have fun with my billboard truck. For real. It's like that dude's getting creative.
I was in Florida with that nigga a couple months ago. Me and him both won awards. I don't remember what his was for. I'm sure mine was for Courage Under Fire. I don't remember what his was for. If it was All of the Year or something, I don't remember. But I've been knowing him and did panels and shit. But that was my first time meeting him a couple months ago in Florida. Yeah, he killing. I love that dude. That dude, I don't know. Let me talk about this. I'm trying to hold 2 things in my head. Did you see, you probably did, where he's fighting the inside of the police stations in New York, and he's got a judge order that says he can go in and film in any police lobby. Did you know that?
Oh shit, what?
Yes,
hell yeah.
It's crazy.
Man.
Yeah, he be going there flexing too. I'm saying that's what, like, people say protests don't do any good. They say these auditors don't do any good either. I would disagree. I think that, and not just teaching motherfuckers their rights directly. Anybody that sees a person who's less afraid, it could be a Jewish person looking at Minister Farrakhan, and he could be shitting on you. But you could see that he is not afraid to speak his mind, and that can give you courage not to be afraid. So in many ways, that shit, even protests, I hear a lot of people say protests don't do that. Not so sure.
Fuck, I'm glad I know my shit, because protests are one of those things. I'm like, fuck, man. I know I'm enough of a fucking warrior, but enough of a pacifist. But that if I go to their shit and shit hits the fan, I'm just gonna go down the extremist tunnel. So I'm like, I staying away from that shit.
On the other hand,
I help the fucking movement, but I ain't down the streets.
On the other hand,
so crazy,
if it don't hit the fan,
I would be like,
let's great.
Caltrops, make it impossible for people to fucking move, man. I got all the tactics going back to ancient Rome.
Well, look, if the shit doesn't hit the fan, you're a remarkable asset out there.
Oh,
it won't be many motherfuckers,
For me, if shit hits the fan, and that.
Yes, right. You're right.
We need you, man. We need you.
Right.
For reals.
Yeah. This cartoon fucking world, man. Here's one I'm working on. the theory that that the police, and not just police, government use, period. Apparently, the U.S. and Trump's using some of that shit now. That you could hurt somebody. I'm arresting you because you could have done a thing.
Right.
That shit sounds unconstitutional as fuck to me through the gate. But the distance that police can get, like you have the right to carry a gun, let's say constitutionally, and they take it away from you and tell you you could hurt someone, meaning you've done nothing.
Right.
But you
No,
could.
dude, that's some bullshit. They're basically claiming that you did a battery or assault, but without actually charging you with battery or assault.
Yes, you had to do something.
That's a big problem I've been having big time lately with as an ethicist when it comes to laws, is the battery and assault charges. Because for years I've been fascinated with how the fuck are they allowed to tackle fucking streakers on the fields of these football games? I'm like,
however, if you touch a cop,
assault, man, and it's also fucking like what,
battery,
imprisonment or some shit. I'm like, that's fucking illegal. But then I discovered that apparently when it comes to these battery charges, they got a few things. They got the security guards are considered protected persons, but they also do this thing where security guards, part of their job is that they have this called like justification of force. And that it basically means that they're allowed to violate the law because that's their job title, and that they're not violating the law because
normally, though, even under those conditions, the person has to be a threat to somebody. Then the security can put their hands on. Otherwise,
that's why I've always dialed down to the root cause. I'm like, the reason they normalize this fucking violating laws under the color of law is that they fucking it all comes down to money. Well, we don't want to stop the game.
Agreed.
People are going to leave. They're not going to buy drinks. We're going to lose money. Our advertisers are going to question their decisions for sponsoring us. Like, we can't stop it. We just have to assault them. And I've always been fascinated with that hypocrisy.
What about this logic then? It's a private place, and you should be able to grab a motherfucker and kick him out of your house. If it's a private business, now it's fair. All he did was tackle him as opposed to beating him up and hitting him like the police actually hit you with the fist.
Yeah, you're saying.
That seems suddenly fair. Not only that, you're fucking up my bread in my house, and I get to tackle you as long as I don't go overboard. It seems fair. So there was no question. No question that, and you made me think that the same way that they can get away tackling you, if you touch a police officer and get too close, and that was a sign of aggression, his battery, he tensed up.
For reals.
This guy can tackle a nigga on the field in front of 100,000 people, not counting the TV audience, and you just touch a motherfucker badge, be like, what's your name, officer? Oh, you touched me, that's a battery, blah, blah, blah.
Right? For reals.
Nah.
Dude, that shit pisses me off how they get so fucking anal about being touched like that,
Yeah.
Because that's the biggest, one of the biggest things that's going to push away people from feeling any level of comfort around these people. Any people that actually is, some privileged white person that's going to get, have their, property protected by these cops and stuff. They're not even going to feel comfortable approaching these people if I can't fucking pat them on the shoulder, say, good job, officer. You just protected my house. I packed on the back. Now I'm going to prison.
You're so right. The bootlickers can go out there and they always do it. They can pat them on the shoulder and shit like that I get arrested for. They always touching on the officers, and some officers don't like it. I guess you're not privileged enough, but they think just because they licking boots. But some officers don't like when they come up and put their hand on his shoulder. Officer, you're doing a great job and all of that.
Yeah, I get it if they were like fucking genuinely being a fucking creep about that shit. But if being a genuine good Samaritan, following the fucking law, trying to be a human, probably don't be a fucking dick about it.
I
just can't get over how fucking like everyone in this fucking country bought the protect and serve hook, line, and sinker, man.
Yes.
I saw this one recently of a fucking dude, his house caught on fire. The cops came instead of the fire departments. And then they came inside. They're demanding him leave his house. And he goes back into his house. They fucking tase him in his kitchen while his kitchen is on fire, beat the shit out of him. They drag him out of the place. His head is broken open, gashing blood, like skull fracture, tased. And they're arresting him. And the fucking jury convicted this fucker. Like, he went to like prison for like 2 years or something.
I didn't know
I'm like,
guy
what the fuck?
got in trouble. I do know that in
I'm
the
like,
end.
you can't. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're the fucking Secret Service protecting the president or the president protecting. Like, I don't give a shit who it is. If there's a fucking burning building, maybe
And
don't
he saved
fucking
his
assault
house,
people while
by
the
the way.
fucking fire's burning
They
around
they
you.
told him he couldn't go back in. He ran in anyway, and they caught him after he put the fire out. Him and his son had did an interview, and you know he was all fucked up. He was like, "Yeah, I got that fire out."
Dude, I
He's
think
like,
we
"Yes,
saw the
I
same
did."
clip. I think I saw the same. It was the same
Yeah,
clip, maybe, because
yeah,
his son was there too, and he was trying to go back inside too.
yeah,
Like, his son, I think, went back inside, but it was like he was inside and quick and young.
yeah, yeah.
You know,
Son played him.
here's the older guy that's slower
Yeah,
and he can tackle
right.
fat ass obese cops, you know, and yeah,
And then it took Castle Rock versus Gonzalez to tell you that they have no duty to protect you and worry about your safety. How can the same court system who made that determination, allow a cop to beat you up, for your safety?
for sure, 100%.
It's contradictory as fuck.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. All their shit is in fucking loops, man. Loops of bullshit, man. It's all catch-22s of bullshit. No, that's the language game, man. That reminds me of fucking. Do you ever see that show MASH? You know, the old one.
Oh yeah.
You don't remember Klinger trying to get the Section 8 discharge?
Klinger was the one who used to
So
wear the
you got the
dresses,
Section 8 discharge,
Section
and that's a
8, yeah.
catch-22, right? Now, this is where it gets interesting. Then you get Section 8 housing, right? Dude, Section 8 is a fucking semantic fucking lingo for ostracization. This is normal
I didn't think
ostracization.
of that.
If you're
That's the
Section 8 in the
Section 8.
military, you're a nut job. If you're Section 8 housing, you're a fucking criminal or a drug addict.
Or drain on society.
Like, they named it Section 8 housing on purpose, bro.
I
You
didn't
can't
put it
tell me they
together,
didn't.
bro. Yeah, we're gonna Section 8 you. It used to be a crazy thing.
For real.
Now it's I got Section 8.
For real.
I never thought about that shit. But I remember, and it looks like this was true during the conspiracy days before they banned everything good off of YouTube. They were saying how the National Guard they had put on the backs of signs little stickers so that they could find their way if the communications or whatever went down. They could look at the back of the signs and it would direct them to the next city and so and so. And it was a conspiracy theory, but people were out there showing it. And there was also one with the mailboxes. I don't know if that was true. Different color stickers on your mailbox. But they had to take all them signs down if it was permanent, or take the stickers off of all them signs. Apparently, yes, they was plotting to go in the inner cities. They already had the routes in, ready to go in and, tear some shit up when we got out of hand. They were like, hey, you can't do that, apparently. Plotting on your own citizens.
Fuck, what's new?
Yes. I was looking into the sea spray shit recently where they sprayed the biochemical shit on their own people. That was like somewhere in California. And man, there was a dozen more times when they used chemical weapons on their own people. Like, like the Nazis used to fuck over their own and shit, and we always talk shit about it. Yeah, they just use crowds as testing for their shit. Or military personnel. They would spray them and don't even tell them. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they test the shit out of chemicals on the military. Holy fuck, man! Like, forget the Tuskegee experiment, man. Fucking stay away from the
Join
fucking
the
military,
military,
bro. Stay away.
Right?
For
They probably
real,
give you
man.
18 different fucking bugs, man. Be like,
I
hey,
ain't trying to get no Agent Orange fucking desert
Asian
fucking Gulf
orange
War
desert
fucking
eagle
bullshit,
dwarf
man.
motherfucker. That baby got 4 arms. You tell him he got nothing to do with that green shit that was in the air during the war. Had nothing to do with it at all.
Fuck, for reals.
What are the odds? And they don't, oh man, yeah. It amazes me that people still think they care about them. Like, for instance, when people tell me that, we gotta get rid of the immigrants and the homeless motherfuckers, man. You know what I'm saying? We need to get that money to the veterans. As if your greedy ass government is gonna win that war. No, not one homeless nigga, not one immigrant, and be like, all this money saved, we're gonna do a good thing and put it toward the VA and the veterans. No, that's not a thing. That's not a thing. That's in your head. That money, they're gonna be like, oh, we went overboard. We had to buy extra B-35 bomber for so and so. You won't be getting that money. It's a fake dynamic they set up. It's the homeless motherfuckers taking your money, man. It's the lower class. It's so and so. They're the ones. If it wasn't for them, there's always somebody, a Somalian eating a cat somewhere.
Down economic bullshit,
and
man.
trickle down economic bullshit theory.
For reals.
What? Oh, and they tried that. Somebody just tried that again. I don't know if it was Trump or whoever they was talking about.
Man, this guy's comments got me cracking up. This dude talking about, don't watch on the TV people are watching you. That just shit cracks me up because I've been watching on a fucking projector lately. I've been getting over TVs, man. I'm like, what's with all this fucking resolution purist bullshit, man? Like, we can look at projectors at the movie theaters. Like, I'm gonna go to sleep with a giant 60-inch fucking TV on my wall. Like, I don't need all this extra bullshit.
Smart TV on top of that.
$60 projector, put my Fire Stick, I got it all. A giant ass TV.
Right, it's got no camera on it watching me.
For real.
No microphone listening to me.
Data.
Right.
Like maybe the Fire Stick will do doing it, but I guarantee fucking to you this fucking off-brand Chinese fucking little fucking projector ain't doing that shit.
Hey, speaking of, there was a time when YouTube was busing all the places that the FBI and police had microphones and cameras and shit, and a lot of them were in the construction areas on the streets. I thought that was interesting. Like, it just looked like there's a horse, a barrier up there with the light blinking, and that type of shit. They was putting cameras in them shits and microphones, so they can get close to people and spy on them.
Fucking like those Flock security cameras, man.
Well, now, yeah, they out in the open now with it.
For reals.
Yeah, they bold with it now.
Dude, did you see that video of the black man putting up the Flock security cameras, calling the cops on the dude recording them?
Yeah, I saw that shit, yo. At first he was all
I
nice.
cannot get over the fact that how many videos there are of fucking black people thinking they're white and that they can weaponize the police on other people.
Man.
Do you not understand?
You not understand
Do you not
how
understand
it
what
works?
reality looks like?
Jeez,
Now, it
bro.
might happen one of these times. You might get lucky and think that's
You might get lucky and you think you got some power.
That's not the status quo.
It's not the norm, motherfucker, right?
For
You
real.
might get lucky, but it's not the norm. Yeah, he felt all privileged and shit. Like, hey, get
I
away
swear
from
these
my
fuckers
van.
are like, I did get shot. I can run the world. It's like, that's not the way reality works, bro.
Right. So one thing got nothing to do with the other, bro. No,
I
that's
can't
not how
just
it works.
walk down the fucking projects, ignore everybody, and go, oh my
Yes.
God, I'm the gang leader. I run the streets.
Yeah, because I got lucky putting up a flock
Dude, too many
cam
people
one
are
day.
taking reality clues from Trump, man.
That's why I when we talk about, like, you're talking about the dualism shit, that's why I think about when you talk about reality, I damn near want to redefine it, because there's another reality that you gotta admit exists. When so many people believe a thing, it becomes real,
Right?
to some degree. And that doesn't really exist when I do my normal definition of
Dude, that
reality.
even works with media, like stories. Like, think about it, Harry Potter wasn't like fucking huge before it was huge, like
Yes,
just the way fucking
yes,
our brains and media and meaning works.
yes. And now Harry Potter is a thing. And they did studies, man, how many times you have to repeat a thing before, the MK Ultra Monarch bullshit. They really put a lot of work into figuring out how to, and it was horrible because they found out that the most successful were the ones who you traumatize at a young age. Now you can control them, they're susceptible to the programming.
Right.
That's fucked up.
Dude, that shit's hella fucked up too because of how much trauma affects our young bodies.
Yeah.
That's where I recently discovered, I'm like, holy shit, I have IBS just because I was an anxious, fucking stressed child. Like,
It's logical to me.
bullshit.
It sounds logical to me.
I'm like,
someone
that
told
was
me.
trauma. Like, that wasn't trauma for my brain, but obviously that was trauma for my body.
Yes,
if I
you've
still
probably
have
been
IBS
tensing
at
up and
32
shit.
years old.
Yeah. But since you were a kid, you were reacting different than other motherfuckers. You thought it was normal to tense up and whatever. And
Oh, I just had everybody fucking gaslight me as a kid. Like every single fucking adult was like, "You're just a kid. You're all ego. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Shut up." Like I never had any respect to me as a kid from other adults, and I
right.
was basically an adult as a kid. I was doing
I
existential
understand.
philosophy at 7 years old. What adult was I talking to was doing adult existentialist philosophy? None of them. I was the adult. None of these fuckers were adults. Come on, they're grown children.
And as a kid, you know that when you're smarter, when you surpass a motherfucker, right? As a little smart ass kid, when your teachers got it wrong and when suddenly the adults are not.
Yeah, when shit works,
Yeah.
like fucking little, I'm out, the whole, was it peekaboo? And then they walk around the corner and it's like a little baby's brain can't process that they're still alive.
Right.
It's like they think that still works on us.
That's still right. It doesn't work
I can just do this
anymore.
one little thing, distract them. Like they will never know.
Yeah, no, not only that, I can ask you because I'm older now. I can ask you and see if you can chase a line of logic. And I realize that you bail, you get nervous, or you act out, and you can't even.
Now I'm like, holy shit, man! I was just surrounded by grown children as an adult.
And now you're thinking that, right? The adults are the kids.
Yeah, for reals.
And they're going to perceive that as a threat because they are kids if they're holding that mentality,
I'm an
and
adult,
they're going to attack
go
the
to these
kid.
people and talk about these things again, and now I see them just run away. And
Yes.
it's like,
and you see them as the kids that they were. You're like, fuck, they were children the entire time.
For reals.
Yeah.
Dude,
that's the way.
The thing we need to get our species to get over is just this fucking like egoic, solipsistic bullshit where full-grown adults have never fucking questioned their life and death or does God exist or doesn't. And so many of these people are just going by life, and then the fucking big event happens later in life. Oh, I got hit by a truck and now I'm going downhill, or oh, now I got cancer or arthritis, and then they get all that shit hitting them in their brain mentally and spiritually, and they can't sort it out because they never fucking started.
Right.
Crazy.
You're right, because this would be a long ass learning process. Like who was that? Socrates, when he was put to death, had to drink that shit. His boys had found a plot to get him out, and they snuck in like, listen, we can get you out. We got so and so. He gonna help us get you out of here. Like, nah, I think I'm gonna go through with it. They're like, what do you mean? They're gonna kill you? And he said some smart aleck shit. It would be I'd be embarrassed to be afraid of,
because so many people think that he just like was completely accepting and just did that out of choice. He was that humble and good with life. It was actually a ritual unaliving. It was done by the state. It was coercion. It was basically Socrates, you're corrupting the youth, and if you don't do this, your family's not going to have a means to live. We're going to take their land. We're going to take their homes.
Right. I hear where you're going. Yes. He had more pressures.
The context and realizes that Socrates was fucking manipulated. Most people are like, oh, he was basically like fucking the Dalai Lama Gandhi put together, and he reached pure enlightenment, and he was all fine.
Wait. I'm a fan of Socrates Confucius, but I never confused them with 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 anything spiritual and
You'd
shit,
be
right?
surprised. A lot of fucking people do that with Socrates, man. They're like,
Okay.
this dude was a sage. He was enlightened, man. He was a master
Uh,
ascendant.
right, they're regular dudes. They got great stories. Confucius, he's both of them. Okay. The one that sticks out with Socrates is how he talked about how when he did debate a motherfucker, how it was becoming where the rich would be the ones all close, and it was turning into an event and shit like that. And Confucius talked about it, and he had an issue with that. It was changing from the pure shit, and he started making rules, to watch for people if they're using a big word where a smaller word would do type shit. This guy was probably being insincere, and that shit started creeping in on him. And Confucius had the same thing. He said these things were turning into some weird shit. He said that if he made a mistake in his philosophy, he'd have 8 motherfuckers coming by one at a time the next day. Hey, you messed up when you said that so and so. Thank you. He was like, 8th motherfucker. He's like, yeah, but both of them I saw as people because of little shit like that, man.
My goodness.
Plato, on the other hand, arrogant, egotistical, or what's the other cat at the M? Aristotle, even worse. You could tell.
Plato's the one I have a big issue with, in the sense that everybody turned his Platonism into Neoplatonism, that Cartesian dualism, Look, the mind and body are not connected. It's entirely split, but they work together. Everything in reality is split into opposing parts that work together, but we are still running our Bible shit where they don't work together, or running 2 congruent trains of thought, but we're not, getting the train system to work together.
Yes, without finding that
like, you do
theory
realize
of
these
everything.
trains are going to collide in the future because you haven't fucking gotten the system working.
I'll be thinking about that about the United States. You're on borrowed time when
They be running philosophical Amtrak, man.
right, head on collisions. I feel like U.S. is doing that with the economy, with some of the crazy shit we do. You're like, you just think it ain't gonna catch up? We could just print another extra, $18 trillion to fund some corp. Oh, we're like, oh, you niggas, man. It's on the Amtrak train. You better watch out, right? And a bunch of people on that train with you.
For real, man.
So
you better notify the local hospitals, man. We're about to have a mass casualty.
Get Denzel out and hop
get all those
trains
responders getting all their shit in order, man. Hit the fan.
Call the town with that sharp turn up ahead. They might be getting rolled over on. Oh shit. My buddy, 10th Man, if you know 10th Man, he always talks about how you're going to follow the system and follow them until one day when shit gets really bad and they tell you got to stay indoors for whatever fake virus or reason they've come up with, you're on curfew. And then when they come knocking at your door in the middle of the night, there'll be no one to call and no one to talk to, because remember, business hours are from 9 to 5. So they're gonna put you on the trains. And if you think about it, I think it is too all the time. The people who put you on those trains and led them into those ghettos, and I know there are a million stories like this. I'm just using the Jewish one. There'll be a black one, an Irish one. Were people of their own, right? Were the leaders of their community that told them, listen, it's better to leave your house. We're going to put us in these new neighborhoods where we can all be close together and stay safe. That was them herding them into the ghettos. Then when it was time to get on the train, it was the leaders of their ghettos saying, listen, they're going to relocate us. Let them on the trains.
Fuck, even just from like the housing perspective of that shit, man, it's like, fuck, you didn't see how they did this shit with the Native Americans, man? Like,
right,
little fucking reservations and all their fucking problems. Like, like we really want this. This is what helps.
Really keep trusting these guys?
Fuck, man.
I remember a few years ago, up until recently, the U.S. had not kept one treaty with any Indian tribe that they had ever made. And I heard that within the last few years, they finally kept one or something. So that record has been broken.
Oh
But
my
it's
god,
like,
it's probably like the worst one to break too. It's like, oh, we vow to have water fountains and reservations.
yes, right. What's up? You finally honored.
If they have water, they won't be alcoholics. We did our part. We did our duty. Everything's fine.
The virtue signal bullshit. Yes. Yes.
They said
We're
they had a
great.
problem with drinking. I only assumed that it meant that their water supplies were inadequate.
Right. So we gave more water. What? We're
For
evil?
reals. All the native tribes are like, we're not fucking Flint, Michigan, assholes.
Right. Oh, shit. We put up 2 water fountains in that neighborhood. What do you mean? The fuck?
For reals, they like give them some like fucking smart desalinator shit. Oh yeah, we got it for a 2-year license, but you have to repay their subscription, and they're all like, but we got our solar water stills. Like we don't need any of this shit. Oh yeah, we already did you a good, man. We did you a solid. We got all your shit attached to you, so you know at the end of the 2 years, they'll automatically subscribe to you. It's like,
by the way,
sign up for any of this shit.
by the way, we're privatizing the desalinizer, so Bob over here will be collecting your payments from here on out. Jeez, what?
For reals.
I saw this. I didn't even know this technology existed, but apparently it does. Some cat in Africa had made a machine. It was, you could barely call it that. It was but it drew water out of the moisture out of the air and would make water by the following morning, enough to feed all of give all of
nets, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the technology of it. The first one was about the size of maybe a minivan or something. They could, do water for everybody. And some fool came out there and busted it up. So then he rebuilt it and he puts a cage around. They come bust it up again. He puts a cage on stilts. They come bust it up again. I'm thinking, 2 people I could think of who were doing this. Who wants to control the water? And one of those people I could think of are people who don't want you to know that they could be making these motherfuckers with damn near free, put them everywhere if they really wanted to help a motherfucker. Right? What they really want to do is get 225 billion to pay for to pay the government to pay their businesses and stuff to bring water there that they will use for overhead, salaries, endless meetings, and you may get 8 cents off of the dollar if you're lucky in the end of it. It's too direct to actually go out there and solve a problem. That is not the goal. The goal is to milk the money. And no way we still got all this. All we have is oil and diesel and fossil fuels, period. That can no. Are you not trying other fucking fuel forms? What the fuck? Are we cavemen? How the fuck are we still doing fossil fuel shit?
Yeah, man, that's why I'm fascinated with nuclear fusion technology so much.
Yes.
I'm like, come on, let the fucking other hat or pin or foot or whatever, let the shit drop. Let the fucking AI or physicists work together and break that shit open.
I think you got to, man. I think you got to go that way.
Rise of a species if we're going to keep using energy at this rate. There's
exactly.
We drastically cut our energy or we drastically increase it. There's I may be a trans dualist, but some things in reality really are dualist, and this is one of those things where at the moment it might be a trans dualistic answer, but even this trans dualist can't find it. So we obviously need to double down on all of our collective efforts.
Yes. And if you would think that would be a mandate, like, when we thought we were losing to Russia, you put everything in the society behind going to the moon, threw every bit of money you had at it. Keep that same energy and let's throw it at some other things. Shit that's reasonable. We don't have to start with peace in the Middle East, nothing over our heads. It could be some lightweight shit. I read somewhere that you can cure homelessness for the price of 2 of these fancy bombers or something for 70 years or some shit like that.
For reals. No, it's true. The amount we spend for military funding is insane. We literally could probably fix every single problem in our country with the amount of money that goes to our military.
Yes. I don't know how often they have these audits but unaccounted for every year, it's an average of like not every year, every audit, it's an average of like $4 trillion. It was like 3.9
Oh
and a
yeah,
couple
fucking
4.2 and
tunnel to some
4.3 or
offshore
something.
account or fucking money laundering or fucking any
Yeah.
number of that shit. It's crazy.
If you just don't lose $1 trillion of those dollars, you can cure homelessness, the VA, immigration, just don't lose one of those trillions on one of these audits and everything's taken care of.
Right?
You can lose $4 trillion, man, and like it's in your couch. Who does that, man? And then tell me to blame the immigrant that's picking fruit. He's my problem. Not the $4 trillion you lost. Fuck off. Oh man.
Yeah, I've never really had problems with that with fucking immigrants in America. I've only had problems with ego in America, whether it's from other Americans or the immigrants.
the immigrant gave me a fucking free cantaloupe. I was like, hey, I heard y'all say a cantaloupe. Yeah, I have one. The police officer saw me, I forgot to turn my lights on. And instead of telling me to turn my lights on, he pulled me over, wrote me 3 tickets, and made me pay him money. Who am I gonna like, the immigrant or the cop?
For reals, man. For reals. One's demanding fiefdom, one's fucking living their own life.
Yes, everything I man, take the mango. And the other guys got guns. Bro, get over here, mask. And said, what the fuck did I do? You didn't turn your left signal on when you turned. God damn it, I thought it was serious. It is serious. Get out the car. Don't make me hurt you. Oh, what the fuck world is this? I should be able to shoot you right now and get away with it. Well, just by the way you acting. I should be able to.
Dude, that shit pisses me off too because the fucking Department of Transportation is completely falling apart on just I saw a video recently by one of the really good guys on they know all the ins and outs of the technology they're talking about, and he was talking about this electronic car he owned and how he can go from 60 to 0 and the brake lights will never go on, and I'm like, holy shit, 60 to 0 and the brakes will never engage. And he was telling it about how it's just the design of the car itself and stuff. And I'm going, holy fuck. So basically, you ever get in a car accident with any electric car, just blame it on the department.
Just blame it on dude for not telling lights that way.
You ain't none of this legal shit on me. Fuck you, man. This is the part of transportation. Fucking hold their shit accountable. Because fuck, I've been going out there lately and I'm seeing the LED headlights. That all the cars have LED headlights now. And these LEDs are all these fucking cheap Chinese shit. They're not good Chinese shit. They're the cheap, Let's run with the systematic corruption. Let's buy the cheap shit. And I'm literally seeing fucking strobing LED car lights. I'm like, yeah, this is gonna be really good, man.
That's
fucking epileptics and 12 car pileups. This is gonna be beautiful.
If I follow him for an hour, he's gonna cause 2 accidents.
Fuck, it's a good way to fucking cause a horrible tragedy too, and blame it on medical shit. I wasn't some racist trying to cause some giant disaster. I was just blinded by the lights.
I was blinded by these lights and everything went black. It was crazy.
I'm like, it takes a nuclear Karen to understand a Karen and to fix the fucking problems in this society, maybe you don't want somebody like me out gaming the system because then the next smart fucker's gonna do it again. You're just gonna start all these perpetual loops of bullshit. So maybe we should get on this.
That's what it is.
I may be a human, but I'm gonna remove the human bias element bullshit.
Yes, I'm gonna play data for a while and just go with the facts and solve some problems.
That's what I'm saying. Sometimes being a human means leaning into the humanity. Sometimes being a human means, okay, I gotta be like a geek and be Star Trek this out, man. I need to be like Spock, man. All logical.
I would say that more often than not, and I hope I'm not wrong, but I lean on the all logical probably too much. But that's usually
both, but I definitely go with logic first.
Yes, and criticize the guy that's got too much emotion and shit in his shit.
No, that's where it's fun because I'm always able to tell where it's like, oh, my logical side is telling me to do this, but my emotional side is pulling me in the opposite directions. Where do I want to
Yes.
compromise? What do I want to do?
Yes, yes,
Other
yes,
people are going to get stuck in cognitive dissonance. Oh, I'm so fucking stressed. But I'm like,
No, I'm
oh,
thinking it's
shit.
a tool, right? I recognize, recognize the situation I am. I mean, even if it's say one of these panels or something, some guy is acting out, saying stupid shit, and I'm gonna use it as a tool. It don't mean that I'm a robot. When he says something stupid, my job is to attack. No, I'm gonna. I hope I think on 6 different levels, and I'm going to be thinking, what do I want? First of all, I want good for this guy. So he's new in the community. I can't jump him right now because it could be long lasting. I need him to survive. Or he's been around for a while, and his ego is getting out of hand. Now is the time to jump his ass. It'll be like giving him some grow up, not out of hate, out of love. So it'll be situational, and this shit'll be a tool. I wouldn't be a slave to whatever the fuck I was just talking about.
Man, I think I was following you the exact same way you were because I was following you and then it just trailed off.
Yeah, shit. You smoking some good shit too, man. Because I done filled my bowl about 6 times while we was talking, and about to fill it again. Oh, shit.
Dude, that's where I love being in tune with my shit. That's where I recently discovered that fucking melatonin is now hallucinogenic for me.
Oh, let me ask you some heavy shit. I
I'm
got
like,
you
holy
here.
shit, this shit it's full on gives me mushroom trips, but it's not it's not a fucking psychedelic and it's not working through the serotonin receptors. Like,
What'd
no wonder I'm
you
getting such
say?
mixed vibes off
Melatonin
this
works for
shit.
you? What'd you say? Weed or melatonin? What'd you say does that?
I was saying, I took a melatonin the other night. I full on had a fucking mushroom trip off of this shit.
Really? I'm
Yeah.
scared of that shit. I can't
And
wake up.
it gave me newfound respect for melatonin. I'm like, this shit is a fucking hormone. It's available over the counter. Everybody's giving it to all the children. This is not doing good for our fucking species. We're not treating it with respect as it deserves. And I'm gonna start treating it with some motherfucking respect because this is like some salvia or some shit. This
is.
so
I
fucking
took
potent.
half a pill. That shit was
Maybe I should
brutal.
figure out like some hypnagogic meditation, some like sleep.
Yeah, right.
It's
It's
like I got to work with this in a different way, man. I'm not taking this and being up for 6 hours like some mushrooms, having a good jolly time. Like it's making me tired. It's making me sleepy, but I'm also awake and I'm tripping out. So maybe there's some more nuance to this stuff than most.
You know what? That's the best part when you kind of awake. You super sleepy, but you're still awake and shit. That is when your mind opens up and you can see travel is crazy.
Dude, that's when you connect to source and you're in flow.
Yeah,
pure creativity, man.
Yeah.
I get my best epiphanies when I'm either in the shower or right before I'm going to sleep.
Yes, I get mine. Well, used to. I was thinking about how I would be running the streets for days, and then maybe I'll be riding back into town after a couple of days. I'll be high as fuck, and I've been up the entire time, so my body's already trying to give out because I'm sleepy, and with the fucking drugs, you immediately I'd be glad I'm in the passenger seat. I wouldn't do that shit and drive, but I'd be thinking, there's nothing that's impossible here. You can find all knowledge. You can talk to anybody. It was weird. It's like that sleep state just before you fall off and go to sleep. They say that's how you control your dreams. If you want to think about some chick or dream about her, be thinking about it when you fall asleep, and a lot of times you carry over into your dream.
Oh yeah, no, you could sort of meditate on a like if you have vivid dreams, and you often vivid dreams, you can meditate on one, and it will often throw you into that dream because I had this thing happen with that.
Yes, apparently.
I'll literally start dreaming when I'm awake. When I'm really in touch with my body, I'll start going like, holy shit, I'm yawning and I'm literally having dream imagery. Like I'm in my waking consciousness. I can do everything fine, but at the same time, I can see this like visual overlay of my dreams.
I've been there, and I learned that driving, I can't use that because you still function. I still function, but when I come back to myself, It is the scariest shit in the world, and I jerked the wheel because I've
Fuck,
been
that was
driving
so
for
scary.
60
Fuck that.
miles,
Holy
seeing.
Man, you just gave me a new perspective on that because I've heard for years about people that take like mushrooms or LSD and drive and just like, first of all, everybody says don't do it, but they do it anyway.
Right.
And so obviously they're not being entirely truthful if they're still fucking doing it.
right.
But that was a really good point, what you just said, like how you could snap in and out of moments.
Yeah.
And that when you get snapped into a fucking moment, when you're
It's
driving, like,
scary.
that's sketchy as hell. Fuck that.
Yeah, I gave up. I'll be like, you can't go that deep into it, Joe. You can think surface level shit, but you can't let it go there because you'll slip into it. And the next thing I know, I'll be like, you coming back onto a road doing 70 miles an hour, you can kill somebody.
That's what I'm saying, man. I've gotten really in touch with like that kind of mental variation. Like this morning, I woke up and I was fucking having an ego death just from waking up on the wrong side of the bed. And I'm like, fuck, okay, I got to turn on my projector to distract myself so I'm not fucking in my ego death for no fucking reason.
But that's smart of you.
If it's actually helping me, I'll go through this bullshit. But if it's out in the middle of nowhere and this feels pure pathogenic and bullshit, then fuck this bullshit.
I think that's wise though. Using the tools you available to change your mood.
Oh, for sure, man. I'll just put on like some more. What was that shit we all grew up with? The fucking like How It's Made or something, Like, just put on like some How It's Made and that narrator's
some
voice.
Mythbusters.
That narrator's voice like throws you into reality. It's like whether I'm alive or I'm dead, I'm with this dude and I'm all fine.
Yeah. It's like home, right? And that was some quality shit too. How It's Made shit was quality.
Yeah, before it went to shit, that was some quality stuff, man.
Yeah. What about the Mythbusters, man? They did it right.
The thing with the Mythbusters, though, is I'm now convinced at this point they need to go back into the industry because they started out as special effects, physical special effects.
Yeah.
And now the worldwide film industry is losing the ability to do physical effects. They're like, wait, how do you do this shit again?
Yeah, you ain't lying.
I'm like, maybe you need to stop trying to force Mythbusters back into relevancy and go back into the industry at this point.
Yeah.
You actually might become more relevant if you become, the fucking breakout fucking Mythbuster director,
and they got some credence and credibility now, so they can find entry if they went back.
That's a good way to rebrand and blow your shit up.
Yes. So you want to hire the Mythbusters for your movie?
Instead, they're like, let's get the junior Mythbusters, the little house gang, and then let's get the little kids that are fans, and we'll call them like little mini.
Mini Mythbusters.
It's like, oh my god,
Junior.
man, you're trying to turn this into a corporate
lifestyle.
Stop
selling this shit. Yeah, oh my god.
Comes across like some corporate lifestyle, man. Like, what are we going to do? Myth busting meditation in the Google office today?
Right. We were gonna do a head-on accident with two cars. Oh no, that's too violent. Little Bobby doesn't like flaring lights. Can't you do something else instead? A totally different myth. We got the explosive myth. Oh my God, no, so-and-so's running for office with the war going on. We can't be having explosions. Just totally kill the show and turn into something different.
Me up in the beginning because I remember how they always separated the explosives and they, hid what they were called. They didn't explain what they were. But if you actually get into chemistry, you'll quickly understand what binary explosives are, and you'll instantly go, oh, that's a binary explosive. I could find a list of 5 different ones and instantly know what they're using.
I didn't know back then when they said it. I thought, oh, I would love to know. But now since I've Googled it, you probably got that shit under your sink right now.
It's hiding the fact that the sky is blue. Like, this is such obvious stuff available.
Right, you're hiding that the sky is blue.
This is some anarchist cookbook shit. This is easily available online. It's been that way for decades.
Oh shit. Yeah. I remember a time, you're not old enough to do this shit, but the library was the thing. That was your resource. Encyclopedia Britannica. I've read so many fucking editions and different people who make encyclopedias and shit. Right. That was the internet now, right? That was the studious guy who spends a few hours doing good shit.
You're talking about the encyclopedias. I was born in '93, but I before I got into Wikipedia, I was big time into the encyclopedias.
Man, that was that was like the ultimate. If you had a set in the encyclopedia, and my mom was into I got no vocabulary because I'm so high, but she did shit with the schools, and so she was really big on that. So we would have had at any time at least 3 different sets, because they would have been considered resources. If this one didn't have it, the Britannica, if they didn't have it, this one. And I'm sure at sometimes we got just ridiculous amounts. That was like, I don't know, some guy having good access to the internet back then. And library cards. I
Right.
ran through fucking library cards.
Oh,
As a
yeah.
kid, I couldn't pay the quarterback. I had to go get a new one or something. And borrow a friend's library card. I would run through those fuckers.
No, I did that with video games back in the day because they had all this fucking, PS2 games and shit at the libraries, and I'd fucking rent out all the movies and video games.
That makes sense, right? I forgot about
It's like,
that.
okay, I'm old enough that these are sort of a relic of a bygone era, so let me just use the new shit.
Right. At some
Now I'm
point.
going back to the fucking basics. I'm getting back into the analog and the books and, the paper feel, all that good stuff.
I had a CD player, and I could remember everybody who hopped in my car. This is when what came after the CD player? The cord, what do you call it now? Now everything's Bluetooth. No, I used to plug a cord to your shit and play whatever. Aux cords, yeah. And motherfuckers used to give me shit about having a CD player. That's how I felt like. I got to get up with the times. I got to catch up.
Fuck, at least you ain't got no fucking 8-track. What are they bitching about?
Right, I thought I was killing them. Motherfuckers getting sitting on my shit
You're
because
living in the fucking what was that shit called, man? You live in like those future shit, man. Jetsons, man. Like,
right.
Fucking CD player, and they bitching about that. Like, come on.
Right, man. You still got that, man. I wanted to play my so and so.
Either that or it's another way. You got a CD player. What about my fucking 8-tracks, man?
Yeah.
CDs don't got all these classics, man. This was filmed in concert, man. You can hear the actual crisp of the magnetic strip. Man. You don't get off no CDs.
You can hear all the crisp, crackling defects. You don't get that on a CD.
Dude, that shit's hilarious because that does not age over time. Like, yeah, at the moment you can get nostalgic and love that kind of audio, but over time you're just like, because I've been noticing that on television like crazy lately. Film, you watch like old freaking Walking Dead on your modern 4K television.
Yeah.
So much fucking film grain that it's like I'm watching static. I'm watching static, man. Like they have to run this shit through AI in the future just to put it on.
Just to clean it up.
Now we have to scale it and fucking rescale it and lower the resolution and blow it back up.
Yeah, pretty soon we're not gonna this AI shit. As fast as it's catching up and doing things, like I don't know, you take 5 years ago, or you go back further than that, whatever AI movie you can come up with now that you thought was pretty cutting edge. Now you look at it and be like, man, I fell for that herky jerky Spider-Man bullshit. The Green Goblin looks horrible. In these few years, these advances, man, I don't know, give it 15 years. It'll be quicker than that.
I get where you're coming from with those original Spider-Mans, but at the same time, also like fucking better than the modern ones. It's like they had real fucking acting, real emotions. It's like they were sincere.
Yes, that was the better part of them, but none of them when the CG part comes in, could they really hold up?
Saying for reals, man. You see Mary Jane go flying over the fucking
it just
like, holy shit, man, that looks like somebody put Legos in the background.
Right.
Those crumbling buildings, they use Legos.
And it don't hold up. I was watching Scorpion King, the worst animated CGI shit ever in life.
Yeah,
the Flick the Rock
CGI looks so fucking creepy, man.
I'm like, we thought
Dude,
that
he
was a
looks like he
cold
was
movie.
like
That's
just born
horrible.
or something. He looks like a fucking like scorpion hybrid, obviously, but he looks like he was just born in that. Like he was like literally just came out of the womb as like a fucking 48-year-old thousand scorpion day or whatever. Like, what the fuck is going on, man?
48-year-old scorpion head.
It's nuts, man. It's
And
like, why
then
do you have to make it look like he has afterbirth on him, man? Like, wipe
right.
this fucking shit off, man.
Right.
Man. Too glossy.
Afterbirth.
For reals, man. He's all fucking mutant looking and shit too, so you get all those veins and stuff.
Yes, I'm picturing his forehead with the veins and shit. Yeah.
It's like
I'm
some
picturing that
body
shit
horror,
too.
man. Some low-key body horror.
And I keep now I'm going in circles, but it makes me think it's somebody of the Rock's status. And I was thinking about his meteoric rise. And of course, that made me think about, well, it turns out most of these niggas with these rises had to be in on the club. And it looks like the people were told and coached, like if a guy wasn't
talking about. It's like Matthew McConaughey.
Well, I don't know what he went through, so I don't know what to.
All his early movies, they were all like romantic comedies. He was typecast
Right.
as a nobody actor that will never be anything. And then he
Right.
got out of doing these romantic comedies and did Interstellar and fucking blew the fuck up. And
Right.
now everyone in Hollywood's like, nah, this dude is actually an actor. He's not a fake actor like Adam Sandler.
Well,
He's a
I was
real
going with that. It turns out that all of them are plugged up to some really fucked up, doing some horrible as Hollywood group. Every fucking
real,
one of these. I can't look at Forrest Gump without thinking of, some crazy shit Tom Hanks was into now with so and so.
Fucking story of that doesn't help you thinking about that either. Like, I don't get how people think that that's a feel-good story about. I think it's a story about a mentally disabled man that ends up fucking marrying some girl that gives him an STD. Like how is that like a happy movie? Like that's sad, and that's a sad, tragic movie to me.
And it is. Everybody he touched.
Like it's sad from their local relationship. It's sad from the public health relationship. Oh, they get divorced now. Forrest is fucking some other girl, and now the STD is spreading. Like, oh, that's great. What a beautiful
and
story.
now, what kind of how are you gonna teach the kid? You're gonna teach the kid how to play ball and all of that shit. The story is just getting started. It's just as fucked up. Are you gonna let him spend time with the kid?
If I'm gonna have to watch an offensive, feel-good movie about a mentally disabled young man, I'm gonna watch Radio. Damn it!
I hated that one too. I should say I hated it, but I can't rewatch
I love it
it.
And I hate it, man. That's one of those movies where you love it and you hate it.
I loved it at the time, but I can't rewatch
not age
it.
well, but at the same time, it's still good. But at the same time, it also looks like trash the way they're representing it, which makes me feel bad.
Yeah, Denzel got a couple movies like that I thought were really great, and now I can't rewatch it. Later on in life and shit. Like there was really one good one where he was a cop and there was like a demon he was chasing, and they can just jump into anybody. All they had to do was touch each other and shit.
Oh, whoa! I never heard of that one.
Yeah, at the time, everybody thought it was a good flick.
The only Denzel ones I could pop out in my head that I remember watching are Man on Fire and Deja Vu.
I can watch Man on Fire and Deja Vu over and over again, especially Deja Vu. Oh my God.
Man on Fire is good, like intellectually a really good piece, but it's also one of those ones where it's like, just because it intellectually stimulates me doesn't mean it makes me feel good emotionally.
Right.
But
that sucks, right?
What was it called? The Deja Vu. That one doesn't fuck with me in any way. It's like, that
and
real sad or tragic.
That time
it got the point across. It did its duty.
And it's got the sci-fi time quizzery bullshit that my nerd needs to be fed during the movie too.
Right.
That all of that. What can you put how big an item can you send back in time and all that bullshit through the I love
Right?
that shit. And then when they went in the car with the helmet that can see in the other time period, I was
Yeah, I'll have
all
to
in,
rewatch
bro.
that soon. I don't think I've seen that since like probably 2010 or something.
Yeah, man, it would
Probably a
be
few
worth
years
it.
after it came out was the last time I watched it.
What
I thought that
about
was a good one.
Gattaca? Have you seen that one?
Fuck, that's one of the only like sci-fis I haven't seen yet. I need to see that.
It's taking a
Everyone
new
keeps telling me
relevance
that was
now
really good.
because it was back then. It was like sci-fi. If the kid had anything, any autism gene or so and so, it was all taken out. And if you had your kid through a regular birth where he had those genes, he was subclass. You
Oh
know, he
shit,
wouldn't even.
it's like some eugenic kind of one, huh?
Yes, yes. And it's
That
coming now
reminds me of
because
what's it called? Equilibrium. Did you ever see Equilibrium?
which one was Equilibrium? The
That
title
was
is
the Gung Fu movie with fucking what's the guy? The guy that did Batman, Christian Bale.
Equilibrium.
Yeah, that was the
What?
one where they took the drug that made it so they didn't have any emotions. And they were like just like all robots doing their job for society. And then the main character stops taking the pill, starts like finding art and stuff, and like fucking realizing that like, oh my god, the government made all the zombies in the whole world gray.
No, I gotta check that. I'm gonna put it in my
Oh, that was a
phone
trippy
now.
one, man. Like the fucking fight choreography's like fucking sweet
I
too.
did see that because I saw the fight shit. I just
Yeah,
can't
the
remember the
gung.
movie.
It was literally called Gung Fu. They literally had to create a whole new category because of the type of fighting they were doing in the
What
film.
was it called? What was it called?
Equilibrium.
Equilibrium.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know I saw the
sci-fi
fights
nerd.
part of it. Apparently, they got a part two too. Yes, I know I saw this. Yeah,
That was a good one.
yes, yeah.
LA, you there? Marcus is in the chat wondering if you're here still.
No way, he's not asleep or something. He'd have to be the most patient fuck in the world. I got a buddy. He was so good at running his room. He was like all comedy and shit with what he would kick in. He didn't really kick in on the super heavy shit, but he was really good at directing the conversation. And he would ease off the panel. The conversation be going so good, you don't even know he left. I always admired that shit, man. He get it stoked and put the right motherfuckers together. He'll pop up, say something funny, and disappear. He always.
See, that's why
Yeah.
I often call leaning into ADHD. I swear to
Yes.
God, everybody's trying to fight ADHD when it's become a thing at this point where the postmodern world, everything is chaotic and, just crazy as shit to where everybody has ADHD. It's just unavoidable. So at this point, why don't you lean into your ADHD and let it become a strength instead of a deficit?
Well, I'm gonna say if you got that shit, you're making me think of my last girlfriend. She lived in a constant state of that. She had to have her next move planned out. She wake up in the morning to be trying to plan my day. What you got going in order? She just lived in that constant state. If she'd have leaned into it, I think it would have helped her. Me, on the other hand, I'm not encumbered. I'm not burdened by these things, so I'm not interested in getting it nor leaning into it.
I just go from leaning into it organically. It's like, fuck, like, oh, okay, if I'm talking with you and suddenly, I'm fucking relating it to something else I need to look up to keep the flow going on, like that's ADHD, but it's keeping it organic. It doesn't feel, discombobulated, all black and white.
It doesn't sound dishonest.
You gotta have dimmer switches, man. Enough with the fucking flicker switches.
Yes. Right,
Ease
that's the
people into
only way
stuff,
you're
man.
gonna
Have a
see
little
shit.
dimmer.
Blend it, yeah, right, yeah. When it comes to that, I think what motherfuckers we talking about, he's autistic. I really think we're all autistic in some sliding scale, and it will reveal in certain ways that are not as obvious as the way this guy is. But some guys' inability to do a thing, or some guys just desire to hang on and not be able to let go of something. All these may be sliding scale autism shits. It looks like we're all the exact same. We as much as we try to put labels and differentiate
That's what I'm saying.
ourselves.
Neurotypical? What neurotypical?
Yeah, just typical.
Dude, and that has to mean that normal exists. And what the fuck does normal, like, how does normal exist? What the fuck is normal? If nobody can agree on what normal is, then how the fuck does it exist?
Yes.
Not to say
Yes.
that it, of course, doesn't exist. I'm not trying to say,
No,
people
but
can't agree
all
on
it
what's
is.
normal, so obviously God doesn't exist. I ain't doing that.
Your trans theory, Nia, really high.
How it
Uh,
works, trans theory, it works.
your
That's what we
trans,
say,
yes,
man. I'm
what's a
like, I'm
trans dual?
transgender, I'm a trans theist, trans dualist,
Theist,
man. It's all about
dualist, the
trans,
trans
man.
dualism. I guess it.
That's what I'm
The
saying, man. The only trans that doesn't tear the fuck out of society is transaction. That's the only trans word that doesn't scare society, man. Any other trans word scares society. You know, oh,
Yeah.
transgressive, how dare you talk about something that's not the norm, you know? Oh,
What about
transgender, but we're
here's
all
one that's not
normal and
horrible?
this and that. Oh, it's
Transmute.
fucking
That
crazy.
sounds like it has a positive. Transmute.
Transmute.
That
Oh, hell yeah.
that
I like
sounds
that. That's
positive, right?
alchemical.
Yes. I think that's our job. And this is where I was going to go with you to see if you believe some of these things. I think that's our job is to change energy, be some type of energetic alchemist, transmute one energy, bad energy come in and it's your job to transmute it or to look at all the energy patterns out here in the realm and throw in your patterns where they would benefit the realm. I think it's about doing shit like that. What do you think? If you can, if that makes sense.
No, that makes sense. I just go from a perspective of, that it's like good and bad are more subjective perceptions, so
Okay.
it's more like you got to filter it all, you have to filter the
Agreed.
gray into the rainbow.
Yes.
That's the way I would describe it. You filter the
Yes.
gray into the rainbow.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it's like, everybody likes to think the world is black and white, but that's too, dualistic and bad dualistic. You got to have some gray in there, add a complexity, get some color theory.
Okay. Let me rephrase it. Do you have a duty down here? And what is the main ones? If you have some, what are they? What is your duty?
Yeah, well, my duty is to introduce new perspectives of cognitive thought. New
Very
cognitive
good.
systems.
Where'd you get that assignment from? Who gave you that mission?
Probably Metatron. Like that's the guardian angel, the guy that's been.
That spoke God's voice. I remember that dude.
Well, fuck, man, I met Metatron on a salvia trip. My first fucking experience with hallucinogens, I straight up went to the fucking Black Cube, the Akashic Library, Saturn, fucking whatever. I saw it all, man.
Yeah, I dig it. I've been over there, man, and all knowledge and all answers. And if you got the courage to look for a thing and ask for a thing, I remember the last time I did this, I had asked because I got some spirits or entities, whatever you want to call them, with different energies, really like godly energies. I just like ball and drop to my knees when they come around type energy. And I had asked to see. I was asking something about. There's one voice that I hear. Anyway, I asked to see Jesus, and immediately the energy just came in because I was doing it through meditation. As soon as I felt that energy, I jumped and woke up and jumped out of it, and it was that fucking awesome and scary. I'm scared to death of the regular energies, like they're like God to me. This one was, so much bigger. Before it even got to me, I could feel it and bailed.
You bailed or it bailed?
I bailed. I
bailed.
I jumped up and
for sure, man.
Yeah, it was scary.
Dude, that happens, man, with like the soul reaction of meeting these like higher energetic deities, man. Like you meet one of those biblically accurate angels.
Right.
There's a reason why, thou what was it? Don't be afraid, or thou shalt not be afraid. Like there was something they say, that was basically because it's like even the angels know that they scare the piss out of us,
Yes. And I had a bunch of them, man.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. People use ego death too much. They should be sort of a term like a light soul death. It's like we have the little death, which is sleep, but then you also have those ego deaths that are like beyond just the ego. It's like they're actually altering your soul.
Right.
Because it's not like your ego's responding to those deities when you're in alternate dimensions. You've already gone.
God
through
no,
that
God
shit,
no.
you
That's a
know?
mistake, right? It's not your ego over there. You damn
Yeah,
right.
exactly. So it's like, obviously your soul is literally recoiling to the site of like the source where we all come from. It's like,
Right.
hey, I come from you, you come from
You
it,
say
but I'm
it's your
terrified of
soul
you.
recoiling. That's dope. It is your soul recoiling.
Oh,
Ooh.
yeah. The anti-cobra. We ain't getting up with the hood propped. We recoiling. We're in
Check
fear.
this out. Check this out. This one's gonna sound weird, but I used to do that shit a lot. I even done it with friends. We did experiments and shit like that to see if they can hear the voices of the people I was talking to. And believe it or not, they could at a close enough distance. And they got afraid and they backed away. And I don't know, but damn it, I had one that I wanted to tell you about, and now I don't even remember it. I remember. I've been a lucid dreamer since I was a kid. And I was having a dream where in my dreams I used to, and I still do sometimes, I would just like shoot cops and SWAT teams. I would just like,
Just all crazy shadow dreams.
yes, I would like make 30 agents appear outside of windows on ropes.
I know what you're
and
saying,
shit.
though, for sure.
And I'd had those shootouts and shit. So I was in the middle of one. And because I'd been doing this so much, I had designed this city, this neighborhood, these buildings where I was at in particular. I'd been in these motherfuckers so many times and that type of shit. And I moved the shit the way I want them and shit. And I knew that I couldn't get around these guys the way the hallway was. I was like, wait a minute, I built that building next door. I know from this window, I got an angle on those guys. And sure enough, I just jump out like a third story window, run to the next building. And I shoot those guys. On the way out, those people who have never visited me in a dream came to my dream. And I could feel their energy and shit like that. And my first thought was I got scared. I tried to run out of the building to get away from them because it's so scary. And as I was running down the stairs, they turned into a ramp and it just went around and around and around in a circle. And I knew I wasn't going anywhere, and I had to, talk to these guys. They're so big to me, man. They're just so, big. And I'd only ever had 3 of them talk to me. And when I looked up on that ramp, they were just the whole ramp, round on each level was the silhouettes of other people. So I knew this was big, and they were watching me. And there's a female energy that always visits me. She was down there alone. She usually had 2 male energies, and one of them is antagonistic. But it was just her, and she said she had to show me some stuff. And she told me I had to go through a door, and I got to go through alone. And immediately I know, because they've showed me some shit that's just so scary. And I knew, and as soon as I had that thought, she was like, "You'll be okay. You'll be fine." And when I went in the door, it closed, and I was in. It felt like this, like a real world and all of that stuff. Except the people are different. They had like stitches over their mouths. It was really weird shit, hard to explain shit.
Oh, man, that's some like Silent Hill shit.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Shit.
And I say, can someone help me? And all of these people, different walks of life and shit, they all stopped, looked at me, and they just repeated what I said. Can someone help me? And then they turned and continued walking. And I tried someone else. When I say it, everybody invisible, both sides of the street, everybody stops at the same time and repeated my words, and I got scared and ran off.
Dude, that mirroring. I've been coming across that like crazy in dreams lately. I've been recognizing it's really wild because it's like you have dreams of people chasing you, right? And it's like if you're afraid and you fucking like stop, they'll like fucking attack you, right? But like if you stop and you like hold your ground, you're not afraid or nothing, all of a sudden they'll just like stare at you. They won't attack you. They'll just stand there staring at you.
Yes.
It's crazy.
And it's more than that, right? It's you're making me think now, because you're right. That prey shit, if you run, they will chase.
Right.
If you stand your ground, they will stop. There's a third level. If you attack, they will run. I learned that one. I had a witch, and I might go on a bit because I got overcome a bunch of these. But when I was a kid, this witch would you ruin all my dreams. It was when I used to have nightmares. I don't have them anymore.
Right.
She used to come. I had to be at a beach, and the cloud would darken, and hit this witch come, and I would run all the time. And then, I started using my lucid shit and getting powers and shit into my other dreams. And it had been a while since she came to visit me. And okay, I want to say I was on the beach, but I don't want to be wrong. But when she came, I stopped. I stood my ground. She stopped and stared, like you say, and stared me down.
Right.
And I thought, I'm going to do this. As soon as I had that thought, she took off. I pursued her. And I caught her. And she went into like a cave, but it's like a cave with tunnels and shit. And it had all sorts of shit, like lava on the floors and shit. And, but I got good. I just levitated over the lava. I caught that bitch in the corner. I ripped her limb from limb. I've never had another nightmare.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's why I love being me, because doing this dualistic shit, because most people are either gonna do one or the other. They're gonna keep the running away and then just keep traumatizing themselves, or then take complete power like you did.
Yeah.
What I decided to do is, all right, I'm just gonna stare them down and I'm gonna start fucking, doing jester shit in front of them, man. I'm gonna pull down their pants,
that'll take his energy too, right?
And that's what I do now, man. Now I just have fun with these fuckers.
Somebody, I just read that recently and reread it recently, where they said if you can make fun of them, it just saps their energy.
Oh yeah, that's what I do now. I just fucking make fun of the fuckers,
That's supposed to be the worst that you can do, is make fun of it. It just takes all of that, whatever perceived tough guy shit. It just,
that's where I'm like, I don't need to invert that shit. Inverting it's still very similar to the normal style. I'm gonna go completely opposite and completely diagonal and fucking
make a monkey out of them.
For reals.
Fool out of them. Yeah.
For reals.
I done got so nasty, man. I could freeze them up, fucking break them into pieces. I can fly. I can just do. When I realized that I'm dreaming, and as a kid, someone gave me a magazine. It was a girlfriend of mine. I was like 17, 18 or something. And it was an Omni magazine, because she knew I was doing a lucid dreaming shit. And it was in there. They gave you techniques on how to know when you're dreaming. One of them was to read the writing. It'll never read the same way twice. So that was how I started realizing I was dreaming. Now I'm really good at it. But as soon as I realized I was in a dream, like I could be in some miserable Home Depot, and I'm really remembering this. The ceiling was flooded out. It was like, something had occurred there, and this was the best we had. And I realized it was a dream. I could walk out to Home Depot. I make everything in the parking lot of Grand National, right? Just hop in one, and I'm off to the races when I know I'm dreaming. It's the greatest in the world.
I know what you're saying with that, man. Like this, since finding my fucking cognitive framework and doing work with hallucinogens, it's been the funniest fucking thing, because one of the most powerful dreams I had this past few years is I actually created a fucking universe in one of my dreams.
Yeah, it was dope, right?
That was fucking crazy. I did the whole Big Bang, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, there's some distant stars and shit, but there's no planetary bodies. Let me start creating some gas giants,
Yeah.
And I just started fucking creating fucking gas giants in this empty, devoid universe.
Wait, look, I got this Doc Strange thing
and
I
people
do. I
still
thought it was
don't
cold.
think human beings are, aspects of God. Like, how the fuck are we not? What the hell? I just made a fucking universe. How am I not an aspect of God?
Right, and how is that not real? And this is what's the determining factor?
Totally.
Because over here we have certain receptors that only exist over here. And some of them are whatever sensory drugs or whatever. Is that the only thing that makes them real? It cannot be. Certainly not the sensory thing, because whatever sense you lose, it couldn't mean it's not real, because you can't feel it anymore.
Dude, you just broke open my brain. You just made me realize why so many religious people have problems with hallucinogens. Because for years I always heard that, well, it's because these people are lazy and they're taking, they're skipping ahead. That's what I'm hearing for all the monks. That if you're taking hallucinogens, you're just lazy and skipping.
I've heard that argument. Yeah.
But No, what it is, man, is it's literally threatening their worldview, their existentialist worldview. It's like that you're terrifying, my reality, because, if what you're saying is true, then that alters what I can experience in this reality. Like, you're scaring
Is
people.
that true? Or is it that they're the gatekeepers of, and they're like the old school
Well, that's why
rappers,
they're
and you got to do it their
gatekeeping their own
way?
egos,
Or is it you're having different experiences?
Yeah, they're afraid of you, so they gatekeep their own egos, and by extension keep the sense of normality for the rest of the world.
Yes, you go through their procedures and
Yep.
see what they want to expect you
For
to see,
sure.
and those type of things. Yes,
For sure.
you could write your own book if you do it on your own without their guidance,
Right.
and that would be fearful.
Here, just give me a second. I need to get myself a drink of water. I'm fucking
Do you
starving.
think? Wait.
Sure.
Take a couple minutes. I'll make some tea. So just make
All
it
right,
about
for sure. Yeah,
make
no
it about 4 minutes. All right,
All
we'll
right,
mute
that
up.
works for sure.
All right, it just got quiet. Oh, that's somebody in a private chat. Who was that? Brother Marcus. I don't know if Brother Marcus is still here. All right, y'all. Yeah, I didn't want to cut it off while they were still gone, but I'm actually kind of ready to go to bed. But right, I guess I'm going to end the live stream then. Let's see. I don't know if Brother Marcus was asking because he wanted to come up or if he's still around. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and end it because I don't think anybody else is coming up. Let me see. All right, y'all. Y'all have a good night, morning, wherever time zone you're in. And hopefully I'll be back soon.